Section 83 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 9, Chapter 2. Through the open door, Frau Perminator could be seen praying in the chamber of death. She knelt there alone at a chair near the bed, with her mourning garments flowing about her on the floor. While she prayed, her hands folded before her on the seat of the chair, she could hear her brother and sister-in-law in the breakfast-room, where they stood and waited for the prayer to come to an end. But she did not hurry on that account. She finished, coughed her usual little dry cough, gathered her gown about her, and rose from the chair, then moved toward her relatives with a perfectly dignified bearing in which there was no trace of confusion. "Thomas," she said, with a note of asperity in her voice, "it strikes me that as far as Séverine is concerned, our blessed mother was cherishing a viper in her bosom." "What makes you think that?" "I am perfectly furious with her. I shall try to behave with dignity, but has the woman any right to disturb us at this solemn moment by her common ways?" "What has she been doing?" "Well, in the first place, she is outrageously greedy. She goes to the wardrobe and takes out mother's silk gowns, folds them over her arm, and starts to retire. 'Why, Rietkin,' I say, 'what are you doing with those?' 'Frau Consul promised me.' 'My dear Séverine,' I say, and show her, in a perfectly ladylike way, what I think of her unseemly haste. Do you think it did any good? She took not only the silk gowns, but a bundle of underwear as well, and went out. I can't come to blows with her, can I? And it isn't Séverine alone. There are wash-baskets full of stuff going out of the house. The servants divide up things before my face. Séverine has the keys to the cupboards. I said to her, 'Fräulein Séverine, I shall be much obliged for the keys.' And she told me, in good set terms, that I've nothing to say to her. She's not in my service. I didn't engage her, and she will keep the keys until she leaves." "Have you the keys to the silver chest?" "Good. Let the rest go. That sort of thing is inevitable when a household breaks up, especially when the rule has been rather lax already. I don't want to make any scenes. The linen is old and worn. We can see what there is there. Have you the lists? Good. We'll have a look at them." They went into the bedchamber and stood a while in silence by the bed. Frau Antonia removed the white cloth from the face of the dead. The Frau Consul was arrayed in the silk garment in which she would that afternoon lie upon her bier in the hall. 28 hours had passed since she drew her last breath. The mouth and chin, without the false teeth, looked sunken and senile, and the pointed chin projected sharply. All three tried their best to recognize their mother's face in this sunken countenance before them, with its eyelids inexorably closed. But under the old lady's Sunday cap there showed, as in life, the smooth reddish-brown wig over which the Mrs. Buddenbrook had so often made merry. Flowers were strewn on the coverlet. "The most beautiful wreaths have come," said Frau Perminator, "from all the families in town, simply from everybody. I had everything carried up to the corridor. You must look at them afterwards, Gerda and Tom. They're heart-breakingly lovely." "How are they progressing down in the hall?" asked the senator. "They will soon be done, Tom. Jacobs has taken the greatest pains. And the—" she choked down a sob. "The coffin has come. But you must take off your things, my dears," she went on, carefully replacing the white cloth over the face of the dead. "It is cold in here, but there is a little fire in the breakfast-room. Let me help you, Gerda. Such an elegant mantle, one must be careful with it. Let me give you a kiss. You know I love you, even if you have always despised me. No, I won't make your hair untidy when I take off your hat. Your lovely hair. Such hair mother had, too, when she was young. She was never so splendid as you are, but there was a time, and since I was born, too, when she was really beautiful. How true it is, isn't it, what your old Grobleben always says, we must all return to earth at last. Such a simple man, too. Here, Tom, these are the most important lists. They returned to the next room and sat down at the round table, while the senator took up the paper, on which was a list of the objects to be divided among the nearest heirs. Frau Permaneder's eyes never left her brother's face, and her own wore a strained, excited look. There was something in her mind, a question hard to put, upon which, nevertheless, all her thoughts were bent, and which must, in the next few hours, come up for discussion. "I think," said the senator, "we may as well keep to the usual rule that presents go back. So—" His wife interrupted him. "Pardon me, Thomas, it seems to me, where is Christian?" "Oh, goodness, yes, Christian!" cried Frau Permaneder. "We've forgotten him." She went to ring the bell, but at the same moment Christian opened the door. He entered rather quickly, closed it behind him with a slight bang, and stood there frowning, his little deep round eyes not resting on anybody, but rolling from side to side. His mouth opened and shut under the bushy red moustaches. His mood seemed irritated and defiant. "I heard you were here," he said. "If the things are to be talked about, it is proper that I should be told." "We were just about to call you," the senator said indifferently. "Sit down." His eyes rested, as he spoke, on the white studs in Christian's shirt. He himself was in irreproachable mourning, a black cloth coat, blinding white shirt set off at the collar with a black tie, and black studs instead of the gold ones he usually wore. Christian saw his glance. He drew up a chair to the table and sat down, saying as he did so, with a gesture toward his shirt, "I know I have on white studs. I haven't got round to buying black, or rather, I haven't bothered. In the last few years I've seen times when I had to borrow money for tooth powder and go to bed by the light of a match. I don't know that I am altogether and entirely to blame. Anyhow, there are other things in the world more important than black studs. I don't set much store by appearances. I never have." Gerda looked at him as he spoke, and now she gave a little laugh. The senator remarked, "I doubt if you could bear out the truth of that last statement." "No? Perhaps you know better than I do, Thomas. I say I don't set much store by them. I've seen too much of the world, and lived with too many different sorts of men, with too many different ways, to care what— and anyhow, I am a grown man." His voice grew suddenly loud. "I am 43 years old, and my own master, and in a position to warn everybody not to mix in my affairs." The senator was quite astonished. "It seems to me you have something on your mind, my friend," he said. "As far as the studs go, I haven't so much as mentioned them, if my memory serves me. Wear whatever mourning you choose, or none at all, if that pleases you. But don't imagine you make any impression on me with your cheap broad-mindedness." "I am not trying to make an impression on you." "Tom, Christian," said Frau Permaneder, "don't let us have any hard words. Not to-day, when in the next room— Just go on, Thomas. Presents are to be returned. That is only right." And Thomas went on. He began with the large things, and wrote down for himself the articles he could use in his own house: the candelabra in the dining-room, the great carved chest that stood in the downstairs entry. Frau Permaneder paid extraordinarily close attention. No matter what the article was, the future possession of which was at the moment in question, she would say, with an incomparable air, "Oh, well, I'm willing to take it," as if the whole world owed her thanks for her act of self-sacrifice. She accepted for herself, her daughter, and her granddaughter far and away the largest share of the furnishings. Christian had some pieces of furniture, an Empire table-clock, and the harmonium. He seemed satisfied enough, but when they came to dividing the table linen and silver and the sets of dishes, he displayed, to the great astonishment of the others, an eagerness that was almost avidity. "What about me?" he would say. "I must ask you not to forget me, please." "Who is forgetting you? Look, I've put a whole tea service and a silver tray down to you. I've taken the gilt Sunday service, as we are probably the only ones who would have a use for it." "I'm willing to take the everyday onion pattern," said Frau Permaneder. "And what about me?" cried Christian. He was possessed now by that excitement which sometimes seized him, and sat so extraordinarily on his haggard cheek. "I certainly want a share in the dishes. And how many forks and spoons do I get? Almost none at all, it seems to me." "But, my dear man, what do you want of them? You have no use for them at all. I don't understand. It is better that things should continue in the family." "But suppose I say I want them, if only in remembrance of mother?" Christian cried defiantly. To which the senator impatiently replied, "I don't feel much like making jokes, but am I to judge from your words that you would like to put a soup tureen on your chest of drawers, and keep it there in memory of mother? Please don't get the idea that we want to cheat you out of your share. If you get less of the effects, you will get more elsewhere. The same is true of the linen." "I don't want the money. I want the linen and dishes." "Whatever for?" Christian's reply to this was one that made Gerda Buddenbrook turn and gaze at him with an enigmatic expression in her eyes. The senator hastily donned his pince nez to look the better, and Frau Permaneder simply folded her hands. He said, "Well, I am thinking of getting married sooner or later." He said this rather low and quickly, with a short gesture, as though he were tossing something to his brother across the table. Then he leaned back, avoiding their eyes, looking surlily defiant, and yet extremely embarrassed. There was a long pause. At last the senator broke it by saying, "I must say, Christian, your ideas come rather late. That is, of course, if this really is anything serious, and not the same kind of thing you proposed to mother a while ago." "My intentions have remained what they were," Christian said. He did not look at anybody or change his expression. "That is impossible, I should think. Were you waiting for mother's death?" "I had that amount of consideration, yes. You seem to think, Thomas, that you have a monopoly of all the tact and feeling in the world." "I don't know what justifies you in making remarks like that. And moreover, I must admire the extent of your consideration. On the day after mother's death, you propose to display your lack of filial feeling by—" "Only because the subject came up. But the point is that now mother cannot be affected by any step I may take, no more today than she would be a year from now. Good Lord, Thomas, mother couldn't have any actual right, but I saw it from her point of view, and had consideration for that, as long as she lived. She was an old woman, a woman of a past generation, with different views about life." "I can only say that I concur with her absolutely in this particular view." "I cannot be bothered about that." "But you will be bothered about it, my dear sir." Christian looked at him. "No," he shouted, "I won't. I can't do it. Suppose I tell you I can't. I must know what I have to do, mustn't I? I am a grown man." "You don't in the least know what you have to do. Your being what you call a grown man is only very external." "I know very well what I have to do. In the first place, I have to act like a man of honor. You don't know how the thing stands. With Tony and Gerda here, we can't really talk. But I have already told you I have responsibilities. The last child, little Gisela." "I know nothing about any little Gisela, and I don't care to. I am perfectly convinced they are making a fool of you. In any case, what sort of responsibility can you have toward a person like the one you have in mind, other than the legal one, which you can perform as before?" "Person, Thomas, person? You are making a mistake about her. Aline—"
"Silence!" roared Senator Buddenbrook in a voice like thunder. The two brothers glared across the table into each other's faces. Thomas was pale and trembling with scorn. The rims of Christian's deep little eyes had got suddenly red. His mouth and eyes spread wide open. His lean cheeks seemed nothing but hollows, and a pair of red patches showed just under the cheekbones. Gerda looked rather disdainfully from one to the other, and Tony wrung her hands, imploring, "Tom, Christian, and mother lying there in the next room."
"You have no sense of shame," went on the senator. "How can you bring yourself, what must it cost you, to mention that name on this spot under these circumstances? You have a lack of feeling that amounts to a disease."
"Will you tell me why I should not mention Aline's name?"
Christian was so beside himself that Gerda looked at him with increasing intentness.
"I do mention it, as you hear, Thomas. I intend to marry her, for I have a longing for a home, and for peace and quiet. And I insist, you hear the word I use, I insist that you keep out of my affairs. I am free. I am my own master."
"Oh, you fool, you! When you hear the will read, you will see just how much you are your own master. You won't get the chance to squander mother's inheritance as you have run through with the 30,000 marks already. I have been made the guardian of your affairs, and I will see to it that you never get your hands on more than a monthly sum at a time. That I swear."
"Well, you know better than I who it was that instigated mother to make such a will. But I am surprised, very much so, that mother did not give the office to somebody that had a little more brotherly feeling for me than you have."
Christian no longer knew what he was saying. He leaned over the table, knocking on it all the while with his knuckle, glaring up, red-eyed, his moustaches bristling, at his brother, who, on his side, stood looking down at him, pale and with half-closed lids. Christian went on, and his voice was hollow and rasping.
"Your heart is full of coldness and ill will toward me all the while. As far back as I can remember, I have felt cold in your presence. You freeze me with a perfect stream of icy contempt. You may think that is a strange expression, but what I feel is just like that. You repulse me just by looking at me, and you hardly ever even so much as look at me. How have you got a right to treat me like that? You are a man too, you have your own weaknesses. You have always been a much better son to our parents, but if you really stood so much closer to them than I do, you might have absorbed a little of their Christian charity. If you have no brotherly love to spare for me, you might have had some Christ-like love, but you are entirely without affection. You never came near me in the hospital when I lay there and suffered with rheumatism."
"I have more serious things to think about than your illnesses, and my own health."
"Oh, come, Thomas, your health is magnificent. You wouldn't be sitting here for what you are if your health weren't far and away better than mine." I may be perhaps worse off than you are." "Worse than I am! Come, that's too much. Gerda, Tony, he says he is worse off than I am. Perhaps it was you that came near dying in Hamburg of rheumatism? Perhaps you have had to endure torments in your left side, perfectly indescribable torments for every little trifling irregularity? Perhaps all your nerves are short on the left side? All the authorities say that is what is the matter with me. Perhaps it happens to you that you come into your room when it is getting dark, and see a man sitting on the sofa, nodding at you, when there is no man there?" "Christian!" Frau Permanator burst out in horror. "What are you saying? And, my God, what are you quarreling about? Is it an honor for one to be worse off than the other? If it were, Gerda and I might have something to say too. And with mother lying in there. How can you?"
"Don't you realize, you fool," cried Thomas Buddenbrook in a passion, "that all these horrors are the consequence and effect of your vices, your idleness, and your self-tormenting? Go to work. Stop petting your condition and talking about it. If you do go crazy, and I tell you plainly I don't think it at all unlikely, I shan't be able to shed a tear, for it will be entirely your own fault."
"No, and when I die, you won't shed any tears either."
"You won't die," said the senator bitingly.
"I shan't die? Very well, I shan't die then. We'll see who dies first. Work! Suppose I can't work? My God, I can't do the same thing long at a time. It kills me. If you have been able to, and are able to, thank God for it, but don't sit in judgment on others, for it isn't a virtue. God gives strength to one and not to another. But that is the way you are made, Thomas. You are self-righteous. Oh, wait, that is not what I am going to say, nor what I accuse you of. I don't know where to begin, and however much I can say is only a millionth part of the feeling I have in my heart against you. You have made a position for yourself in life, and there you stand, and push everything away which might possibly disturb your equilibrium for a moment, for your equilibrium is the most precious thing in the world to you. But it isn't the most precious thing in life, Thomas. No, before God, it is not. You are an egotist, that is what you are. I am still fond of you, even when you are angry, and tread on me, and thunder me down. But when you get silent, when somebody says something, and you are suddenly dumb, and withdraw yourself, quite elegant and remote, and repulse people like a wall, and leave the other fellow to his shame without any chance of justifying himself. Yes, you are without pity, without love, without humility. Oh!" he cried, and stretched both arms in front of him, palms outward, as though pushing everything away from him. "Oh, how sick I am of all this tact and propriety, this poise and refinement, sick to death of it."
The outburst was so genuine, so heartfelt, it sounded so full of loathing and satiety, that it was actually crushing. Thomas shrank a little, and looked down in front of him, weary and without a word. At last he said, and his voice had a ring of feeling, "I have become what I am, because I did not want to become what you are. If I have inwardly shrunk from you, it has been because I needed to guard myself. Your being and your existence are a danger to me. That is the truth." There was another pause, and then he went on in a crisper tone. "Well, we have wandered far away from the subject. You have read me a lecture on my character, a somewhat muddled lecture with a grain of truth in it. But we are not talking about me, but about you. You are thinking of marrying, and I should like to convince you that it is impossible for you to carry out your plan. In the first place, the interest I shall be able to pay you on your capital will not be a very encouraging sum.
Aline has put some away.
The senator swallowed and controlled himself. You mean you would mingle your mother's inheritance with the savings of this lady?
Yes, I want a home, and somebody who will be sympathetic when I am ill, and we suit each other very well. We are both rather damaged goods, so to speak.
And you intend further to adopt the existing children and legitimize them?
Yes.
So that after your death your inheritance would pass to them. As the senator said this, Frau Permaneder laid her hand on his arm and murmured adjuringly,
Thomas, mother is lying in the next room.
Yes, answered Christian, that would be the way it would be. Well, you shan't do it, then, shouted the senator, and sprang up. Christian got behind his chair, which he clutched with one hand. His chin went down on his breast. He looked apprehensive as well as angry. You shan't do it, repeated Thomas, almost senseless with anger, pale, trembling, jerking convulsively. As long as I am alive, it won't happen. I swear it, so take care. There's enough money gone already, what with bad luck and foolishness and rascality, without your throwing a quarter of mother's inheritance into this creature's lap and her bastards, and that after another quarter has been snapped up by Tiburtius. You've brought enough disgrace on the family already, without bringing us home a courtesan for a sister-in-law, and giving our name to her children. I forbid it, do you hear? I forbid it, he shouted in a voice that made the room ring, and Frau Permaneder squeezed herself weeping into the corner of the sofa. And I advise you not to attempt to defy me. Up to now I have only despised you and ignored you, but if you try any tricks, if you bring the worst to the worst, we'll see who will come out ahead. You can look out for yourself. I shan't have any mercy. I'll have you declared incompetent. I'll get you shut up. I'll ruin you. I'll ruin you. You understand?
And I tell you...
Thus it all began over again, and went on and on, a battle of words, destructive, futile, lamentable, without any purpose other than to insult, to wound, to cut one another to the quick. Christian came back to his brother's character, and cited examples of Thomas's egotism, painful anecdotes out of the distant past, which he, Christian, had never forgotten, but carried about with him to feed his bitterness. And the senator retorted with scorn, and with threats which he regretted a moment later. Gerda leaned her head on her hand, and watched them, with an expression in her eyes impossible to read. Frau Permaneder repeated over and over again in her despair,
and mother lying there in the next room.
Christian, who at the end had been walking up and down in the room, at last forsook the field.
Very good, we shall see,
he shouted. With his eyes red, his moustaches ruffled, his handkerchief in his hand, his coat wide open, hot and beside himself, he went out of the door and slammed it behind him. In the sudden stillness the senator stood for a moment upright and gazed after his brother. Then he sat down without a word and took up the papers jerkily. He went curtly through the remaining business, then leaned back and twisted his moustaches through his fingers, lost in thought. Frau Permaneder's anxiety made her heart beat loudly. The question, the great question, could now not be put off any longer. It must come up, and he must answer. But was her brother now in a mood to be governed by gentleness and filial piety? Alas, she feared not.
And, Tom,
she began, looking down into her lap, and then up, as she made a timid effort to read his thoughts.
The furniture, you have taken everything into consideration, of course. The things that belong to us, I mean to Erica and me and the little one, they remain here with us? In short, the house. What about it?" she finished, and furtively wrung her hands. The senator did not answer at once. He went on for a while twisting his moustaches and drearily meditating. Then he drew a deep breath and sat up. "The house," he said, "of course it belongs to all of us, to you and me and Christian, and queerly enough to Pastor Tiburtius too. I can't decide anything about it by myself. I have to get your consent. But obviously the thing to do is to sell as soon as possible," he concluded, shrugging his shoulders. Yet something crossed his face, after all, as though he were startled by his own words. Frau Permaneder's head sank deep on her breast. Her hands stopped pressing themselves together. She relaxed all over. "Our consent," she repeated after a pause, sadly and rather bitterly as well. "Dear me, Tom, you know you will do whatever you think best. The rest of us are not likely to withhold our consent for long. But if we might put in a word, to beg you," she went on, almost dully, but her lip was trembling too. "The house, mother's house, the family home in which we have all been so happy, we must sell it?" The senator shrugged his shoulders again. "Child, you will believe me when I tell you that I feel everything you can say as much as you do yourself, but those are only our feelings, they aren't actual objections. What has to be done remains the problem. Here we have this great piece of property. What shall we do with it? For years back, ever since father's death, the whole back part has been going to pieces. A family of cats is living rent-free in the billiard-room, and you can't walk there for fear of going through the floor. Of course, if I did not have my house in Fisher's Lane, but I have, and what should I do with it? Do you think I might sell that instead? Tell me yourself, to whom? I should lose half the money I put into it. We have property enough, Tony. We have far too much, in fact. The granary buildings and 2 great houses. The invested capital is out of all proportion to the value of the property. No, we must sell." But Frau Permaneder was not listening. She was sitting bent over on the sofa, withdrawn into herself with her own thoughts. "Our house," she murmured. "I remember the house warming. We were no bigger than that. The whole family was there, and Uncle Hofstede read a poem. It is in the family papers. I know it by heart. Venus Anadyomene. The landscape room, the dining hall, and strange people." "Yes, Tony, they must have felt the same, the family of whom grandfather bought the house. They had lost their money and had to give up their home, and they are all dead and gone now. Everything has its time. We ought to be grateful to God that we are better off than the Rattenkamps, and are not saying good-bye to the house under such sorry circumstances as theirs." Sobs, long, painful sobs, interrupted him. Frau Permaneder so abandoned herself to her grief that she did not even dry the tears that ran down her cheeks. She sat bent over, and the warm drops fell unheeded upon the hands lying limp in her lap. "Tome," said she, and there was a gentle, touching decision in her voice, which a moment before her sobs had threatened to choke. "You can't understand how I feel at this hour. You cannot understand your sister's feelings. Things have not gone well with her in this life. I have had everything to bear that fate could think of to inflict upon me, but I have borne it all, without flinching, Tom. All my troubles with Grunlick and Permaneder and Weinschenk. For however my life seemed to go awry, I was never quite lost. I had always a safe haven to fly to. Even this last time, when everything came to an end, when they took away Weinschenk to prison. 'Mother,' I said, 'may we come to you?' And she said, 'Yes, my children, come.' Do you remember, Tom, when we were little and played war, there was always a little spot marked off for us to run to, where we could be safe and not be touched until we were rested again. Mother's house, this house, was my little spot, my refuge in life, Tom. And now it must be sold.' She leaned back, buried her face in her handkerchief, and wept unrestrainedly. He drew down one of her hands and held it in his own. 'I know, dear Tony, I know it all. But we must be sensible. Our dear good mother is gone. We cannot bring her back. And so it is madness to keep the house as dead capital. Shall we turn it into a tenement house? I know it is painful to think of strangers living here, but after all it is better that you should not see it. You must take a nice pretty little house or flat somewhere for yourself and your family, outside the castle gate, for example. Or would you rather stop on here and let out floors to different families? And you still have the family, Gerda and me, and the Buddenbrooks in Broad Street, and the Krugers, and Teresa Weichbrot, and Clotilde. That is, if Clotilde will condescend to associate with us, now that she's become a lady of the Order of St. John. It's so very exclusive, you know." She gave a sigh that was already partly a laugh, and mopped her eyes with her handkerchief, looking like a hurt child whom somebody is helping, with a jest, to forget its pain. Then she resolutely cleared her face and put herself to rights, tossing her head with the characteristic gesture, and bringing her chin down on her breast. "Yes, Tom," she said, and blinked with her tear-reddened eyes. "I'll be good now. I am already. You must forgive me, and you too, Gerda, for breaking down like that. But it may happen to any one, you know. It is a weakness. But believe me, it is only outward. I am a woman steeled by misfortunes. And that about the dead capital is very convincing to me, Tom. I've enough intelligence to understand that much, anyhow. I can only repeat that you must do what you think best. You must think and act for us all, for Gerda and I are only women, and Christian, well, God help him, poor soul. We cannot oppose you, for whatever we could say would be only sentiment, not real objections. It is very plain. To whom will you sell it, Tom? Do you think it will go off right away?" "Ah, child, how do I know? But I talked a little this morning with old Gosh the broker. He did not seem disinclined to undertake the business." "That is a good idea, Tom. Sigismund Gosch has his weaknesses, of course. That thing about his translation from the Spanish, I can't remember the man's name, but it is very odd, one must admit. However, he was father's friend, and he is an honest man through and through. What shall you ask? 100,000 marks would be the least, I should think." "And 100,000 marks would be the least, wouldn't it, Tom?" She was still asking, the doorknob in her hand, as the senator and his wife went down the steps. Then she was alone, and stood there in the middle of the room, with her hands clasped, palms down in front of her, looking all around with large helpless eyes. Her head, heavy with the weight of her thoughts, adorned with the little black lace cap, sank slowly, shaking all the while, deeper and deeper on one shoulder. End of section 83.
Section 84 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 9, Chapter 3. Little Johann was to go to take his farewell of his grandmother's mortal remains. His father so arranged it, and though Hanno was afraid, he made not a syllable of objection. At table, the day after the Frau Consul's dying struggle, the senator, in his son's presence and apparently with design, had commented harshly upon the conduct of Uncle Christian, who had slipped away and gone to bed when the patient's suffering was at its height. "That was his nerves, Thomas," Gerda had answered, but with a glance at Hanno, which had not escaped the child, the senator had severely retorted that an excuse was not in place. The agony of their departed mother had been so sore that one had felt ashamed even to be sitting there free from pain, not to mention entertaining the cowardly thought of trying to escape any suffering of mind called up by the sight. From which Hanno had gathered that it would not be safe to object to the visit to the open coffin. The room looked as strange to him as it had at Christmas, when, on the day before the funeral, between his father and his mother, he entered it from the hall. There was a half-circle of potted plants, arranged alternately with high silver candelabra, and against the dark green leaves gleamed from a black pedestal the marble copy of Thorwaldsen's Christ, which belonged in the corridor outside. Black crape hangings fluttered everywhere in the draught, hiding the sky-blue tapestries and the smiling immortals who had looked down from these walls upon so many festive dinner-tables. Little Johann stood beside the bier among his black-clad relatives. He had a broad mourning band on his own sailor suit, and his senses felt misty with the scent from countless bouquets and wreaths, and with another odour that came wafted now and then on a current of air, and smelled strange yet somehow familiar. He stood beside the bier and looked at the motionless white figure stretched out there, severe and solemn, amid white satin. This was not grandmamma. There was her Sunday cap with the white silk ribbons, and her red-brown hair beneath it, but the pinched nose was not hers, nor the drawn lips, nor the sharp chin, nor the yellow translucent hands, whose coldness and stiffness one could see. This was a wax doll. To dress it up and lay it out like that seemed rather horrible. He looked across to the landscape room as though the real grandmamma might appear there the next minute. But she did not come. She was dead. Death had turned her forever into this wax figure that kept its lids and lips so forbiddingly closed. He stood resting on his left leg, the right knee bent, balancing lightly on the toe, and clutched his sailor knot with one hand, the other hanging down. He held his head on one side, the curly light brown locks swaying over the temples, and looked with his gold-brown, blue encircled eyes in brooding repugnance upon the face of the dead. His breath came long and shuddering, for he kept expecting that strange puzzling odour which all the scent of the flowers sometimes failed to disguise. When the odour came, and he perceived it, he drew his brows still more together, his lip trembled, and the long sigh which he gave was so like a tearless sob that Frau Permaneder bent over and kissed him and took him away. And after the senator and his wife and Frau Permaneder and Erika had received for long hours the condolences of the entire town, Elisabeth Buddenbrook, born Kruger, was consigned to earth. The out-of-town families from Hamburg and Frankfurt came to the funeral, and for the last time received hospitality in Meng Street. And the hosts of the sympathizers filled the hall and the landscape room, the corridor and the pillared hall, and Pastor Prinksheim of St. Mary's, erect among burning tapers at the head of the coffin, turning his face up to heaven, his hands folded beneath his chin, preached the funeral sermon. He praised in resounding tones the qualities of the departed. He praised her refinement and humility, her piety and cheer, her mildness and her charity. He spoke of the Jerusalem evenings and the Sunday school. He gilded with matchless oratory the whole long, rich, and happy earthly course of her who had left them. And when he came to the end, since the word end needed some sort of qualifying adjective, he spoke of her peaceful end. Frau Perminator was quite aware of the dignity, the representative bearing, which she owed to herself and the community in this hour. She, her daughter Erica, and her granddaughter Elizabeth occupied the most conspicuous places of honor, close to the pastor at the head of the coffin, while Thomas, Gerda, Clotilda, and little Johann, as likewise old Consul Kruger, who had a chair to sit in, were content, as were the relatives of the second class, to occupy less prominent places. Frau Perminator stood there very erect, her shoulders elevated, her black-bordered handkerchief between her folded hands, and her pride in the chief role which it fell to her lot to perform was so great as sometimes entirely to obscure her grief. Conscious of being the focus of all eyes, she kept her own discreetly cast down. Yet now and then she could not resist letting them stray over the assembly, in which she noted the presence of Julken Muhlendorf, Bornhagenstrom, and her husband. Yes, they had all had to come. Muhlendorfs, Kistenmakers, Longhals, Uverdieks. Before Tony Buddenbrook left her parental roof forever, they had all gathered here to offer her, despite Grunlich, despite Perminator, despite Hugo Weinschenk, their sympathy and condolences. Pastor Prinksheim's sermon went on, turning the knife in the wound that death had made. He caused each person present to remember his own dead. He knew how to make tears flow where none would have flowed of themselves, and for this the weeping ones were grateful to him. When he mentioned the Jerusalem evenings, all the old friends of the dead began to sob, excepting Madame Kettelson, who did not hear a word he said, but stared straight before her with the remote air of the deaf, and the Gerhardt sisters, the descendants of Paul, who stood hand in hand in a corner, their eyes glowing. They were glad for the death of their friend, and could have envied her, but that envy and unkindness were foreign to their natures. Poor Mademoiselle Weichbrot blew her nose all the time, with a short, emphatic sound. The Misses Buddenbrook did not weep, it was not their habit. Their bearing, less angular than usual, expressed a mild satisfaction with the impartial justice of death. Pastor Prinksheim's last Amen resounded, and the four bearers, in their black three-cornered hats, their black cloaks billowing out behind them with the swiftness of their advance, came softly in and put their hands upon the coffin. They were four lackeys known to everybody, who were engaged to hand the heavy dishes at every large dinner in the best circles, and who drank Muhlendorf's claret out of the carafes between the courses. But also they were indispensable at every funeral of the first or second class, being of large experience in this kind of work. They knew that the harshness of this moment, when the coffin was laid hold upon by strange hands and borne away from the survivors, must be ameliorated by tact and swiftness. Their movements were quick, agile, and noiseless. Hardly had anyone time to be sensible of the pain of the situation before they had lifted the burden from the bier to their shoulders and the flower-covered casket swayed away smoothly and with decorum through the pillared hall. The ladies pressed tenderly about Frau Permenader and her daughter to offer their sympathy. They took her hand and murmured, with drooping eyes, precisely no more and no less than what on such occasions must be murmured, while the gentlemen made ready to go down to the carriages. Then came, in a long black procession, the slow drive through the grey misty streets, out through the Burg Tor, along the leafless avenue in a cold driving rain, to the cemetery, where the funeral march sounded behind half-bare shrubbery on the edge of the little grove, and the great sandstone cross marked the Buddenbrook family lot. The stone lid of the grave, carven with the family arms, lay close to the black hole, framed in dripping greens. The place had been prepared down below for the newcomer. In the last few days the senator had supervised the work of pushing aside the remains of a few early Buddenbrooks. The music sounded, the coffin swayed on the ropes above the open depth of masonry. With a gentle commotion it glided down. Pastor Prinksheim, who had put on pulse-warmers, began to speak afresh, his voice ringing fervid and emotional above the open grave. He bent over the grave and spoke to the dead, calling her by her full name, and blessed her with the sign of the cross. His voice ceased. All the gentlemen held their top hats in front of their faces with their black-gloved hands, and the sun came out a little. It had stopped raining, and into the sound of the single drops that fell from the trees and bushes there broke, now and then, the short, fine, questioning twitter of a bird. All the gentlemen turned a moment to press the hands of the sons and brother of the dead once more. Thomas Buddenbrook, as the others filed by, stood between his brother Christian and his uncle Justus. His thick, dark woolen overcoat was dewed with fine silver drops. He had begun of late to grow a little stout, the single sign of age in his carefully preserved exterior, and his cheeks, behind the pointed, protruding ends of his moustaches, looked rounder than they used. But it was a pale and sallow roundness, without blood or life. He held each man's hand a moment in his own, and his slightly reddened eyes looked them all, with weary politeness, in the face. End of section 84. Section 85 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 9, Chapter 4. A week later there sat in Senator Buddenbrook's private office, in the leather chair beside the writing desk, a little smooth-shaven old man with snow-white hair falling over his brow and temples. He sat in a crouching position, supporting both hands on the white top of his crutch cane, and his pointed chin on his hands, while he directed at the senator a look of such malevolence, such a crafty, penetrating glance, that one wondered why the latter did not avoid contact with such a man as this. But the senator sat apparently at ease, leaning back in his chair, talking to this baleful apparition as to a harmless ordinary citizen. Broker Sigismund Gosch and the head of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook were discussing the price of the Meng Street house. It took a long time. The offer of 28,000 thaler made by Herr Gosch seemed too low to the senator, and the broker called heaven to witness that it would be an act of madness to add a single groschen to the sum. Thomas Buddenbrook spoke of the central position and unusual extent of the property, But Herr Gosch, with picturesque gestures in low and sibilant tones, expatiated upon the criminal risk he would be running. He waxed almost poetic. Ah, could his honored friend tell him when, to whom, for how much, he would be able to get rid of the house again? How often in the course of the century would there be a demand for such a house? Perhaps his friend and patron could assure him that tomorrow, on the train from Buchan, there was arriving an Indian nabob who wished to establish himself in the Buddenbrook mansion. He, Sigismund Gosch, would have it on his hands, simply on his hands, and it would be the ruin of him. He would be a beaten man, his race would be run, his grave dug. Yes, it would be dug. And as the phrase enchanted him, he repeated it, and added something more about chattering apes and clods of earth falling upon the lid of his coffin. But the senator was not satisfied. He spoke of the ease with which the property could be divided, emphasized his responsibility toward his sister, and remained by the sum of 30,000 thaler. After which he had to listen, with a mixture of enjoyment and impatience, to a rejoinder from Herr Gosch which lasted some 2 hours, during which the broker sounded, as it were, all the registers of his character. He played 2 roles at once. First, the hypocritical villain, with a sweet voice, his head on one side, and a smile of open-hearted simplicity. Stretching out his large white hand with the long trembling fingers, he said, "Agree, my dear young patron, 84,000 marks. It is the offer of an honest old man." But a child could have seen that this was all lies and treachery, a deceiving mask, behind which the man's deep villainy peeped forth. Thomas Buddenbrook finally declared that he must take time to think, and that in any case he must consult his sister before he accepted the 28,000 thaler, which was unlikely. Then he turned the conversation to indifferent topics, and asked Herr Gosch about business and his health. Things were going badly with Herr Gosch. He made a fine sweeping gesture to wave away the imputation that he was a prosperous man. The burdens of old age approached. They were at hand even now. As aforesaid, his grave was dug. He could not even carry his glass of grog to his lips without spilling half of it. His arm trembled so, like the devil. It did no good to curse. The will no longer availed. And yet he had his life behind him. Not such a poor life, after all. He had looked at the world with his eyes open. Revolutions had thundered by, their waves had beat upon his heart, so to speak. Those were other times, when he had stood at the side of Consul Johann Buddenbrook, the senator's father, at that historic sitting, and defied the fury of the raging mob. A frightful experience. No, his life had not been poor, either outwardly or inwardly. Hang it, he had been conscious of powers, and as the power is, so is the ideal, as Feuerbach says. And even now, his soul was not impoverished, his heart was still young, it had never ceased, and would never cease, to be capable of great emotions, to live fervently in and for his ideals. They would go with him to his grave. But were ideals, after all, meant to be realized? No, 1,000 times no. We might long for the stars, but should we ever reach them? No. Hope, not realization, was the most beautiful thing in life. L'espérance, toute trompeuse qu'elle est, sert au moins à nous mener à la fin de la vie par un chemin agréable. La Rochefoucauld said that, and it was fine, wasn't it? Oh, yes, his honored friend and patron, of course, did not need to console himself with that sort of thing. The waves of life had lifted him high on their shoulders, and fortune played about his brow. but for the lonely and submerged who dreamed alone in the darkness. Suddenly, "You are happy," he said, laying his hand on the senator's knee, and looking up at him with swimming eyes. "Don't deny it. It would be sacrilege. You are happy. You hold fortune in your arms. You have reached out your strong arms and conquered her. Your strong hands," he corrected himself, not liking the sound of arms twice so close together. He was silent, and the senator's deprecating, patient reply went unheard. He seemed to be darkly dreaming for a moment. Then he got up. "We have been chatting," he said, "but we came together on business. Time is money. Let us not waste it in hesitation. Listen to me. Since it is you, you understand?" Here it almost looked as though Herr Gosch was about to give way again to another rhapsody, but he restrained himself. He made a wide, sweeping gesture, and cried, 29,000 thaler, 87,000 marks current, for your mother's house. Is it a bargain?" And Senator Buddenbrook agreed. Frau Permenader, of course, found the sum ridiculously small. Considering the memories that clung about it, she would have thought 1,000,000 down no more than an honest price for their old home. But she rapidly adjusted herself, the more readily that her thoughts and efforts were soon taken up by plans for the future. She rejoiced from the bottom of her heart over all the good furniture that had fallen to her share. And though there was no idea of bustling her away from under the parental roof, she plunged at once, with the greatest zest, into the business of finding and renting a new home. The leave-taking would be hard, the very thought of it brought tears to her eyes, but the prospect of a change was not without its own charm, too. It was almost like another setting out, the fourth one. And so again she looked at houses and visited Jacob's. Again she bargained for portieres and stair carpets. And while she did all that, her heart beat faster. Yes, even the heart of this old woman who was steeled by the misfortunes of life. Weeks passed like this, 4, 5, 6 weeks. The first snow fell, the stoves crackled. Winter was here again, and the Buddenbrooks began to consider sadly what sort of Christmas feast they should have this year. But now something happened, something surprising and dramatic beyond all words, something that simply knocked you off your feet. Frau Permenader paused in the midst of her business like one paralyzed. "Thomas," she said, "am I crazy? Is Gosh dreaming? It is too absurd, too outlandish." She held her temples with both her hands. The senator shrugged his shoulders. "My dear child, nothing at all is decided yet, but there is the possibility, and if you think it over quietly, you will see that there is nothing so extraordinary about it, after all. It is a little startling, I admit. It gave me a start when Gosh first told me, but absurd? What makes it absurd?" "I should die," said she. She sat down in a chair and stopped there without moving. What was going on? Simply that a buyer had appeared for the house, or rather a possible purchaser showed a desire to go over it, with a view to negotiations. And this possible purchaser was Hermann Hagenstrom, wholesale dealer and consul for the Kingdom of Portugal. When the rumor first reached Frau Permenader, she was stunned, incredulous, incapable of grasping the idea. But when the rumor became concrete, when it actually took shape in the person of Consul Hermann Hagenstrom, standing, as it were, before the door, Then she pulled herself together, and animation came back to her.
"This must not happen, Thomas. As long as I live, it must not happen. When one sells one's house, one is bound to look out for the sort of master it gets. Our mother's house, our house, the landscape room."
"But what stands in the way?"
"What stands in the way? Heavens, Thomas! Mountains stand in the way, or they ought to. But he doesn't see them, this fat man with the snub nose. He doesn't care about them. He has no delicacy and no feeling. He is like the beasts that perish. From time immemorial the Hagenstroms and we have been rivals. Old Heinrich played father and grandfather some dirty tricks, and if Hermann hasn't tripped you up yet, it's only because he hasn't had the chance. When we were children, I boxed his ears in the open street for very good reasons, and his precious little sister Yulken nearly scratched me to pieces for it. That was all childishness then, but they have always looked on and enjoyed it whenever we had a piece of bad luck, and it was mostly I myself who gave them that pleasure. God willed it so. Whatever the consul did to injure you or overreach you in a business way, that I can't speak of, Tom. You must know better than I. But the last straw was when Erica made a good marriage, and he wormed around until he managed to spoil it and get her husband shut up, through his brother, who is a cat. And now they have the nerve—" "Listen, Tony. In the first place, we have nothing more to say in the matter. We made our bargain with Gosh, and he has the right to deal with whomever he likes. But there is a sort of irony about it, after all." "Irony! Well, if you like to call it that. But what I call it is a disgrace, a slap in the face, because that is just what it would be. You don't realize what it would be like in the least, but it would mean to everybody that the Buddenbrook family are finished and done for. They clear out, and the Hagenstroms squeeze into their place, rattlety-bang. No, Thomas, never will I consent to sit by while this goes on. I will never stir a finger in such baseness. Let him come here if he dares. I won't receive him, you may be sure of that. I will sit in my room with my daughter and my granddaughter, and turn the key in the door, and forbid him to enter. That is just what I will do."
"I know, Tony, you will do what you think best, and you will probably consider well beforehand if it will be wise not to preserve the ordinary social forms. For, of course, you don't imagine that Consul Hagenstrom would feel wounded by your conduct. Not in the least, my child. It would neither please nor displease him. He would simply be mildly surprised, that is all. The trouble is, you imagine he has the same feelings toward you that you have toward him. That is a mistake, Tony. He does not hate us in the least. He doesn't hate anybody. He is highly successful and extremely good-natured. As I've told you more than 10 times already, he would speak to you on the street with the utmost cordiality if you didn't put on such a belligerent air. I'm sure he is surprised at it, for 2 minutes, of course not enough to upset the equilibrium of a man to whom nobody can do any harm. What is it you reproach him with? Suppose he has outstripped me in business, and even now and then got ahead of me in some public affair. That only means he is a better businessman and a cleverer politician than I am. There's no reason at all for you to laugh in that scornful way. But to come back to the house, the truth is, it has lost most of its old significance for us. That has gradually passed over to mine. I say this to console you in advance. On the other hand, it is plain why Consul Hagenstrom is thinking of buying. These people have come up in the world, their family is growing, they have married into the Mühlendorf family, and become equal to the best in money and position. But, so far, there has been something lacking, the outward sign of their position. which they were evidently willing to do without, the historic consecration, the legitimization, so to speak. But now they seem to have made up their minds to have that too, and some of it they will get by moving into a house like this one. You wait and see. Mark my words, the consul will preserve everything as much as possible as it is. He will even keep the Dominus Providebit over the door, though, to do him justice, it hasn't been the Lord at all, but Hermann Hagenstrom himself, single-handed, that has put the family and the firm where they are. Bravo, Tom. Oh, it does me good to hear you say something spiteful about them once in a while. That's really all I want. Oh, if I only had your head, wouldn't I just give it to him? But there you stand. You see, my head doesn't really do me much good. There you stand, I say, with that awful calmness, which I simply don't understand at all, and tell me how Hermann Hagenstrom does things. Ah, you may talk as you like, but you have a heart in your body, the same as I have myself, and I simply don't believe you feel as calm inside as you make out. All the things you say are nothing but your own efforts to console yourself. Now, Tony, you are getting pert. What I do is all you have anything to do with. What I think is my own affair. Tell me one thing, Tom. Wouldn't it be like a nightmare to you? Exactly. Like something you dreamed in a fever? Why not? Like the most ridiculous kind of farce? There, now, that's enough. And Consul Hagenstrom appeared in Meng Street, accompanied by Herr Gosch, who held his Jesuit hat in his hand, crouched over like a conspirator, and peered past the maid into the landscape room, even while he handed her his card. Hermann Hagenstrom looked the city man to the life, an imposing stock exchange figure, in a coat the fur of which seemed a foot long, standing open over an English winter suit of good fuzzy yellow-green tweed. He was so uncommonly fat that not only his chin but the whole lower part of his face was double, a fact which his full, short-trimmed blonde beard could not disguise. When he moved his forehead or eyebrows, deep folds came even in the smoothly shorn skin of his skull. His nose lay flatter upon his upper lip than ever, and breathed down into his moustaches. Now and then his mouth had to come to the rescue and fly open for a deep breath. When it did this, it always made a little smacking noise as the tongue came away from the roof of his mouth. Frau Permenader colored when she heard this once well-known sound. A vision of lemon buns with truffled sausage on top almost threatened for a moment the stony dignity of her bearing. She sat on the sofa, her arms crossed and her shoulders lifted, in an exquisitely fitting black gown with flounces up to the waist, and a dainty morning cap on her smooth hair. As the two gentlemen entered, she made a remark to her brother the senator, in a calm, indifferent tone. He had not had the heart to leave her in the lurch at this hour, and he now walked to the middle of the room to meet their guests, while Tony remained on the sofa. He exchanged a hearty greeting with Herr Gosch, and a correct and courteous one with the consul. Then Tony rose of her own accord, performed a measured bow to both of them at once, and, without any excess of zeal, associated herself with her brother's invitation to the two gentlemen to be seated. They all sat down, and the consul and the broker talked by turns for the next few minutes. Herr Gosch's voice was offensively obsequious as he begged them to pardon the intrusion on their privacy. You could hear a malign undercurrent in it none the less. But Herr Consul Hagenstrom was anxious to go through the house with a view to possible purchase. And the consul, in a voice that again called up visions of lemon bun and goose liver, said the same thing in different words. Yes, in fact, this was the idea he had in mind and hoped to be able to carry out, provided the broker did not try to drive too hard a bargain with him. Ha ha! He did not doubt but the matter could be settled to the satisfaction of everybody concerned. His manner was free and easy, and like a man of the world's, which did not fail to make a certain impression on Madame Permaneder. The more so that he nearly always turned to her as he spoke. His tone was almost apologetic when he went into detail upon the grounds for his desire to purchase. "Room," he said. "We need more room. My house in Sand Street, you wouldn't believe it, my dear madam, nor you, Herr Senator, but in fact it is getting so small, we can't turn round in it. I'm not speaking of company. It only takes the family, and the Huneauses and the Mullendorfs, and my brother Moritz's family, and there we are, in fact, packed in like sardines. So then, well, why should we, you know?" He spoke in an almost fretful tone, while manner and gestures expressed, "You see for yourselves, there's no reason why I should put up with that sort of thing, when there is plenty of money to do what we like." "I thought of waiting," he went on, "till Zerlina and Bob should want a house. Then they could take mine, and I could find something larger for myself. But in fact, you know," he interrupted himself, "my daughter Zerlina has been engaged to Bob, my brother the attorney's eldest, for years. The wedding won't be put off much longer, 2 years at most. They are young, so much the better. Well, in fact, why should I wait for them and let slip a good chance when it offers? There would be no sense in that." Everybody agreed. The conversation paused for a while on the subject of the approaching wedding. Marriages, advantageous marriages, between first cousins were not uncommon in the town, and this one excited no disapproval. The plans of the young pair were inquired into, with reference to the wedding journey. They thought of going to the Riviera, to Nice, and so on. That was what they seemed to want to do, and why shouldn't they, you know? The younger children were mentioned, and the consul spoke of them with easy satisfaction, shrugging his shoulders. He himself had 5 children, and his brother Moritz had 4 sons and daughters. Yes, they were all flourishing, thanks. Why shouldn't they be, you know? In fact, they were all very well. And he came back to the growing up of the family and to their narrow quarters. "Yes, this is something else entirely," he said. "I've seen that already on the way upstairs. This house is a pearl, certainly a pearl, if you can compare anything so large with anything so small. Why, even the hangings here! I own up to having had my eye on the hangings all the time I've been talking. A most charming room, in fact. When I think that you have passed all your life in these surroundings, in fact—" "With some interruptions," said Frau Permaneder, in that extraordinarily throaty voice of which she sometimes availed herself. "Oh yes, interruptions," repeated the consul, with a civil smile. Then he glanced at Senator Buddenbrook and the broker, and as those gentlemen were in conversation together, he drew up his chair to Frau Permaneder's sofa, and leaned toward her, so that she felt his heavy breathing close under her nose. Being too polite to turn away, she sat as stiff and erect as possible, and looked down at him under her drooping lids. But he was quite unconscious of her discomfort. "Let me see, my dear Madame Permaneder," he said. "Seems to me we've done business together before now. In fact, what was it we were dickering over then?
Sweetmeats, wasn't it? Or tidbits of some sort? And now a whole house." "I don't remember," said Frau Permaneder. She held her neck as stiff as she could, for his face was really disgustingly, indecently near. "You don't remember?" "No, really, I don't remember anything at all about sweetmeats. I have a sort of hazy recollection of lemon buns with sausage on top, some disgusting sort of school luncheon. I don't know whether it was yours or mine. We were all children then. But this matter of the house is entirely Herr Gosch's affair. I have nothing to do with it." She gave her brother a quick, grateful look, for he had seen her need and come to her rescue, by asking if the gentlemen were ready to make the round of the house. They were quite ready, and took temporary leave of Frau Permaneder, expressing the hope of seeing her again when they had finished. The senator led the two gentlemen out through the dining-room. He took them upstairs and down, and showed them the rooms in the second story, as well as those on the corridor of the first, and the ground floor, including the kitchen and cellars. As the visit fell in business hours, they refrained from visiting the offices of the insurance company. But the new director was mentioned, and Consul Hagenstrom declared him to be a very honest chap, a remark which was received by the senator in silence. They went through the garden, lying bare and wretched under half-melting snow, looked at the portal, and returned to the laundry in the front courtyard, and thence by the narrow paved walk that led between walls to the back courtyard with the oak tree and the back building. Here there was nothing but old age, neglect, and dilapidation. Grass and moss grew between the paving stones, the steps were in a state of advanced decay, and they could only look into the billiard-room without entering, the floor was so bad, so the family of cats that lived there rent-free was not disturbed. Consul Hagenstrom said very little. He was obviously planning. "Well, yes," he kept saying as he looked and turned away, suggesting by his manner that in case he bought the house all this would of course be different. He stood with the same air on the ground floor of the back building and looked up at the empty attic. "Yes, well," he repeated, and set in motion the thick rotting cable with the rusty iron hook on the end that had been hanging there for years. Then he turned on his heel. "Best thanks for your trouble, Herr Senator," he said. "We're at the end, I suppose." He scarcely uttered a word on the rapid return to the front building, or later, when the two gentlemen paid their respects to Frau Permaneder in the landscape room, and the senator accompanied them down the steps and across the entry. But hardly had they said good-bye, and Consul Hagenstrom turned with his companion to walk down the street, when it was seen that a very lively conversation began at once between the two. The senator returned to the room where Frau Permaneder, with her severest manner, sat bolt upright in the window, knitting with two huge wooden needles a black worsted frock for her granddaughter Elizabeth, and now and then casting a glance into the gossip's glass. Thomas walked up and down a while in silence, with his hands in his trousers pockets. "Yes, we have put it in the broker's hands," he said at length. "We must wait and see what comes of it. My opinion is that he will buy the whole property, live here in the front, and utilize the back part in some other way." She did not look at him, or change her position, or cease to knit. On the contrary, the needles flew back and forth faster than ever. "Oh, certainly. Of course he'll buy it. He'll buy the whole thing," she said, and it was her throaty voice she used. "Why shouldn't he buy it, you know? In fact, there would be no sense in that at all."
She raised her eyebrows and looked severely through her pince-nez, which she now used for sewing, but never managed to put on straight, at her knitting needles. They flew like lightning round and round each other, clacking all the while. Christmas came, the first Christmas without the Frau Consul. They spent the evening of the 24th at the senator's house, without the old Krugers and without the Mrs. Buddenbrook, for the old Children's Day had now ceased to exist, and Thomas Buddenbrook did not feel like making presents to everybody who used to attend the Frau Consul's celebration. Only Frau Permenader and Erika, with little Elisabeth, Christian, Clotilde, and Mademoiselle Weichbrot, were invited. The latter insisted on holding the customary present-giving on the 25th in her own stuffy little rooms, where it was attended with the usual mishap. There was no troop of poor retainers to receive shoes and woolen underwear, and there were no choir boys when they assembled in Fisher's Lane on the 24th. They joined quite simply together in Holy Night, and Teresa Weichbrot read the Christmas chapter instead of the Frau Senator, who did not particularly care for such things. Then they went through the suite of rooms into the hall, singing in a subdued way the first stanza of "O Evergreen." There was no special ground for rejoicing. Nobody's face was beaming with joy. There was no lively conversation. What was there to talk about? They thought of the departed mother, discussed the sale of the house, and the well-lighted apartment which Frau Permenader had rented in a pleasant house outside Holsten Gate, with a view on the green square of Linden Place, and what would happen when Hugo Weinschenk came out of prison. At intervals little Johann played on the piano something which he had been learning with Herr Pfuhl, or accompanied his mother, not faultlessly, but with a lovely singing tone, in a Mozart sonata. He was praised and kissed, but had to be taken off to bed by Ida Jungmann, for he was pale and tired on account of a recent stomach upset. Even Christian was disinclined to talk or joke. After the violent altercation in the breakfast-room, he had not let fall another syllable about getting married. He lived on in the old way, on terms with his brother which were not very honourable to himself. He made a brief effort, rolling his eyes about, to awaken sympathy in the company for the misery in his side, went early to the club, and came back to supper, which was held after the prescribed traditions. And then the Buddenbrooks had this Christmas, too, behind them, and were glad of it. In the beginning of the year 1872, the household of the deceased Frau Consul was broken up. The servants went, and Frau Permenader thanked God to see the last of Mamselle Severin, who had continued to question her authority in the most unpleasant manner, and now departed with the silk gowns and linen which she had accumulated. Furniture wagons stood before the door, and the old house was emptied of its contents. The great carved chest, the gilt candelabra, and the other things that had fallen to his share, the senator took to his house in Fisher's Lane. Christian moved with his into a 3-room bachelor apartment near the club, and the little Permenader Weinschenk family took possession with theirs of the well-lighted flat in Linden Place, which was after all not without some claims to elegance. It was a pretty little apartment, and the front door of it had a bright copper plate with the name A. Permenader Buddenbrook, widow, in ornamental lettering. The house in Meng Street was hardly emptied when a host of workmen appeared and began to tear down the back building. The dust from the old mortar darkened the air. The property had passed into the hands of Consul Hermann Hagenstrom. He had set his heart upon it, and had outbid an offer which Sigismund Gosch received for it from Bremen. He immediately began to turn it to the best advantage, in the ingenious way for which he had been so long admired. In the spring he moved with his family into the front house, where he left everything almost untouched, save for the necessary renovations and certain very modern improvements. For instance, he had the old bell pulls taken out, and the house fitted throughout with electric bells. And hardly had the back building been demolished when a new, neat, and airy structure rose in its place, which fronted on Baker's Alley, and was intended for shops and warehouses. Frau Permaneder had frequently sworn to her brother that no power on earth could bring her ever to look at the parental home again. But it was hardly possible to carry out this threat. Her way sometimes led her, of necessity, past the shops which had been quickly and advantageously rented, and past the show windows of the back building, or the dignified gable front on the other side, where now, beneath the Dominus Providebit, was to be read the name of Consul Hermann Hagenstrom. When she saw that, Frau Permaneder, on the open street, before ever so many people, simply began to weep aloud. She put back her head like a bird beginning to sing, pressed her handkerchief to her eyes, uttered a wail of mingled protest and lament, and giving no heed to the passers-by or to the remonstrances of her daughter, gave her tears free vent. They were the unashamed, refreshing tears of her childhood, which she still retained, despite all the storms and shipwrecks of her life. End of section 85. Section 86 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Perry. Part 10, Chapter 1. Often, in an hour of depression, Thomas Buddenbrook asked himself what he was, or what there was about him, to make him think even a little better of himself than he did of his honest, limited, provincial fellow-burghers. The imaginative grasp, the brave idealism of his youth was gone. To work at his play, to play at his work, to bend an ambition that was half earnest, half whimsical, toward the accomplishment of aims that even to himself possessed but a symbolic value, for such blithe skepticism and such an enlightened spirit of compromise, a great deal of vitality is necessary, as well as a sense of humor, and Thomas Buddenbrook felt inexpressibly weary and disgusted. What there was in life for him to reach, he had reached. He was well aware that the high-water mark of his life, if that were a possible way to speak of such a commonplace, humdrum sort of existence, had long since passed. As for money matters, his estate was much reduced, and the business in general on the decline. Counting his mother's inheritance and his share of the Meng Street property, he was still worth more than 600,000 marks, but the working capital of the firm had lain fallow for years under the penny-wise policies of which the senator had complained at the time of the affair of the Pupenrada harvest. Since the blow he had then received, they had grown worse instead of better, until now, at a time when prospects were brighter than ever, when everybody was flushed with victory, the city had at last joined the customs union, and small retail firms all over the country were growing within a few years into large wholesale ones, the firm of Johann Buddenbrook rested on its oars and reaped no advantage from the favorable time. If the head of the firm were asked after his business, he would answer with a deprecating wave of the hand, "Oh, it's not much good these days." As a lively rival, a close friend of the Hagenstroms, once put it, Thomas Buddenbrook's function on the exchange was now largely decorative. The jest had for its point a jeer at the senator's carefully preserved and faultless exterior, and it was received as a masterpiece of wit by his fellow citizens. Thus the senator's services to the old firm were no longer what they had been in the time of his strength and enthusiasm, while his labors for the good of the community had, at the same time, reached a point where they were circumscribed by limitations from without. When he was elected to the Senate, in fact, he had reached those limitations. There were, thereafter, only places to keep, offices to hold, but nothing further that he could achieve, nothing but the present, the narrow reality, never any grandiose plans to be carried out in the future. He had, indeed, known how to make his position and his power mean more than others had made them mean in his place. Even his enemies did not deny that he was the burgomaster's right hand. But burgomaster himself, Thomas Buddenbrook could never become. He was a merchant, not a professional man. He had not taken the classical course at the gymnasium. He was not a lawyer. He had always done a great deal of historical and literary reading in his spare time, and he was conscious of being superior to his circle in mind and understanding, in inward as well as outward culture. So he did not waste much time in lamenting the lack of external qualifications which made it impossible for him to succeed to the first place in his little community. "How foolish we were," he said to Stefan Kistenmacher, but he really only meant himself by we, "that we went into the office so young and did not finish our schooling instead." And Stefan Kistenmacher answered, "You're right there, but how do you mean?" The senator now chiefly worked alone at the great mahogany writing desk in his private office. No one could see him there when he leaned his head on his hand and brooded with his eyes closed. But he preferred it also because the hair-splitting pedantries of Herr Marcus had become unendurable to him. The way the man forever straightened his writing materials and stroked his beard would in itself have driven Thomas Buddenbrook from his seat in the counting-room. The fussiness of the old man had increased with the years to a positive mania, but what made it intolerable to the senator was the fact that of late he had begun to notice something of the same sort in himself. He, who had once so hated all smallness and pettiness, was developing a pedantry which seemed to him the outgrowth of anybody else's character rather than his own. He was empty within. There was no stimulus, no absorbing task into which he could throw himself. But his nervous activity, his inability to be quiet, which was something entirely different from his father's natural and permanent fondness for work, had not lessened, but increased. It had indeed taken the upper hand and become his master. It was something artificial, a pressure on the nerves, a depressant, in fact, like the pungent little Russian cigarettes which he was perpetually smoking. This craving for activity had become a martyrdom, but it was dissipated in a host of trivialities. He was harassed by 1,000 trifles, most of which had actually to do with the upkeep of his house and his wardrobe, small matters which he could not keep in his head, over which he procrastinated out of disgust, and upon which he spent an entirely disproportionate amount of time and thought. What outsiders called his vanity had lately increased in a way of which he was himself ashamed, though he was without the power to shake off the habits he had formed. Nowadays it was 9 o'clock before he appeared to Herr Wenzel in his nightshirt after hours of heavy, unrefreshing sleep. and quite an hour and a half later before he felt himself ready and panoplied to begin the day, and would descend to drink his tea in the first story. His toilette was a ritual consisting of a succession of countless details which drove him half mad. From the cold douche in the bathroom to the last brushing of the last speck of dust off his coat and the last pressure of the tongs on his moustache. But it would have been impossible for him to leave his dressing-room with the consciousness of having neglected a single one of these details, for fear he might lose thereby his sense of immaculate integrity, which, however, would be dissipated in the course of the next hour and have to be renewed again. He saved in everything, so far as he could without subjecting himself to gossip. But he did not save where his clothes were concerned. He still had them made by the best Hamburg tailor, and spared no expense in the care and replenishing of his wardrobe. A spacious cabinet, like another room, was built into the wall of his dressing-room, and here, on long rows of hooks on wooden hangers, were coats, smoking jackets, frock coats, evening clothes, clothes for all occasions, all seasons, and all grades of formality. The carefully creased trousers were arranged on chairs beneath. The top of his chest of drawers was covered with combs, brushes, and toilet preparations for hair and beard, while within it was the supply of body linen of all possible kinds, which was constantly changed, washed, worn out, and renewed. He spent in this dressing-room not only the early hours of each morning, but also a long time before every dinner, every sitting of the Senate, every public appearance, in short, before every occasion on which he had to show himself among his fellow-men, even before the daily dinner with his wife, little Johann, and Ida Jungmann. And when he left it, the fresh underwear on his body, the faultless elegance of his clothing, the smell of the brilliantine on his moustache, and the cool, astringent taste of the mouthwash he used, all this gave him a feeling of satisfaction and adequacy like that of an actor who has adjusted every detail of his costume and make-up and now steps out upon the stage. And in truth, Thomas Buddenbrooks' existence was no different from that of an actor whose whole life has become one long production, which, but for a few brief hours for relaxation, consumes him unceasingly. In the absence of any ardent objective interest, his inward impoverishment oppressed him almost without any relief, with a constant dull chagrin, while he stubbornly clung to the determination to be worthily representative, to conceal his inward decline, and to preserve the dehors, whatever it cost him. All this made of his life, his every word, his every motion, a constant irritating pretense. And this state of things showed itself by peculiar symptoms and strange whims, which he observed with surprise and disgust. People who have no role to perform before the public, who do not conceive themselves as acting a part, but as standing unobserved to watch the performance of others, like to stand with the light at their backs. But Thomas Buddenbrook could not endure the feeling of standing in the shadow while the light streamed full upon the faces of those whom he wished to impress. He wanted this audience, before whom he was to act the role of a social light, a public orator, or a representative businessman, to stand before him in a confused and shadowy mass, while a blinding light played upon his own face. Only this gave him a feeling of separation and safety, an intoxicating sense of self-production, which was the atmosphere in which he achieved success. It had come to be the case that precisely this intoxication was the most bearable condition he knew. When he stood up at table, wine-glass in hand, to reply to a toast, with his charming manner, easy gestures, and witty turns of phrase, which struck unerringly home, and released waves of merriment down the length of the table, then he might feel, as well as seem, the Thomas Buddenbrook of former days. It was much harder to keep the mastery over himself when he was sitting idle. For then his weariness and disgust rose up within him, clouded his eyes, relaxed his bearing and his facial muscles. At such times he was possessed by one desire: to steal away, to be alone, to lie in silence, with his head resting on a cool pillow. Frau Permaneder had dined that evening in Fisher's Lane. She was the only guest, for her daughter, who was to have gone, had visited her husband that afternoon in the prison, and felt, as she usually did, exhausted and incapable of further effort, so she had stayed at home. Frau Antonia had spoken at table of the mental condition of her son-in-law, which it appeared was very bad, and the question arose whether one might not, with some hope of success, petition the Senate for a pardon. After dinner the three relatives sat in the living-room at the round table beneath the great gas-lamp. The Frau Senator bent her lovely face over some embroidery, and the gaslight lit up gleams in her dark hair. Frau Permaneder, with careful fingers, fastened an enormous red satin bow onto a tiny yellow basket, intended as a birthday present for a friend. Her glasses were stuck absolutely awry and useless on her nose. The senator sat with his legs crossed, partly turned away from the table, in a large upholstered easy-chair, reading the paper. He drew in the smoke of his Russian cigarette and let it out again in a light grey stream between his moustaches. It was a warm Sunday evening. The lofty window was open, and the lifeless, rather damp air flowed into the room. From where they sat at the table they could look between the grey gables of intervening houses at the stars and the slowly moving clouds. There was still light in Everson's little flower shop across the way. Further on in the quiet street a concertina was being played with a good many false notes, probably by the son of Dankfort, the driver. But sometimes the street was noisy with a troop of sailors, singing, smoking, arm in arm, going no doubt from one doubtful waterside public-house to another still more doubtful one, and obviously in a jovial mood. Their rough voices and swinging tread would die off down a cross street. The senator laid down his newspaper, put his glasses in his waistcoat pocket, and rubbed his hand over his eyes and forehead. "Feeble, very feeble indeed, this paper," he said. "I always think, when I read it, of what grandfather used to say about a dish that had no particular taste or consistency. It tastes as if you were hanging your tongue out of the window. 1, 2, 3, and you've finished with the whole stupid thing." "You are certainly right about that, Tom," said Frau Permaneder, letting fall her work and looking at her brother sidewise, past her glasses but not through them. "What is there in it? I've always said, ever since I was a mere slip of a girl, that this town paper is a wretched sheet. I read it too, of course, for want of a better one, but it isn't so very thrilling to hear that wholesale dealer Consul so-and-so is going to celebrate his silver wedding. We ought to read other papers, the Königsberg Gazette or the Rhenish Gazette. Then we'd—" She interrupted herself. She had taken up the paper as she spoke, and let her eye run contemptuously down the columns, but her glance was arrested by a short notice of 4 or 5 lines, which she read through, clutching her eyeglasses, her mouth slowly opening. Then she uttered 2 shrieks, with the palms of her hands pressed against her cheeks, and her elbows held out straight.
Oh, impossible! Impossible! Imagine your not seeing that at all. It is frightful. Oh, poor Armgard! It had to come to her like that."
Gerda had lifted her head from her work, and Thomas, startled, looked at his sister. Much upset, Frau Permenader read the notice aloud in a guttural, portentous tone. It came from Rostock, and it said that, the night before, Herr Ralph von Maibaum, owner of the Puppenrade estate, had committed suicide by shooting himself with a revolver in the study of the manor house. Pecuniary difficulties seem to have been the cause of the act. Herr von Maibaum leaves a wife and 3 children. She finished and let the paper fall in her lap, then leaned back and looked at her brother and sister with wide, piteous eyes. Thomas Buddenbrook had turned away while he listened, and looked past his sister between the portieres into the dark salon. "With a revolver?" he asked, after silence had reigned some 2 minutes. And then, after another pause, he said in a low voice, slowly and mockingly, "That is the nobility for you." Then he fell again to musing, and the rapidity with which he drew the ends of his moustaches through his fingers was in remarkable contrast to the vacant fixity of his gaze. He did not listen to the lamentations of his sister, or to her speculations on what poor Armgard would do now. Nor did he notice that Gerda, without turning her head in his direction, was fixing him with a searching and steady gaze from her close-set, blue-shadowed eyes. End of section 86. Section 87 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 10, Chapter 2. Thomas Buddenbrook did not contemplate the future of little Johann with the weary dejection which was now his settled mood when he thought about his own life and his own end. The family feeling which led him to cherish the past history of his house extended itself even more strongly into its future, and he was influenced, too, by the loving and expectant curiosity concentrated upon his son by his family and his friends and acquaintances, even by the Buddenbrook ladies in Broad Street. He said to himself that, however hopeless and thwarted he himself felt, he was still, wherever his son was concerned, capable of inexhaustible streams of energy, endurance, achievement, success. Yes, that at this one spot his chilled and artificial life could still be warmed into a genuine and glowing warmth of hopes and fears and affections. Perhaps, some day, it would be granted to him to look back upon his past from a quiet corner and watch the renaissance of the old time, the time of Hanno's great-grandfather. Was such a hope, after all, entirely vain? He had felt that the music was his enemy, but it had almost begun to look as if it had no such important bearing upon the situation. Granted that the child's fondness for improvising without notes was evidence of a not quite common gift, in the systematic lessons with Herr Pfuhl he had not showed by any means extraordinary progress. The preoccupation with music was no doubt due to his mother's influence, and it was not surprising that during his early years this influence had been preponderant. But the time was close at hand when it would be the father's turn to influence his son, to draw him over to his side, to neutralize the feminine influence by introducing a masculine one in its place. and the senator determined not to let any such opportunities pass without improving them. Hanno was now 11 years old. The preceding Easter he had, by the skin of his teeth and by dint of 2 extra examinations in mathematics and geography, been passed into the 4th form, as had likewise his young friend Count Muln. It had been settled that he should attend the mercantile side of the school, for it went without saying that he would be a merchant and take over the family business. When his father asked him if he felt any inclination toward his future career, he answered yes, a simple, unadorned, embarrassed yes, which the senator tried to make a little more convincing by asking leading questions, but mostly without success. If the senator had had 2 sons, he would assuredly have allowed the second to go through the gymnasium and study. But the firm demanded a successor. And besides, he was convinced he was doing the boy a kindness in relieving him of the unnecessary Greek. He was of opinion that the mercantile course was the easier to master, and that Hanno would therefore come through with greater credit and less strain if he took it, considering his defects, his slowness of comprehension, his absent, dreaming ways, and his physical delicacy, which often obliged him to be absent from school. If little Johann Buddenbrook were to achieve the position in life to which he was called, they must be mindful, before everything else, by care and cherishing on the one hand, by sensible toughening on the other, to strengthen his far from robust constitution. Hanno had grown sturdier in the past year, but despite his blue sailor suit, he still looked a little strange in the playground of the school, by contrast with the blonde Scandinavian type that predominated there. He now wore his brown hair parted on the side and brushed away from his white forehead. But it still inclined to fall in soft ringlets over the temples, and his eyes were as golden brown as ever, and as veiled with their brown lashes. His legs in long black stockings, and his arms, in the loose quilted blue sleeves of his suit, were small and soft, like a girl's, and he had, like his mother, the blue shadows under his eyes. And still, in those eyes, especially when they gave a side glance, as they often did, there was that timid and defensive look, while the mouth closed with the old woebegone expression which he had had even as a baby, or went slightly crooked when he explored the recesses of his mouth for a defective tooth. And there would come upon his face when he did this a look as if he were cold. Dr. Langhaus had now entirely taken over Dr. Grabo's practice, and had become the Buddenbrook family physician. From him they learned the reason why the child's skin was so pale and his strength so inadequate. It seemed that Hanno's organism did not produce red corpuscles in sufficient number. But there was a remedy for this defect, cod-liver oil, which, accordingly, Dr. Langhaus prescribed in great quantities, good, thick, greasy, yellow cod-liver oil, to be taken from a porcelain spoon twice a day. The senator gave the order, and Ida Jungmann, with stern affection, saw it carried out. In the beginning, to be sure, Hanno threw up after each spoonful. His stomach seemed to have a prejudice against the good cod-liver oil. But he got used to it in the end, and if you held your breath and chewed a piece of rye bread immediately after, the nausea was not so severe. His other troubles were all consequent upon this lack of red corpuscles, it appeared. Secondary phenomena, Dr. Langhaus called them, looking at his fingernails. But it was necessary to attack these other enemies ruthlessly. As for the teeth, for these Herr Brecht and his Josephus lived in Mill Street. to take care of them, to fill them, when necessary to extract them. And for the digestion there was castor oil, thick, clear castor oil that slipped down your throat like a lizard, after which you smelled and tasted it for 3 days, sleeping and waking. Oh, why were all these remedies of such surpassing nastiness? One single time Hanno had been rather ill, and his heart action had shown unusual irregularity. Dr. Longhals had, with some misgiving, prescribed a remedy which little Hanno had actually enjoyed, and which had done him a world of good. These were arsenic pills. But however much he asked to have the dose repeated, for he felt almost a yearning for those sweet, soothing little pills, Dr. Longhals never prescribed them again. Castor oil and cod-liver oil were excellent things, but Dr. Longhals was quite at one with the senator in the view that they could not of themselves make a sound and sturdy citizen of little Johann if he did not do his part. There was gymnasium drill once a week in the summer out on the castle field, where the youth of the city were given the opportunity to develop their strength and courage, their skill and presence of mind, under the guidance of Herr Fritzsche, the drill master. But to his father's annoyance, Hanno showed a distinct distaste for the manly sports, a silent, pronounced, almost haughty opposition. Why was it that he cared so little for playmates of his own class and age, with whom he would have to live, and was forever sticking about with this little unwashed Kai, who was a good child, of course, but not precisely a proper friend for the future? Somehow or other a boy must know from the beginning how to gain the confidence and respect of his comrades, upon whose good opinion of him he will be dependent for the rest of his life. There were, on the other hand, the 2 sons of Consul Hagenstrom, 2 fine strapping boys, 12 and 14 years old, strong and full of spirits, who instituted prize fights in the neighboring woods, were the best gymnasts in the school, swam like otters, smoked cigars, and were ready for any deviltry. They were popular, feared, and respected. Their cousins, the 2 sons of Dr. Moritz Hagenstrom, the state attorney, were of a more delicate build and gentler ways. They distinguished themselves in scholarship, and were model pupils, zealous, industrious, quiet, attentive, devoured by the ambition to bring home a report card marked number 1. They achieved their ambition, and were respected by their stupider and lazier colleagues. But, not to speak of his masters, what must his fellow pupils think of Hanno, who was not only a very mediocre scholar, but a weakling into the bargain, who tried to get out of everything for which a scrap of courage, strength, skill, and energy were needed? When Senator Buddenbrooks passed the little balcony on his way to his dressing-room, he would hear from Hanno's room, which was the middle one of the 3 on that floor, since he had grown too large to sleep with Ida Jungmann, the notes of the harmonium, or the hushed and mysterious voice of Kai, Count Muln, telling a story. Kai avoided the drill classes because he detested the discipline which had to be observed there. "No, Hanno," he said, "I'm not going. Are you? Deuce take it. Anything that would be any fun is forbidden." Expressions like "deuce take it" he got from his father. Hanno answered, "If Herr Fritzsche ever one single day smelled of anything but beer and sweat, I might consider it. Don't talk about it, Kai. Go on. Tell that one about the ring you got out of the bog. You didn't finish it." "Very good," said Kai. "But when I nod, then you must play." And he went on with his story. If he was to be believed, He had once, on a warm evening, in a strange, unrecognizable region, slid down a slippery, immeasurable cliff, at the foot of which, by the flickering, livid light from will-o'-the-wisps, he saw a black marsh, from which silvery bubbles mounted with a hollow, gurgling sound. One of these bubbles, which kept coming up near the bank, took the form of a ring when it burst, and he had succeeded in seizing it, after long and dangerous efforts, after which it burst no more, but remained in his grasp, a firm and solid ring which he put on his finger. He rightly ascribed unusual powers to this ring, for by its help he climbed up the slippery cliff, and saw, a little way off in the rosy mist, a black castle. It was guarded to the teeth, but he had forced an entrance, always by the help of the ring, and performed miracles of rescue and deliverance. All this Hanno accompanied with sweet chords on his harmonium. Sometimes, if the difficulties were not too great, these stories were acted in the marionette theatre to musical accompaniment. But Hanno attended the drill class only on his father's express command, and then Kai went too. It was the same with the skating in the winter-time, and with the bathing in summer at the wooden bathing establishment of Herr Asmussen, down on the river. Bathing and swimming. Let the boy have bathing and swimming. He must bathe and swim, Dr. Longhals had said, and the senator was entirely of the same opinion. But Hanno had a reason for absenting himself from the bathing, as well as from the skating and the drill class. The two sons of Consul Hagenstrom, who took part in all such exercises with great skill and credit, singled Hanno out at once. And though they lived in his own grandmother's house, that fact did not prevent them from making his life miserable. They lost no opportunity of tormenting him. At drill they pinched him and derided him. They rolled him in the dirty snow at the ice rink, and in the water they came up to him with horrid noises. Hanno did not try to escape. It would have been useless anyhow. He stood with his girlish arms up to his middle in the turbid water of the pool, which had large patches of duckweed growing on it, and awaited his tormentors with a scowl, a dark look, and twisted lips. They, sure of their prey, came on with long splashing strides. They had muscular arms, these two young Hagenstroms, and they clutched him round his body and ducked him a good long time, so that he swallowed rather a lot of the dirty water and gasped for breath a long time after. One single time he was a little avenged. One afternoon the two Hagenstroms were holding him down under the water, when one of them suddenly gave a shriek of pain and fury, and lifted his plump leg, from which drops of blood were oozing. Beside him rose the head of Kai, Count Muln, who had somehow got hold of the price of admission, swum up invisible in the water, and bitten young Hagenstrom, bitten with all his teeth into his leg, like a furious little dog. His blue eyes flashed through the red blonde hair that hung down wet all over his face. He paid richly for the deed, did the little count, and left the swimming-pool much the worse for the encounter. But Consul Hagenstrom's son limped perceptibly when he went home. Nourishing remedies and physical exercise were the basis of the treatment calculated to turn Senator Buddenbrooks' son into a strong and healthy lad. But no less painstakingly did the senator strive to influence his mind, and give him lively impressions of the practical world in which he was to live. He began gradually to introduce him into the sphere of his future activities. He took him on business expeditions down to the harbor, and let him stand by on the quay while he spoke to the dockers in a mixture of Danish and dialect, or gave orders to the men, who with hollow long-drawn cries were hauling up the sacks to the granary floor. He took him into dark little warehouse offices to confer with superintendents. All this life of the harbors, ships, sheds, and granaries, where it smelled of butter, fish, sea-water, tar, and greasy iron, had been, to Thomas Buddenbrook from childhood up, the most fascinating thing on earth. But his son gave no spontaneous expression of his own enchantment with the sight, and so the father was fain to arouse it in him. "What are the names of the boats that ply to Copenhagen? The Naiad, the Halmstadt, the Friederike Uverdyk. Why, if you know those, my son, at least that's something. You'll soon learn the others. Some of those people over there hauling up the grain have the same name as you. They were named after your grandfather, as you were, and their children are often named after me or mamma. We give them little presents every year. Now, this next granary, we don't stop at it. We go past and don't talk to the men. It is a rival business." "Should you like to come, Hanno?" he said another time. "There is a ship of our line being launched today, and I shall christen it. Do you want to go?" And Hanno signified that he wanted to go. He went with his father, listened to his speech, and saw him break a bottle of champagne on the prow of the ship, saw how she glided down the ways, which had been smeared with green soap, and into the water. On certain days of the year, as New Year's and Palm Sunday, when there were confirmations, Senator Buddenbrook drove out on a round of visits to particular houses in which he had social relations. His wife did not like these visits, and excused herself on the ground of headache and nervousness, so Hanno would be asked to go along in her place, and here, too, he signified his desire to go. He climbed into the carriage beside his father, and sat silent by his side in the reception rooms, watching his easy, tactful, assured, and carefully graduated manner toward their hosts. He heard District Commander Colonel Herr von Rinlingen tell his father how greatly he appreciated the honor of his visit, and saw how his father, in reply, put on an air of amiable depreciation, and laid his arm an instant across the colonel's shoulders. In another place the same remark was made, and he received it with quiet seriousness, and in a third with an ironically exaggerated compliment in return. All this with a floridity of speech and gesture which he obviously liked to produce for the admiration of his son, and from which he promised himself the most edifying results. But the little boy saw more than he should have seen. The shy gold-brown, blue shadowy eyes observed too well. He saw not only the unerring charm which his father exercised upon everybody, he saw as well, with strange and anguished penetration, how cruelly hard it was upon him. He saw how his father, paler and more silent after each visit, would lean back in his corner of the carriage with closed eyes and reddened eyelids. He realized with a sort of horror that on the threshold of the next house a mask would glide over his face, a galvanized activity take hold of the weary frame. Thus the visits, the social intercourse with one's kind, instead of giving little Johann quite simply the idea that one has practical interests in common with one's fellow men, which one looks after oneself, expecting others to do the same, appeared to him like an end in themselves. Instead of straightforward and single-minded participation in the common business, he saw his father perform an artificial and complicated part, by dint of a fearful effort and an exaggerated consuming virtuosity. And when he thought that some day he should be expected to perform the same part under the gaze of the whole community, Hanno shut his eyes and shivered with rebellion and disgust. Ah, that was not the effect Thomas Buddenbrook looked for from the influence of his own personality upon his sons. What he had hoped to do was to stimulate self-confidence in the boy and a sense of the practical side of life. This was what he had in mind, and nothing else. "You seem to enjoy good living, my boy," said he, when Hanno asked for a second portion of the sweet, or a half-cup of coffee after dinner. "Why, then you must become a merchant, and earn a lot of money. Should you like to do that?" Little Johann said he would. Sometimes when the family were invited to dinner, Aunt Antonia or Uncle Christian would begin to tease Aunt Clotilde, and imitate her meek, drawling accents. Then little Johann, stimulated by the heavy red wine which they gave him, would ape his elders, and make some remarks to Aunt Clotilde in the same vein. And then how Thomas Buddenbrook would laugh! He would give a loud, hearty, jovial roar, like a man put in high spirits by some unexpected piece of good luck, and join in on his son's side against poor Aunt Clotilde, though for his own part he had long since given up these witticisms at the expense of his poor relative. It was so easy, so safe, to tease poor, limited, modest, lean, and hungry Clotilde, that, harmless though it was, he felt it rather beneath him. But he wished he did not, for it was the same story over again. Too many considerations, too many scruples. Why must he be forever opposing these scruples against the hard practical affairs of life? Why could he never learn that it was possible to grasp a situation, to see around it, as it were, and still to turn it to one's own advantage without any feeling of shame? For precisely this, he said to himself, is the essence of a capacity for practical life. And thus, how happy, how delighted, how hopeful he felt whenever he saw even the least small sign in little Johann of a capacity for practical life. End of section 87. Section 88 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 10, Chapter 3. The extended summer trip, which had once been customary with the Buddenbrooks, had now been given up for some years. Indeed, when the Frau Senator, in the previous spring, had wished to make her old father in Amsterdam a visit and play a few duets with him, the senator had given his consent rather curtly. But it had become the rule for Gerda, little Johann, and Fräulein Jungmann to spend the holidays at the Kurhaus in Travemünde, for the sake of Hanno's health. Summer holidays at the seashore. Did anybody really understand the joy of that? After the dragging monotony and worry of the endless school terms, came 4 weeks of peaceful, carefree seclusion, full of the good smell of seaweed and the whispering of the gentle surf. 4 weeks! At the beginning it seemed endless. You could not believe that it would end. It was almost indelicate to suggest such a thing. Little Johann could not comprehend the crudity of a master who could say, "After the holidays we shall take up our work at this or that point." After the holidays! He appeared to be already rejoicing in the thought, this strange man in the shiny worsted suit. After the holidays! What a thought! And how far, far off in the grey distance lay everything that was on the other side of the holidays, on the other side of those 4 weeks. The inspection of the school report, with its record of examinations well or badly got through, would be at last over, and the journey in the overcrowded carriage. Hanno would wake the first morning in his room at the Kurhaus, in one of the Swiss cottages that were united by a small gallery to the main building and the pastry shop. He would have a vague feeling of happiness that mounted in his brain and made his heart contract. He would open his eyes and look with eager pleasure at the old-fashioned furniture of the clean little room. A moment of dazed and sleepy bliss. Then he would be conscious that he was in Travemünde, for 4 immeasurable weeks in Travemünde. He did not stir. He lay on his back in the narrow yellow wooden bed, the linen of which was extremely thin and soft with age. He even shut his eyes again and felt his chest rising in deep, slow breaths of happy anticipation. The room lay in yellow daylight that came in through the striped blind. Everything was still. Mamma and Ida Jungmann were asleep. Nothing was to be heard but a measured, peaceful sound, which meant that the boy was raking the gravelled paths of the Kur garden below, and the buzzing of a fly that had got between the blind and the window and was storming the pane. You could see his shadow shooting about in long zigzag lines. Peace. Only the sound of the rake and the dull buzzing noise. This gently animated quiet filled little Johann with a priceless sensation, the feeling of quiet, well cared for, elegant repose, which was the atmosphere of the resort, and which he loved better than anything else. Thank God, none of the shiny worsted coats who were the chosen representatives of grammar and the rule of 3 on this earth was in the least likely to come here, for here it was rather exclusive and expensive. An access of joy made him spring up and run barefoot to the window. He put up the blind and unfastened the white-painted hook of the window, and as he opened it the fly escaped and flew away over the flower-beds and the gravelled paths. The music pavilion, standing in a half-circle of beech-trees opposite the building, was still empty and quiet. The Leuchten field, which took its name from the lighthouse that stood on it, somewhere off to the right, stretched its extent of short, sparse grass under the pale sky to a point where the grass passed into a growth of tall, coarse water plants. And then came the sand, with its rows of little wooden huts and tall wicker beech chairs looking out to the sea. It lay there, the sea, in peaceful morning light, striped blue and green, and a steamer came in from Copenhagen between the 2 red buoys that marked its course, and one did not need to know whether it was the Naiad or the Friederike Uverdiek. Hanno Buddenbrook drew in a deep, quiet, blissful breath of the spicy air from the sea and greeted her tenderly, with a loving, speechless, grateful look. Then the day began. The first of those paltry 28 days, which seemed in the beginning like an eternity of bliss, and which flew by with such desperate haste after the first 2 or 3. They breakfasted on the balcony or under the great chestnut tree near the children's playground where the swing hung. Everything, the smell of the freshly washed tablecloth when the waiter shook it out, the tissue paper serviettes, the unaccustomed bread, the eggs they ate out of little metal cups with ordinary spoons instead of bone ones like those at home, all this and everything enchanted little Johann. And all that followed was so easy and carefree, such a wonderfully idle and protected life. There was the forenoon on the beach, while the Kurhaus band gave its morning programme. The lying and resting at the foot of the beech chair, the delicious dreamy play with the soft sand that did not make you dirty, while you let your eyes rove idly and lose themselves in the green and blue infinity beyond. There was the air that swept in from that infinity, strong, free, wild, gently sighing and deliciously scented. It seemed to enfold you round, to veil your hearing, and make you pleasantly giddy, and blessedly submerge all consciousness of time and space. And the bathing here was a different affair altogether from that in Herr Asmussen's establishment. There was no duckweed here, and the light green water foamed away in crystalline clearness when you stirred it up. Instead of a slimy wooden floor, there was soft sand to caress the foot. And Consul Hagenström's sons were far away, in Norway or the Tyrol. The consul loved to make an extended journey in the holidays, and why shouldn't he? A walk followed, to warm oneself up along the beach to Seagull Rock or Ocean Temple. A little lunch by the beach chair. Then the time came to go up to one's room for an hour's rest before making a toilette for the table d'hôte. The table d'hôte was very gay, for this was a good season at the baths, and the great dining-room was filled with acquaintances of the Buddenbrooks, Hamburg families, and even some Russians and English people. A black-clad gentleman sat at a tiny table and served the soup out of a silver tureen. There were 4 courses, and the food tasted nicer and more seasoned than that at home, and many people drank champagne. These were the single gentlemen who did not allow their business to keep them chained in town all the week, and who got up some little games of roulette after dinner. Consul Peter Duhlmann, who had left his daughter at home, and told such extremely funny stories that the ladies from Hamburg laughed till their sides ached, and they begged him for mercy. Senator Dr. Kramer, the old superintendent of police. Uncle Christian and his friend Dr. Giesecke, who was also without his family, and paid everything for Uncle Christian. After dinner the grown-ups drank coffee under the awnings of the pastry shop, and the band played, and Hanno sat on a chair close to the steps of the pavilion, and listened unwearied. He was settled for the afternoon. There was a shooting gallery in the Kur garden, and at the right of the Swiss cottage were the stables, with horses and donkeys, and the cows whose foaming, fragrant milk one drank warm every evening. One could go walking in the little town or along the front. One could go out to the Prival in a boat and look for amber on the beach, or play croquet in the children's playground, or listen to Ida Jungmann reading aloud, sitting on a bench on the wooded hillside where hung the great bell for the table d'hôte. But best of all was it to go back to the beach and sit in the twilight on the end of the breakwater, with your face turned to the open horizon. Great ships passed by, and you signalled them with your handkerchief, and you listened to the little waves slapping softly against the stones, and the whole space about you was filled with a soft and mighty sighing. It spoke so benignly to little Johann. It bade him close his eyes. It told him that all was well. But just then Ida would say, "Come, little Hanno, it's supper time. We must go. If you were to sit here and go to sleep, you'd die." How calm his heart felt, how evenly it beat after a visit to the sea. Then he had his supper in his room, for his mother ate later down in the glass veranda, and drank milk or malt extract, and lay down in his little bed between the soft old linen sheets, and almost at once sleep overcame him, and he slept to the subdued rhythm of the evening concert and the regular pulsations of his quiet heart. On Sunday the senator appeared with the other gentlemen who had stayed in town during the week, and remained until Monday morning. Ices and champagne were served at the table d'hôte, and there were donkey rides and sailing parties out to the open sea. Still, little Johann did not care much for these Sundays. The peaceful isolation of the bathing place was broken in upon. A crowd of townsfolk, good middle-class trippers, Ida Jungmann called them, populated the Kur garden and crowded the beach, drank coffee and listened to the music. Hanno would have liked to stay in his room until these killjoys in their Sunday clothes went away again. No, he was glad when everything returned to its regular course on Monday, and he felt relieved to feel his father's eyes no more upon him. 2 weeks had passed, and Hanno said to himself, and to everyone who would listen to him, that there was still as much time left as the whole of the Michaelmas holidays amounted to. It consoled him to say this, but after all it was a specious consolation, for the crest of the holidays had been reached, and from now on they were going downhill, so quickly, so frightfully quickly, that he would have liked to cling to every moment, not to let it escape, to lengthen every breath he drew of the sea air, to taste every second of his joy. But the time went on, relentless. In rain and sun, sea wind and land wind, long spells of brooding warmth and endless noisy storms that could not get away out to sea and went on for ever so long. There were days on which the northeast wind filled the bay with dark green floods, covered the beach with seaweed, mussels, and jellyfish, and threatened the bathing huts. The turbid, heavy sea was covered far and wide with foam. The mighty waves came on in awful, awe-inspiring calm, and the underside of each was a sharp metallic green. Then they crashed with an ear-splitting roar, hissing and thundering along the sand. There were other days when the west wind drove back the sea for a long distance, exposing a gently rolling beach and naked sandbanks everywhere, while the rain came down in torrents. Heaven, earth, and sea flowed into each other, and the driving wind carried the rain against the panes, so that not drops but rivers flowed down and made them impossible to see through. Then Hanno stayed in the salon of the Kurhaus and played on the little piano that was used to play waltzes and schottisches for the balls, and was not so good for improvising on as the piano at home. Still, one could sometimes get amusing effects out of its muffled and clacking keys. And there were still other days, dreamy, blue, windless, broodingly warm, when the blue flies buzzed in the sun above the Leuchtenfield, and the sea lay silent and like a mirror, without stir or breath. When there were only 3 days left, Hanno said to himself, and to everybody else, that the time remaining was just as long as a Whitsuntide holiday. But, incontestable as this reckoning was, it did not convince even himself. He knew now that the man in the worsted coat was right, and that they would, in very truth, begin again where they had left off, and go on to this and that. The laden carriage stood before the door. The day had come. Early in the morning Hanno had said good-bye to sea and strand. Now he said it to the waiters as they received their fees, to the music pavilion, the rose-beds, and the whole long summer as well. And amid the bows of the hotel servants the carriage drove off. They passed the avenue that led to the little town, and rolled along the front. Ida Jungmann sat, white-haired, bright-eyed, and angular, opposite Hanno on the back seat, and he squeezed his head into the corner and looked past her out of the window. The morning sky was overcast. The Trava was full of little waves that hurried before the wind. Now and then raindrops spattered the pane. At the farther end of the front, people sat before their house doors and mended nets.
Barefoot children ran past and stared inquisitively at the occupants of the carriage. They did not need to go away. As they left the last houses behind, Hanno bent forward once more to look after the lighthouse. Then he leaned back and closed his eyes. "We'll come back again next year, darling," Ida Jungmann said in her grave, soothing voice. It needed only that to make Hanno's chin tremble and the tears run down beneath his long dark lashes. His face and hands were brown from the sea air. But if his stay at the baths had been intended to harden him, to give him more resistance, more energy, more endurance, then it had failed of its purpose, and Hanno himself was aware of this lamentable fact. These 4 weeks of sheltered peace and adoration of the sea had not hardened him. They had made him softer than ever, more dreamy and more sensitive. He would be no better able to endure the rigors of Herr Tietge's class. The thought of the rules and history dates which he had to get by heart had not lost its power to make him shudder. He knew the feeling too well, and how he would fling them away in desperation and go to bed, and suffer next day the torments of the unprepared. And he would be exactly as much afraid of catastrophes at the recitation hour, of his enemies the Hagenstroms, and of his father's injunctions not to be faint-hearted, whatever else he was. But he felt cheered a little by the fresh morning drive through flooded country roads amid the twitterings of birds. He thought of seeing Kai again, and Herr Pfuhl, of his music lessons, the piano, and his harmonium. And as the morrow was Sunday, a whole day still intervened between him and the first lesson hour. He could feel a few grains of sand from the beach still inside his buttoned boot. How lovely! He would ask old Grobleben to leave them there. Let it all begin again. The worsted coats, the Hagenstroms, and the rest. He had what he had. When the waves of tribulation went over him once more, he would think of the sea, and of the Kurgarten, and of the sound made by the little waves coming hither out of the mysterious, slumbering distance. One single memory of the sound they made as they plashed against the breakwater could make him oppose an invincible front to all the pains and penalties of his life. Then came the ferry, and Israelsdorfer Avenue, Jerusalem Hill, and the Castle Field, on the right side of which rose the walls of the prison where Uncle Weinschenk was. Then the carriage rolled along Castle Street and over the Coburg, crossed Broad Street, and braked down the steep decline of Fisher's Lane. There was the red house front with the bow window, and the white caryatides, and as they went from the midday warmth of the street into the coolness of the stone-flagged entry, the senator, with his pen in hand, came out of the office to greet them. Slowly, slowly, with secret tears, little Johann learned to live without the sea, to lead an existence that was frightened and bored by turns, to keep out of the way of the Hagenstroms, to console himself with Kai and Herr Pfuhl and his music. The Broad Street Buddenbrooks and Aunt Clotilde, directly they saw him again, asked him how he liked school after the holidays. They asked it teasingly, with that curiously superior and slighting air which grown people assume toward children, as if none of their affairs could possibly be worthy of serious consideration. But Hannah was proof against their questions. 3 or 4 days after the homecoming, Dr. Langhals, the family physician, appeared in Fisher's Lane to observe the results of the cure. He had a long consultation with the Frau Senator, and then Hanno was summoned and put, half undressed, through a long examination of his status praesens, as Dr. Langhals called it, looking at his fingernails.
He tested Hanno's heart action, and measured his chest and his lamentable muscular development. He inquired particularly after all his functions, and lastly, with a hypodermic syringe, took a drop of blood from Hanno's slender arm to be tested at home. He seemed in general not very well satisfied. "We've got rather brown," he said, putting his arm around Hanno as he stood before him. He arranged his small black felled hand upon the boy's shoulder, and looked up at the Frau Senator and Ida Jungmann. "But we still look very down in the mouth." "He is homesick for the sea," said Gerda Buddenbrook. "Oh, so you like being there?" asked Dr. Longhals, looking with his shallow eyes into Hanno's face. Hanno coloured. What did Dr. Longhals mean by his question, to which he plainly expected an answer? A fantastic hope rose up in him, inspired by the belief that nothing was impossible to God, despite all the worsted-coated men there were in the world. "Yes," he brought out, with his wide eyes full upon Dr. Longhals. But, after all, it seemed the physician had nothing particular in mind when he asked the question. "Well, the effect of the bathing and the good air is bound to show itself in time," Dr. Longhals said. He tapped little Johann on the shoulder, and then put him away, with a nod toward the Frau Senator and Ida Jungmann, a superior, benevolent nod, the nod of the omniscient physician, used to have people hanging on his lips. He got up, and the consultation was at an end. It was Aunt Antonia who best understood his yearning for the sea, and the wound in his heart that healed so slowly and was so likely to bleed afresh under the strain of everyday life. Aunt Antonia loved to hear him talk about Travemünde, and entered freely into his longings and enthusiasm. "Yes, Hanno," she said, "the truth is the truth, and Travemünde is and always will be a beautiful spot. Till I go down to my grave, I shall remember the weeks I spent there when I was a slip of a girl, and such a silly young girl. I lived with people I was fond of, and who seemed to care for me. I was a pretty young thing in those days, though I'm an old woman now, and full of life and high spirits. They were splendid people, I can tell you, respectable and kind-hearted and straight-thinking, and they were cleverer and better educated, too, than any I've known since, and they had more enthusiasm. Yes, my life seemed very full when I lived with them, and I learned a great deal which I've never forgotten, information, beliefs, opinions, ways of looking at things. If other things hadn't interfered, as all sorts of things did, the way life does, you know, I might have learned a great deal more from them. Shall I tell you how silly I was in those days? I thought I could get the pretty star out of the jellyfish, and I carried a quantity home with me and spread them in the sun on the balcony to dry. But when I looked at them again, of course there was nothing but a big wet spot and a smell of rotten seaweed. End of section 88. Section 89 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 10, Chapter 4. In the beginning of the year 1873, the Senate pardoned Hugo Weinschenck, and the former director left prison 6 months before his time was up. Frau Permenader, if she had told the truth, would have admitted that she was not so very glad. She had been living peacefully with her daughter and granddaughter in Linden Place, and had for society the house in Fisher's Lane and her friend Armgard von Maibaum, who had lived in the town since her husband's death. Frau Antonia had long been aware that there was no place for her outside the walls of her native city. She had her Munich memories, her weak digestion, and an increasing need of quiet and repose, and she felt not the least inclination to move to a large city of the united fatherland, still less to migrate to another country. "My dear child," she said to her daughter, "I must ask you something very serious. Do you still love your husband with your whole heart? Would you follow him with your child wherever he went in the wide world, as unfortunately it is not possible for him to remain here?" And Frau Erika Weinschenk, amid tears that might have meant anything at all, replied just as dutifully as Tony herself, in similar circumstances, had once replied to the same question in the villa outside Hamburg. So it was necessary to contemplate a parting in the near future. On a day almost as dreadful as the day when he had been arrested, Frau Permaneder brought her son-in-law from the prison in a closed carriage to her house in Linden Place. And there he stayed, after he had greeted his wife and child in a dazed, helpless way, in the room that had been prepared for him, smoking from early to late, without going out, without even taking his meals with his family, a broken, grey-haired man. He had always had a very strong constitution, and the prison life could hardly have impaired his physical health, but his condition was none the less pitiable in the extreme. This man had, in all probability, done no more than his business colleagues did every day and thought nothing of. If he had not been caught, he would have gone on his way with head erect and conscience clear. Yet it was dreadful to see how his ruin as a citizen, the judicial correction, and the 3 years' imprisonment had operated to break down his morale. His testimony before the court had been given with the most sincere conviction, and people who understood the technicalities of the case supported his contention that he had merely executed a bold manoeuvre for the credit of his firm and himself, a manoeuvre known in the business world as usance. The lawyers who had convicted him knew, in his opinion, nothing whatever about such things, and lived in quite a different world. But their conviction, endorsed by the governing power of the state, had shattered his self-esteem to such a degree that he could not look anybody in the face. Gone was his elastic tread, the way he had of wriggling at the waist of his frock-coat and balancing with his fists and rolling his eyes about. Gone was the ignorant self-assurance with which he had delivered his uninformed opinions and put his questions. The change was such that his family shuddered at it, and indeed it was frightful to see such cowardice, dejection, and lack of self-respect. Herr Hugo Weinschenk spent 8 or 10 days doing nothing but smoking. Then he began to read the papers and write letters. The consequence of the letters was that after another 8 or 10 days he explained vaguely that there seemed to be a position for him in London, whither he wished to travel alone to arrange matters personally, and then to send for wife and child. Accompanied by Erika, he drove to the station in a closed carriage, and departed without having once seen any other members of the family. Some days later a letter addressed to his wife arrived from Hamburg. It said that he had made up his mind not to send for his wife and child, or even to communicate with them, until such time as he could offer them a life fitting for them to live. And this letter was the very last sign of life from Hugo Weinschenk. No one from then henceforward heard anything from him. The experienced Frau Permaneder made several energetic attempts to get into touch with him, in order, as she importantly explained, to get evidence upon which to sue him for divorce on the ground of wilful desertion. but he was and remained missing. And thus it came about that Erika Weinschenk and her small daughter Elisabeth remained now, as before, with Erika's mother, in the light and airy apartment in Linden Place. End of section 89. Section 90 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 10, Chapter 5. The marriage, of which little Johann had been the issue, had never lost charm in the town as a subject for conversation. Since both of the parties to it were still felt to have something queer about them, the union itself must partake of that character of the strange and uncanny which they each possessed. To get behind it even a little, to look beneath the scanty outward facts to the bottom of this relation, seemed a difficult but certainly a stimulating task. And in bedrooms and sitting-rooms, in clubs and casinos, yes, even on the Exchange itself, people still talked about Gerda and Thomas Buddenbrook. How had these two come to marry, and what sort of relationship was theirs? Everybody remembered the sudden resolve of Thomas Buddenbrook 18 years ago, when he was 30 years old. "This one or no one," he had said. It must have been something of the same sort with Gerda, for it was well known that she had refused everybody up to her 27th year, and then forthwith lent an ear to this particular wooer. It must have been a love match, people said. They granted that the 300,000 thaler had probably not played much of a role. But of that which any ordinary person would call love, there was very little to be seen between the pair. They had displayed from the very beginning a correct, respectful politeness, quite extraordinary between husband and wife. And, what was still more odd, it seemed not to proceed out of any inner estrangement, but out of a peculiar, silent, deep, mutual knowledge. This had not at all altered with the years. The one change due to the passage of time was an outward one. It was only this, that the difference in years began to make itself plainly visible. When you saw them together, you felt that here was a rapidly aging man, already a little heavy, with his young wife at his side. Thomas Buddenbrook was going off very much, and this despite the now almost laughable vanity by which he kept himself up. On the other hand, Gerda had scarcely altered in these 18 years. She seemed to be, as it were, conserved in the nervous coldness which was the essence of her being. Her lovely dark red hair had kept its color, the white skin its smooth texture, the figure its lofty aristocratic slimness. In the corners of her rather too small and close-set brown eyes were the same blue shadows. You could not trust those eyes. Their look was strange, and what was written in it impossible to decipher. This woman's personality was so cool, so reserved, so repressed, so distant. She showed so little human warmth for anything but her music. How could one help feeling a vague mistrust? People unearthed wise old saws on the subject of human nature, and applied them to Senator Buddenbrook's wife. Still waters were known to run deep. Some people were slyer than foxes. And as they searched for an explanation, their limited imaginations soon led them to the theory that the lovely Gerda was deceiving her aging husband. They watched, and before long they felt sure that Gerda's conduct, to put it mildly, passed the bounds of propriety in her relations with Herr Lieutenant von Trotha. René Maria von Trotha came from the Rhineland. He was second lieutenant in one of the infantry battalions quartered in the town. The red collar went well with his black hair, which he wore parted on the side and combed back in a high, thick, curling crest from his white forehead. He looked big and strong enough, but was most unmilitary in speech and manner. He had a way of running one hand in between the buttons of his half-open undress coat, and of sitting with his head supported on the back of his hand. His bows were devoid of military stiffness, and you could not hear his heels click together as he made them. And he had no more respect for his uniform than for ordinary clothes. Even the slim, youthful moustaches that ran slantwise down to the corners of his mouth had neither point nor consistency. They only confirmed the unmartial impression he gave. The most remarkable thing about him was his eyes, so large, black, and extraordinarily brilliant that they seemed like glowing, bottomless depths when he visited anything or anybody with his glance, which was sparkling, ardent, or languishing by turns. He had probably gone into the army against his will, or at least without any inclination for it, and despite his physique, he was no good in the service. He was unregarded by his comrades, and shared but little in their interests, the interests and pleasures of young officers lately back from a victorious campaign. And they found him a disagreeable oddity, who did not care for horses or hunting or play or women. All his thoughts were bent on music. He was to be seen at all the concerts with his languishing eyes and his lax, unmilitary, theatrical attitudes. On the other hand, he despised the club and the casino, and never went near them. He made the duty calls which his position demanded, but the Buddenbrook house was the only one at which he visited. Too much, people thought, and the senator himself thought so too. No one dreamed what went on in Thomas Buddenbrook. No one must guess. But it was just this keeping everybody in ignorance of his mortification, his hatred, his powerlessness, that was so cruelly hard. People were beginning to find him a little ludicrous, but perhaps their laugh would have turned to pity if they had even dimly suspected how much he was on his guard against their laughter. He had seen it coming long before. He had felt it beforehand, before anyone else had such an idea in his head. His much carped at vanity had its source largely in this fear. He had been the first to see, with dismay, the growing disparity between himself and his lovely wife, on whom the years had not laid a finger. And now, since the advent of Herr von Trotha, he had to fight with the last remnant of his strength to dissimulate his own misgivings, in order that they might not make him a laughing-stock in the eyes of the community. Gerda Buddenbrook and the eccentric young officer met each other, naturally, in the world of music. Herr von Trotha played the piano, violin, viola, cello, and flute, and played them all unusually well. Often the senator became aware of an impending visit when Herr von Trotha's man passed the office door with his master's cello case on his back. Thomas Buddenbrook would sit at his desk and watch until he saw his wife's friend enter the house. Then, overhead in the salon, the harmonies would rise and surge like waves, with singing, lamenting, unearthly jubilation, would lift like clasped hands outstretched toward heaven, would float in vague ecstasies, would sink and die away into sobbing, into night and silence. But they might roll and seethe, weep and exult, foam up and enfold each other as unnaturally as they liked. They were not the worst. The worst, the actually torturing thing, was the silence. It would sometimes reign so long, and so profoundly above there in the salon, that it was impossible not to feel afraid of it. There would be no tread upon the ceiling. Not even a chair would move. Simply a soundless, speechless, deceiving, secret silence. Thomas Buddenbrook would sit there, and the torture was such that he sometimes softly groaned. What was it that he feared? Once more people had seen Herr von Trotha enter his house, and with their eyes he beheld the picture just as they saw it. Below, an aging man, worn out and crotchety, sat at his window in the office. Above, his beautiful wife made music with her lover, and not that alone. Yes, that was the way the thing looked to them. He knew it. He was aware, too, that the word lover was not really descriptive of Herr von Trotha. It would have been almost a relief if it were, if he could have understood and despised him as an empty-headed ordinary youth who worked off his average endowment of high spirits in a little music, and thus beguiled the feminine heart. He tried to think of him like that. He tried to summon up the instincts of his father to meet the case, the instincts of the thrifty merchant against the frivolous, adventurous, unreliable military caste. He called Herr von Trotha the lieutenant, and tried to think of him as that, but in his heart he was conscious that the name was inappropriate. What was it that Thomas Buddenbrook feared? Nothing to put a name to. If there had only been something tangible, some simple, brutal fact, something to defend himself against. He envied people the simplicity of their conceptions. For while he sat there in torments, with his head in his hands, he knew all too well that betrayal, adultery, were not words to describe the singing things, the abysmally silent things that were happening up there. He looked up sometimes at the grey gables, at the people passing by, at the Jubilee present hanging above his desk with the portraits of his forefathers. He thought of the history of his house, and said to himself that this was all that was wanting, that his person should become a byword, his name and family life a scandal among the people. This was all that was lacking to set the crown upon the whole. And the thought, again, almost did him good, because it was a simple, comprehensible, normal thought that one could think and express. Quite another matter from this brooding over a mysterious disgrace, a blot upon his family scutcheon. He could bear it no more. He shoved back his chair, left the office, and went upstairs. Whither should he go? Into the salon, to be greeted with unembarrassed, slight condescension by Herr von Trotha, to ask him to supper and be refused? For one of the worst features of the case was that the lieutenant avoided him, refused all official invitations from the head of the house, and confined himself to the free and private intercourse with its mistress. Should he wait? Sit down somewhere, perhaps in the smoking-room, until the lieutenant went, and then go to Gerda and speak out and call her to account? One did not speak out with Gerda. One did not call her to account. Why should one? Their alliance was based on mutual consideration, tact, and silence. To become a laughing-stock before her, too? No, surely he was not called upon to do that. To play the jealous husband would be to grant that outsiders were right, to proclaim a scandal, to cry it aloud. Was he jealous? Of whom? Of what? Alas, no. Jealousy, the word meant action. Mistaken, crazy, wrong action, perhaps, but at least action, energetic, fearless, and conclusive. No, he only felt a slight anxiety, a harassing worry over the whole thing. He went into his dressing-room and bathed his face with eau de cologne. Then he descended to the music-room, determined to break the silence there, cost what it would. He laid his hand on the door-knob, but now the music struck up again, with a stormy outburst of sound, and he shrank back. One day, in such an hour, he was leaning over the balcony of the second floor, looking down the well of the staircase. Everything was quite still. Little Johann came out of his room, down the gallery steps, and across the corridor on his way to Ida Jungmann's room. He slipped along the wall with his book, and would have passed his father with lowered eyes and a murmured greeting, but the senator spoke to him. "Well, Hanno, and what are you doing?" "Studying my lessons, papa. I am going to Ida to have her hear my translation." "Well, and what do you have tomorrow?" Hanno, still looking down, made an obvious effort to give a prompt, alert, and correct answer to the question. He swallowed once, and said, "We have Cornelius Nepos, some accounts to copy, French grammar, the rivers of North America, German theme correcting." He stopped and felt provoked with himself. He could not remember any more, and wished he had said and let his voice fall. It sounded so abrupt and unfinished. "Nothing else?" he said, as decidedly as he could, without looking up. But his father did not seem to be listening. He held Hanno's free hand, and played with it absently, unconsciously fingering the slim fingers. And then Hanno heard something that had nothing to do with the lessons at all. His father's voice, in a tone he had never heard before, low, distressed, almost imploring. "Hanno, the lieutenant has been more than 2 hours with mamma." Little Hanno opened wide his gold-brown eyes at the sound, and they looked, as never before, clear, large, and loving, straight into his father's face, with its reddened eyelids under the light brows, its white puffy cheeks and long stiff moustaches. God knows how much he understood, but one thing they both felt. In the long second when their eyes met, all constraint, coldness, and misunderstanding melted away. Hanno might fail his father in all that demanded vitality, energy, and strength, but where fear and suffering were in question, there Thomas Buddenbrook could count on the devotion of his son. On that common ground they met as one. He did not realize this. He tried not to realize it. In the days that followed, he urged Hanno on more sternly than ever to practical preparations for his future career. He tested his mental powers, pressed him to commit himself upon the subject of his calling, and grew irritated at every sign of rebellion or fatigue. For the truth was that Thomas Buddenbrook, at the age of 48, began to feel that his days were numbered, and to reckon with his own approaching death. His health had failed. Loss of appetite, sleeplessness, dizziness, and the chills to which he had always been subject, forced him several times to call in Dr. Langhaus. But he did not follow the doctor's orders. His will-power had grown flabby in these years of idleness or petty activity. He slept late in the morning, though every evening he made an angry resolve to rise early and take the prescribed walk before breakfast. Only 2 or 3 times did he actually carry out the resolve, and it was the same with everything else. And the constant effort to spur on his will, with the constant failure to do so, consumed his self-respect, and made him a prey to despair. He never even tried to give up his cigarettes. He could not do without the pleasant narcotic effect. He had smoked them from his youth up. He told Dr. Longhals, to his vapid face, "You see, doctor, it is your duty to forbid me cigarettes, a very easy and agreeable duty. But I have to obey the order. That is my share, and you can look on at it. No, we will work together over my health, but I find the work unevenly divided. Too much of yours falls to me. Don't laugh, it is no joke. One is so frightfully alone. Well, I smoke. Will you have one?" He offered his case. All his powers were on the decline. What strengthened in him was the conviction that it could not last long, that the end was close at hand. He suffered from strange apprehensive fancies. Sometimes at table it seemed to him that he was no longer sitting with his family, but hovering above them somewhere, and looking down upon them from a great distance. "I am going to die," he said to himself, and he would call Hanno to him repeatedly, and say, "My son, I may be taken away from you sooner than you think, and then you will be called upon to take my place. I was called upon very young myself. Can you understand that I am troubled by your indifference? Are you now resolved in your mind? Yes? Oh, yes is no answer. Again you won't answer me. What I ask you is, have you resolved bravely and joyfully to take up your burden? Do you imagine that you won't have to work, that you will have enough money without? You will have nothing, or very, very little. You will be thrown upon your own resources. If you want to live, and live well, you will have to work hard, harder even than I did." But this was not all. It was not only the burden of his son's future, the future of his house, that weighed him down. There was another thought that took command, that mastered him and spurred on his weary thoughts, and it was this. As soon as he began to think of his mortal end, not as an indefinite, remote event, almost a contingency, but as something near and tangible, for which it behooved him to prepare, he began to investigate himself, to examine his relations to death and questions of another world, and his earliest researches in this kind discovered in himself an irremediable unpreparedness. His father had united with his hard practical sense a literal faith, a fanatic Bible Christianity, which his mother in her latter years had adhered to as well, but to himself it had always been rather repellent. The worldly skepticism of his grandfather had been more nearly his own attitude. But the comfortable superficiality of old Johann could not satisfy his metaphysical and spiritual needs, and he ended by finding in evolution the answer to all his questions about eternity and immortality. He said to himself that he had lived in his forebears and would live on in his descendants. And this line which he had taken coincided not only with his sense of family, his patrician self-consciousness, his ancestor worship, as it were, it had also strengthened his ambitions, and through them the whole course of his existence. But now, before the near and penetrating eye of death, it fell away. It was nothing. It gave him not one single hour of calm, of readiness for the end. Thomas Buddenbrook had played, now and then throughout his life, with an inclination to Catholicism. But he was, at bottom, none the less, the born Protestant, full of the true Protestant's passionate, relentless sense of personal responsibility. No, in the ultimate things there could be no help from outside, no mediation, no absolution, no soothing syrup, no panacea. Each one of us, alone, unaided, of his own powers, must unravel the riddle before it was too late, must wring for himself a pious readiness before the hour of death, or else part in despair. Thomas Buddenbrook turned away, desperate and hopeless, from his only son, in whom he had once hoped to live on, renewed and strong, and began in fear and haste to seek for the truth which must somewhere exist for him. It was high summer of the year 1874. Silvery, high-piled clouds drifted across the deep blue sky above the garden's dainty symmetry. The birds twittered in the boughs of the walnut tree, the fountain splashed among the irises, and the scent of the lilacs floated on the breeze, mingled, alas, with the smell of hot syrup from a sugar factory near by. To the astonishment of the staff, the senator now often left his work during office hours to pace up and down in the garden with his hands behind his back, or to work about, raking the gravel paths, tying up the rose bushes, or dredging mud out of the fountain. His face, with its light eyebrows, seemed serious and attentive as he worked, but his thoughts travelled far away in the dark on their lonely, painful path. Sometimes he seated himself on the little terrace in the pavilion, now entirely overgrown with green, and stared across the garden at the red brick rear wall of the house. The air was warm and sweet. It seemed as though the peaceful sounds about him strove to lull him to sleep. Weary of loneliness and silence and staring into space, he would close his eyes now and then, only to snatch them open and harshly frighten peace away. "I must think," he said, almost aloud. "I must arrange everything before it is too late." He sat here one day in the pavilion, in the little reed rocking-chair, and read for 4 hours, with growing absorption, in a book which had, partly by chance, come into his hands. After second breakfast, cigarette in mouth, he had unearthed it in the smoking-room from behind some stately volumes in the corner of a bookcase, and recalled that he had bought it at a bargain one day years ago. It was a large volume, poorly printed on cheap paper, and poorly sewed, the second part only of a famous philosophical system. He had brought it out with him into the garden, and now he turned the pages, profoundly interested. He was filled with a great surpassing satisfaction. It soothed him to see how a master mind could lay hold on this strong, cruel, mocking thing called life, and enforce it and condemn it. His was the gratification of the sufferer who has always had a bad conscience about his sufferings, and concealed them from the gaze of a harsh, unsympathetic world, until, suddenly, from the hand of an authority, he receives, as it were, justification and license for his suffering, justification before the world, this best of all possible worlds, which the master mind scornfully demonstrates to be the worst of all possible ones. He did not understand it all. Principles and premises remained unclear, and his mind, unpractised in such readings, was not able to follow certain trains of thought. But this very alternation of vagueness and clarity, of dull incomprehension with sudden bursts of light, kept him enthralled and breathless, and the hours vanished without his looking up from his book or changing his position in his chair. He had left some pages unread in the beginning of the book, and hurried on, clutching rapidly after the main thesis, reading only this or that section which held his attention. Then he struck on a comprehensive chapter, and read it from beginning to end, his lips tightly closed and his brows drawn together with a concentration which had long been strange to him, completely withdrawn from the life about him. The chapter was called On Death and Its Relation to Our Personal Immortality. Only a few lines remained when the servant came through the garden at 4 o'clock to call him to dinner. He nodded, read the remaining sentences, closed the book, and looked about him. He felt that his whole being had unaccountably expanded, and at the same time there clung about his senses a profound intoxication, a strange, sweet, vague allurement, which somehow resembled the feelings of early love and longing. He put away the book in the drawer of the garden table. His hands were cold and unsteady, his head was burning, and he felt in it a strange pressure and strain, as though something were about to snap. He was not capable of consecutive thought. What was this? He asked himself the question as he mounted the stairs and sat down to table with his family. What is it? Have I had a revelation? What has happened to me, Thomas Buddenbrook, councillor of the government, head of the grain firm of Johann Buddenbrook? Was this message meant for me? Can I bear it? I don't know what it was. I only know it is too much for my poor brain. He remained the rest of the day in this condition, this heavy lethargy and intoxication, overpowered by the heady draught he had drunk, incapable of thought. Evening came. His head was heavy, and since he could hold it up no longer, he went early to bed. He slept for 3 hours, more profoundly than ever before in his life. And then, suddenly, abruptly, with a start, he awoke, and felt as one feels, on realizing suddenly, a budding love in the heart. He was alone in the large sleeping chamber, for Gerda slept now in Ida Jungmann's room, and the latter had moved into one of the 3 balcony rooms to be nearer little Johann. It was dark, for the curtains of both high windows were tightly closed. He lay on his back, feeling the oppression of the stillness and of the heavy warm air, and looked up into the darkness. And behold, it was as though the darkness were rent from his eyes, as if the whole wall of the night parted wide and disclosed an immeasurable, boundless prospect of light. "I shall live," said Thomas Buddenbrook, almost aloud, and felt his breast shaken with inward sobs. "This is the revelation, that I shall live. For it will live, and that this it is not I is only an illusion, an error which death will make plain. This is it, this is it. Why?" But at this question the night closed in again upon him. He saw, he knew, he understood no least particle more. He let himself sink deep in the pillows, quite blinded and exhausted by the morsel of truth which had been vouchsafed. He lay still and waited fervently, feeling himself tempted to pray that it would come again and irradiate his darkness. And it came. With folded hands, not daring to move, he lay and looked. What was death? The answer came not in poor, large-sounding words. He felt it within him. He possessed it. Death was a joy, so great, so deep, that it could be dreamed of only in moments of revelation, like the present.
It was the return from an unspeakably painful wandering, the correction of a grave mistake, the loosening of chains, the opening of doors. It put right again a lamentable mischance. End, dissolution, these were pitiable words, and thrice pitiable he who used them. What would end? What would dissolve? Why, this his body, this heavy, faulty, hateful encumbrance, which prevented him from being something other and better. Was not every human being a mistake and a blunder? Was he not in painful arrest from the hour of his birth? Prison, prison, bonds and limitations everywhere. The human being stares hopelessly through the barred window of his personality at the high walls of outward circumstance, till death comes and calls him home to freedom. Individuality, all that one is, can, and has, seems poor, grey, inadequate, wearisome. What one is not, cannot, has not, that is what one looks at with a longing desire that becomes love because it fears to become hate. I bear in myself the seed, the tendency, the possibility of all capacity and all achievement. Where should I be were I not here? Who, what, how could I be if I were not I, if this my external self, my consciousness, did not cut me off from those who are not I? Organism, blind, thoughtless, pitiful eruption of the urging will. Better, indeed, for the will to float free in spaceless, timeless night, than for it to languish in prison, illumined by the feeble, flickering light of the intellect. Have I hoped to live on in my sun? In a personality yet more feeble, flickering, and timorous than my own? Blind, childish folly! What can my son do for me? What need have I of a son? Where shall I be when I am dead? Ah, it is so brilliantly clear, so overwhelmingly simple. I shall be in all those who have ever, do ever, or ever shall say I, especially, however, in all those who say it most fully, potently, and gladly. Somewhere in the world a child is growing up, strong, well-grown, adequate, able to develop its powers, gifted, untroubled, pure, joyous, relentless, one of those beings whose glance heightens the joy of the joyous and drives the unhappy to despair. He is my son. He is I, myself, soon, soon. As soon as death frees me from the wretched delusion that I am not he as well as myself. Have I ever hated life, pure, strong, relentless life? Folly and misconception. I have but hated myself because I could not bear it. I love you all, you blessed, and soon I shall cease to be cut off from you all by the narrow bonds of myself. Soon will that in me which loves you be free, and be in and with you, in and with you all. He wept. He pressed his face into the pillows and wept, shaken through and through, lifted up in transports by a joy without compare for its exquisite sweetness. This it was which since yesterday had filled him as if with a heady, intoxicating draught, had worked in his heart in the darkness of the night, and roused him like a budding love. And insofar as he could now understand and recognize, not in words and consecutive thoughts, but in sudden rapturous illuminations of his inmost being, he was already free, already actually released and free of all natural as well as artificial limitations. The walls of his native town, in which he had wilfully and consciously shut himself up, opened out. They opened and disclosed to his view the entire world, of which he had in his youth seen this or that small portion, and of which death now promised him the whole. The deceptive perceptions of space, time, and history, the preoccupation with a glorious historical continuity of life in the person of his own descendants, the dread of some future dissolution and decomposition, all this his spirit now put aside. He was no longer prevented from grasping eternity. Nothing began, nothing left off. There was only an endless present, and that power in him which loved life with a love so exquisitely sweet and yearning, the power of which his person was only the unsuccessful expression, that power would always know how to find access to this present. "I shall live," he whispered into his pillow. He wept, and in the next moment knew not why. His brain stood still. The vision was quenched. Suddenly there was nothing more. He lay in dumb darkness. "It will come back," he assured himself, and before sleep inexorably wrapped him round, he swore to himself never to let go this precious treasure, but to read and study, to learn its powers, and to make inalienably his own the whole conception of the universe out of which his vision sprang. But that could not be. Even the next day, as he woke with a faint feeling of shame at the emotional extravagances of the night, he suspected that it would be hard to put these beautiful designs into practice. He rose late, and had to go at once to take part in the debate at an assembly of burgesses. Public business, the civic life that went on in the gabled narrow streets of this middle-sized trading city, consumed his energies once more. He still planned to take up the wonderful reading again where he had left it off, but he questioned of himself whether the events of that night had been anything firm and permanent, whether, when death approached, they would be found to hold their ground. His middle-class instincts rose against them, and his vanity too, the fear of being eccentric, of playing a laughable role. Had he really seen these things? And did they really become him? Him, Thomas Buddenbrook, head of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook. He never succeeded in looking again into the precious volume, to say nothing of buying its other parts. His days were consumed by nervous pedantry, harassed by 1,000 details, all of them unimportant. He was too weak-willed to arrive at a reasonable and fruitful arrangement of his time. Nearly 2 weeks after that memorable afternoon, he gave it up, and ordered the maid-servant to fetch the book from the drawer in the garden table and replace it in the bookcase. And thus Thomas Buddenbrook, who had held his hands stretched imploringly upward toward the high ultimate truth, sank now weakly back to the images and conceptions of his childhood. He strove to call back that personal God, the Father of all human beings, who had sent a part of himself upon earth to suffer and bleed for our sins, and who on the final day would come to judge the quick and the dead, at whose feet the justified, in the course of the eternity then beginning, would be recompensed for the sorrows they had borne in this vale of tears. Yes, he strove to subscribe to the whole confused, unconvincing story, which required no intelligence, only obedient credulity,
and which, when the last anguish came, would sustain one in a firm and childlike faith. But would it really? Ah, even here there was no peace. This poor, well-nigh exhausted man, consumed with gnawing fears for the honor of his house, his wife, his child, his name, his family, this man who spent painful effort even to keep his body artificially erect and well preserved, this poor man tortured himself for days with thoughts upon the moment and manner of death. How would it really be? Did the soul go to heaven immediately after death? Or did bliss first begin with the resurrection of the flesh? And if so, where did the soul stay until that time? He did not remember ever having been taught this. Why had he not been told this important fact in school or in church? How was it justifiable for them to leave people in such uncertainty? He considered visiting Pastor Prinksheim and seeking advice and counsel, but he gave it up in the end for fear of being ridiculous. And finally he gave it all up. He left it all to God. But having come to such an unsatisfactory ending of his attempts to set his spiritual affairs in order, he determined at least to spare no pains over his earthly ones, and to carry out a plan which he had long entertained. One day little Johann heard his father tell his mother, as they drank their coffee in the living-room after the midday meal, that he expected lawyer so-and-so to make his will. He really ought not to keep on putting it off. Later, in the afternoon, Hanno practiced his music for an hour. When he went down the corridor after that, he met, coming up the stairs, his father and a gentleman in a long black overcoat. "Hanno," said the senator curtly, and little Johann stopped, swallowed, and said quickly and softly, "Yes, papa." "I have some important business with this gentleman," his father went on. "Will you stand before the door into the smoking-room, and take care that nobody, absolutely nobody, you understand, disturbs us?" "Yes, papa," said little Johann, and took up his post before the door, which closed after the two gentlemen. He stood there, clutching his sailor's knot with one hand, felt with his tongue for a doubtful tooth, and listened to the earnest, subdued voices which could be heard from inside. His head, with the curling light brown hair, he held on one side, and his face, with the frowning brows and blue-shadowed gold-brown eyes, wore that same displeased and brooding look with which he had inhaled the odour of the flowers and that other strange yet half familiar odour by his grandmother's bier. Ida Jungmann passed and said, "Well, little Hanno, why are you hanging about here?" And the hump-backed apprentice came out of the office with a telegram and asked for the senator. But both times little Johann put his arm in its blue sailor sleeve with the anchor on it horizontally across the door. Both times he shook his head and said softly, after a pause, "No one may go in. Papa is making his will." End of section 90. Section 91 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Perry. Part 10, Chapter 6. In the autumn, Dr. Langhals said, making play like a woman with his beautiful eyes, "It is the nerves, Senator. The nerves are to blame for everything, and once in a while the circulation is not what it should be. May I venture to make a suggestion? You need another little rest. These few Sundays by the sea during the summer haven't amounted to much, of course. It's the end of September. Travemünde is still open. There are still a few people there. Drive over, Senator, and sit on the beach a while. 2 or 3 weeks will do you a great deal of good." And Thomas Buddenbrook said yes and amen. But when he told his family of the arrangement, Christian suggested going with him. "I'll go with you, Thomas," he said quite simply. "You don't mind, I suppose?" And the senator, though he did mind very much, said yes and amen to this arrangement as well. Christian was now more than ever master of his own time. His fluctuating health had constrained him to give up his last undertaking, the Champagne and Spirit Agency. The man who used to come and sit on his sofa and nod at him in the twilight had happily not recurred of late. But the misery in the side had, if anything, grown worse, and added to this was a whole list of other infirmities, of which Christian kept the closest watch, and which he described in all companies with his nose wrinkled up. He often suffered from that long-standing dread of paralysis of the tongue, throat, and esophagus, even of the extremities and of the brain, of which there were no actual symptoms, but the fear in itself was almost worse. He told in detail how, one day when he was making tea, he had held the lighted match not over the spirit lamp, but over the open bottle of methylated spirit instead, so that not only himself, but the people in his own and the adjacent buildings nearly went up in flames. And he dwelt in particular detail, straining every resource he had at his command to make himself perfectly clear upon a certain ghastly anomaly which he had of late observed in himself. It was this, that on certain days, that is, under certain weather conditions, and in certain states of mind, he could not see an open window without having a horrible and inexplicable impulse to jump out. It was a mad and almost uncontrollable desire, a sort of desperate foolhardiness. The family were dining on Sunday in Fisher's Lane, and he described how he had to summon all his powers and crawl on hands and knees to the window to shut it. At this point everybody shrieked. His audience rebelled and would listen no more. He told these and similar things with a certain horrible satisfaction. But the thing about himself which he did not know, which he never studied and described, but which none the less grew worse and worse, was his singular lack of tact. He told, in the family circle, anecdotes of such a nature that the club was the only possible place for them, and even his sense of personal modesty seemed to be breaking down. He was on friendly terms with his sister-in-law Gerda, but when he displayed to her the beautiful weave and texture of his English socks, he did not stop at that, but rolled up his wide checkered trouser leg to far above the knee. "Look," he said, wrinkling his nose in distress, "look how thin I'm getting. Isn't it striking and unusual?" And there he sat, sadly gazing at his crooked, bony leg, and the gaunt knee visible through his white woolen drawers. His mercantile activity, then, was a thing of the past, but such hours as he did not spend at the club he liked to fill in with one sort of occupation or another, and he would proudly point out that he had never actually ceased to work. He extended his knowledge of languages, and embarked upon a study of Chinese, though this was for the sake of acquiring knowledge simply, with no practical purpose in view. He worked at it industriously for 2 weeks. He was also just at this time occupied with a project of enlarging an English-German dictionary which he had found inadequate. But he really needed a little change, and it would be better, too, for the senator to have somebody with him, so he did not allow his business to keep him in town. The two brothers drove out together to the sea along the turnpike, which was nothing but a puddle. The rain drummed on the carriage top, and they hardly spoke. Christian's eyes roved hither and yon. He was as if listening to uncanny noises. Thomas sat muffled in his cloak, shivering, gazing with bloodshot eyes, his moustaches stiffly sticking out beyond his white cheeks. They drove up to the Kerr house in the afternoon, their wheels grating in the wet gravel. Old Broker Gosh sat in the glass veranda, drinking rum punch. He stood up, whistling through his teeth, and they all sat down together to have a little something warm while the trunks were being carried up. Herr Gosch was a late guest at the cure, and there were a few other people as well. An English family, a Dutch maiden lady, and a Hamburg bachelor, all of them presumably taking their rest before table d'hôte, for it was like the grave everywhere but for the sound of the rain. Let them sleep. As for Herr Gosch, he was not in the habit of sleeping in the daytime. He was glad enough to get a few hours' sleep at night. He was far from well. He was taking a late cure for the benefit of this trembling, which he suffered from in all his limbs. Hang it, he could hardly hold his glass of grog, and more often than not he could not write at all, so that the translation of Lope de Vega got on but slowly. He was in a very low mood indeed, and even his curses lacked relish. "Let it go hang," was his constant phrase, which he repeated on every occasion, and often on none at all. And the senator? How was he feeling? How long were the gentlemen thinking of stopping? Oh, Dr. Longhals had sent him out on account of his nerves. He had obeyed orders, of course, despite the frightful weather. What doesn't one do out of fear of one's physician? He was really feeling more or less miserable, and they would probably remain till there was a little improvement. "Yes, I'm pretty wretched too," said Christian, irritated at Thomas's speaking only of himself. He was about to fetch out his repertoire, the nodding man, the spirit bottle, the open window, when the senator interrupted him by going to engage the rooms. The rain did not stop. It washed away the earth. It danced upon the sea, which was driven back by the southwest wind and left the beaches bare. Everything was shrouded in grey. The steamers went by like wraiths and vanished on the dim horizon. They met the strange guests only at table. The senator, in mackintosh and galoshes, went walking with Gosch. Christian drank Swedish punch with the barmaid in the pastry shop. 2 or 3 times in the afternoon it looked as though the sun were coming out, and a few acquaintances from town appeared, people who enjoyed a holiday away from their families. Senator Dr. Giesecke, Christian's friend, and Consul Peter Duhlmann, who looked very ill indeed, and was killing himself with Hunyadi Janosch water. The gentlemen sat together in their overcoats, under the awnings of the pastry shop, opposite the empty bandstand, drinking their coffee, digesting their 5 courses, and talking desultorily as they gazed over the empty garden. The news of the town, the last high water, which had gone into the cellars and been so deep that in the lower part of the town people had to go about in boats, a fire in the dockyard sheds, a senatorial election, these were the topics of conversation. Alfred Lauritsen, of the firm of Sturman and Lauritsen, tea, coffee, and spice merchants, had been elected, and Senator Buddenbrook had not approved of the choice. He sat smoking cigarettes, wrapped in his cloak, almost silent, except for a few remarks on this particular subject. One thing was certain, he said, and that was that he had not voted for Herr Lauritsen. Lauritsen was an honest fellow and a good man of business, there was no doubt of that, but he was middle class, respectable middle class.
His father had fished herrings out of the barrel and handed them across the counter to servant maids with his own hands. And now they had in the Senate the proprietor of a retail business. His, Thomas Buddenbrooks' father, had disowned his eldest son for marrying a shop, but that was in the good old days. "The standard is being lowered," he said. "The social level is not so high as it was. The Senate is being democratized, my dear Giesecke, and that is no good. Business ability is one thing, but it is not everything. In my view, we should demand something more. Alfred Lauritsen, with his big feet and his boatswain's face, it is offensive to me to think of him in the Senate House. It offends something in me, I don't know what. It goes against my sense of form. It is a piece of bad taste, in short." Senator Giesecke demurred. He was rather piqued by this expression of opinion. After all, he himself was only the son of a fire commissioner. No, the laborer was worthy of his hire. That was what being a Republican meant. "You ought not to smoke so much, Buddenbrook," he ended. "You won't get any sea air." "I'll stop now," said Thomas Buddenbrook, flung away the end of his cigarette, and closed his eyes. The conversation dragged on. The rain set in again and veiled the prospect. They began to talk about the latest town scandal, about P. Philip Kasbaum, who had been falsifying bills of exchange and now sat behind locks and bars. No one felt outraged over the dishonesty. They spoke of it as an act of folly, laughed a bit, and shrugged their shoulders. Senator Dr. Giesecke said that the convicted man had not lost his spirits. He had asked for a mirror, it seemed, there being none in his cell. "I'll need a looking-glass," he was reported to have said. "I shall be here for some time." He had been, like Christian and Dr. Giesecke, a pupil of the lamented Marcellus Stengel. They all laughed again at this, through their noses, without a sign of feeling. Sigismund Gosch ordered another grog in a tone of voice that was as good as saying, "What's the use of living?" Consul Duhlmann sent for a bottle of brandy. Christian felt inclined to more Swedish punch, so Dr. Giesecke ordered some for both of them. Before long Thomas Buddenbrook began to smoke again. And the idle, cynical, indifferent talk went on, heavy with the food they had eaten, the wine they drank, and the damp that depressed their spirits. They talked about business, the business of each one of those present, but even this subject roused no great enthusiasm. "Oh, there's nothing very good about mine," said Thomas Buddenbrook heavily, and leaned his head against the back of his chair with an air of disgust. "Well, and you, Duhlmann?" asked Senator Giesecke, and yawned. "You've been devoting yourself entirely to brandy, eh?" "The chimney can't smoke unless there's a fire," the consul retorted. "I look into the office every few days. Short hairs are soon combed." "And Strunk and Hagenstrom have all the business in their hands anyhow," the broker said morosely, with his elbows sprawled out on the table and his wicked old grey head in his hands. "Oh, nothing can compete with a dung-heap for smell," Duhlmann said, with a deliberately coarse pronunciation, which must have depressed everybody's spirits the more by its hopeless cynicism. "Well, and you, Buddenbrook, what are you doing now? Nothing, eh?" "No," answered Christian, "I can't any more." And without more ado, having perceived the mood of the hour, he proceeded to accentuate it. He began, his hat on one side, to talk about his Valparaiso office and Johnny Thunderstorm. Well, in that heat, good God! Work, sir? No, sir, as you see, sir, and they puffed their cigarette smoke right in his face. Good God!" It was, as always, an incomparable expression of dissolute, impudent, lazy good nature. His brother sat motionless. Herr Gosch tried to lift his glass to his thin lips, put it back on the table again, cursing through his shut teeth, and struck the offending arm with his fist. Then he lifted the glass once more and spilled half its contents, draining the remainder furiously at a gulp. "Oh, you and your shaking, Gosh!" Peter Duhlmann exclaimed. "Why don't you just let yourself go, like me? I'll croak if I don't drink my bottle every day. I've got as far as that, and I'll croak if I do. How would you feel if you couldn't get rid of your dinner? Not a single day. I mean, after you've got it in your stomach." And he favored them with some repulsive details of his condition, to which Christian listened with dreadful interest, wrinkling his nose as far as it could go, and countering with a brief and forcible account of his misery. It rained harder than ever. It came straight down in sheets, and filled the silence of the Kur garden with its ceaseless, forlorn, and desolate murmur. "Yes, life's pretty rotten," said Senator Giesecke. He had been drinking heavily. "I'd just as lief quit," said Christian. "Let it go hang," said Herr Gosch. "There comes Fika Dalbeck," said Senator Giesecke. The proprietress of the cow stalls, a heavy, bold-faced woman in the 40s, came by with a pail of milk and smiled at the gentleman. Senator Giesecke let his eyes rove after her. "What a bosom!" he said. Consul Duhlmann added a lewd witticism, with the result that all the gentlemen laughed once more through their noses. The waiter was summoned. "I've finished the bottle, Schroeder," said Consul Duhlmann. "May as well pay. We have to some time or other. You, Christian? Giesecke pays for you, eh?" Senator Buddenbrook roused himself at this. He had been sitting there, hardly speaking, wrapped in his cloak, his hands in his lap and his cigarette in the corner of his mouth. Now he suddenly started up and said sharply, "Have you no money with you, Christian? Then I'll lend it to you." They put up their umbrellas and emerged from their shelter to take a little stroll. Frau Permenader came out once in a while to see her brother. They would walk as far as Seagull Rock or the little Ocean Temple, and here Tony Buddenbrook, for some reason or other, was always seized by a mood of vague excitement and rebellion. She would repeatedly emphasize the independence and equality of all human beings, summarily repudiate all distinctions of rank or class, use some very strong language on the subject of privilege and arbitrary power, and demand in set terms that merit should receive its just reward. And then she talked about her own life. She talked well, she entertained her brother capitally. This child of fortune, so long as she walked upon this earth, had never once needed to suppress an emotion, to choke down or swallow anything she felt. She had never received in silence either the blows or the caresses of fate. And whatever she had received of joy or sorrow, she had straightway given forth again in a flow of childish, self-important trivialities. Her digestion was not perfect, it is true, but her heart, her heart was light, her spirit was free, freer than she herself comprehended. She was not consumed by the inexpressible. No sorrow weighed her down, or strove to speak but could not. And thus it was that her past left no mark upon her.
She knew that she had led a troubled life. She knew it, that is, but at bottom she never believed in it herself. She recognized it as a fact, since everybody else believed it, and she utilized it to her own advantage, talking of it, and making herself great with it, in her own eyes and those of others. With outraged virtue and dignity, she would call by name all those persons who had played havoc with her life, and in consequence with the prestige of the Buddenbrook family. The list had grown long with time. Thierry Trischka, Grunlich, Permanator, Tiburtius, Weinschenk, the Hagenstroms, the State Attorney, Severin. What filous, all of them, Thomas. God will punish them. That is my firm belief. Twilight was falling as they came up to the Ocean Temple, for the autumn was far advanced. They stood in one of the little chambers facing the bay. It smelled of wood, like the bathing cabins at the Kur, and its walls were scribbled over with mottos, initials, hearts, and rhymes. They stood and looked out over the dripping slope across the narrow, stony strip of beach, out to the turbid, restless sea. "Great waves," said Thomas Buddenbrook. "How they come on and break, one after another, endlessly, idly, empty and vast. And yet, like all the simple, inevitable things, they soothe, they console, after all. I have learned to love the sea more and more. Once, I think, I cared more for the mountains, because they lay farther off. Now I do not long for them. They would only frighten and abash me. They are too capricious, too manifold, too anomalous. I know I should feel myself vanquished in their presence. What sort of men prefer the monotony of the sea? Those, I think, who have looked so long and deeply into the complexities of the spirit that they ask of outward things merely that they should possess one quality above all, simplicity. It is true that in the mountains one clambers briskly about, while beside the sea one sits quietly on the shore. This is a difference, but a superficial one. The real difference is in the look with which one pays homage to the one and to the other. It is a strong, challenging gaze, full of enterprise, that can soar from peak to peak. But the eyes that rest on the wide ocean, and are soothed by the sight of its waves rolling on forever, mystically, relentlessly, are those that are already wearied by looking too deep into the solemn perplexities of life. Health and illness, that is the difference. The man whose strength is unexhausted climbs boldly up into the lofty multiplicity of the mountain heights. But it is when one is worn out with turning one's eyes inward upon the bewildering complexity of the human heart that one finds peace in resting them on the wideness of the sea. Frau Permanator was silent and uncomfortable, as simple people are when a profound truth is suddenly expressed in the middle of a conventional conversation. People don't say such things, she thought to herself, and looked out to sea so as not to show her feeling by meeting his eyes. Then, in the silence, to make amends for an embarrassment which she could not help, she drew his arm through hers. End of section 91. Section 92 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 10, Chapter 7. Winter had come. Christmas had passed. It was January 1875. The snow, which covered the footwalks in a firm-trodden mass mingled with sand and ashes, was piled on either side of the road in high mounds that were growing grayer and more porous all the time, for the temperature was rising. The pavements were wet and dirty, the grey gables dripped. But above all stretched the heavens, a cloudless, tender blue, while millions of light atoms seemed to dance like crystal motes in the air. It was a lively sight in the centre of the town, for this was Saturday, and market day as well. Under the pointed arches of the town hall arcades, the butchers had their stalls and weighed out their wares red-handed. The fish market, however, was held around the fountain in the market square itself. Here fat old women, with their hands in muffs from which most of the fur was worn off, warming their feet at little coal braziers, guarded their slippery wares and tried to cajole the servants and housewives into making purchases. There was no fear of being cheated. The fish would certainly be fresh, for the most of them were still alive. The luckiest ones were even swimming about in pails of water, rather cramped for space, but perfectly lively. Others lay with dreadfully goggling eyes and labouring gills, clinging to life and slapping the marble slab desperately with their tails, until such time as their fate was at hand, when somebody would seize them and cut their throats with a crunching sound. Great fat eels writhed and wreathed about in extraordinary shapes. There were deep vats full of black masses of crabs from the Baltic. Once in a while a big flounder gave such a desperate leap that he sprang right off his slab and fell down upon the slippery pavement among all the refuse, and had to be picked up and severely admonished by his possessor. Broad Street, at midday, was full of life. School children with knapsacks on their backs came along the street, filling it with laughter and chatter, snowballing each other with the half-melting snow. Smart young apprentices passed, with Danish sailor caps or suits cut after the English model, carrying their portfolios and obviously pleased with themselves for having escaped from school. Among the crowd were settled, grey-bearded, highly respectable citizens, wearing the most irreproachable national liberal expression on their faces and tapping their sticks along the pavement. These looked across with interest to the glazed brick front of the town hall, where the double guard was stationed, for the Senate was in session. The sentries trod their beat, wearing their cloaks, their guns on their shoulders, phlegmatically stamping their feet in the dirty, half-melted snow. They met in the centre of their beat, looked at each other, exchanged a word, turned and moved away, each to his own side. Sometimes a lieutenant would pass, his coat-collar turned up, his hands in his pockets, on the track of some grisette, yet at the same time permitting himself to be admired by young ladies of good family, and then each sentry would stand at attention in front of his box, look at himself from head to foot, and present arms. It would be a little time yet before they would perform the same salute before the members of the Senate. The sitting lasted some 3/4 of an hour. It would probably adjourn before that. But one of the sentries suddenly heard a short, discreet whistle from within the building. At the same moment the entrance was illumined by the red uniform of Ulefeld the beadle, with his dress sword and cocked hat. His air of preoccupation was simply enormous, as he uttered a stealthy "Look out!" and hastily withdrew. At the same moment approaching steps were heard on the echoing flags within. The sentries front-faced, inflated their chests, stiffened their necks, grounded their arms, and then, with a couple of rapid motions, presented arms. Between them there had appeared, lifting his top hat, a gentleman of scarcely medium height, with one light eyebrow higher than the other, and the pointed ends of his moustaches extending beyond his pallid cheeks. Senator Thomas Buddenbrook was leaving the town hall to-day, long before the end of the sitting. He did not take the street to his own house, but turned to the right instead. He looked correct, spotless, and elegant, as, with the rather hopping step peculiar to him, he walked along Broad Street, constantly saluting people whom he met. He wore white kid gloves, he had his stick with the silver handle under his left arm. A white dress tie peeped forth from between the lapels of his fur coat. But his head and face, despite their careful grooming, looked rather seedy. People who passed him noticed that his eyes were watering, and that he held his mouth shut in a peculiar cautious way. It was twisted a little to one side, and one could see by the muscles of his cheeks and temples that he was clenching his jaw. Sometimes he swallowed as if a liquid kept rising in his mouth. "Well, Buddenbrook, so you are cutting the session? That is something new," somebody said unexpectedly to him at the beginning of Mill Street. It was his friend and admirer, Stefan Kistenmacher, whose opinion on all subjects was the echo of his own. Stefan Kistenmacher had a full graying beard, bushy eyebrows, and a long nose full of large pores. He had retired from the wine business a few years back with a comfortable sum, and his brother Eduard carried it on by himself. He lived now the life of a private gentleman, but, being rather ashamed of the fact, he always pretended to be overwhelmed with work. "I'm wearing myself out," he would say, stroking his grey hair, which he curled with the tongs. "But what's a man good for but to wear himself out?" He stood hours on the Exchange, gesturing imposingly, but doing no business. He held a number of unimportant offices, the latest one being director of the city bathing establishments, but he also functioned as juror, broker, and executor, and labored with such zeal that the perspiration dripped from his brow. "There's a session, isn't there, Buddenbrook? And you are taking a walk?" "Oh, it's you," said the senator in a low voice, moving his lips cautiously. "I'm suffering frightfully. I'm nearly blind with pain." "Pain? Where?" "Toothache. Since yesterday. I did not close my eyes last night. I have not been to the dentist yet, because I had business in the office this morning, and then I did not like to miss the sitting. But I couldn't stand it any longer. I'm on my way to Brecht." "Where is it?" "Here, on the left side, the lower jaw, a back tooth. It is decayed, of course. The pain is simply unbearable. Goodbye, Kistenmacher. You can understand that I am in a good deal of a hurry." "Yes, of course. Don't you think I am, too? Awful lot to do. Goodbye. Good luck. Have it out. Get it over with at once. Always the best way." Thomas Buddenbrook went on, biting his jaws together, though it made the pain worse to do so. It was a furious, burning, boring pain, starting from the infected back tooth and affecting the whole side of the jaw. The inflammation throbbed like red-hot hammers. It made his face burn and his eyes water. His nerves were terribly affected by the sleepless night he had spent. He had had to control himself just now, lest his voice break as he spoke. He entered a yellow-brown house in Mill Street, and went up to the first story, where a brass plate on the door said, "Brecht, Dentist." He did not see the servant who opened the door. The corridor was warm, and smelled of beefsteak and cauliflower. Then he suddenly inhaled the sharp odor of the waiting-room into which he was ushered. "Sit down, one moment," shrieked the voice of an old woman. It was Josephus, who sat in his shining cage at the end of the room and regarded him sidewise out of his venomous little eyes. The senator sat down at the round table and tried to read the jokes in a volume of Fliegende Blätter, flung down the book and pressed the cool silver handle of his walking-stick against his cheek. He closed his burning eyes and groaned. There was not a sound except for the noise made by Josephus as he bit and clawed at the bars of his cage. Herbrecht might not be busy, but he owed it to himself to make his patient wait a little. Thomas Buddenbrooks stood up precipitately and drank a glass of water from the bottle on the table. It tasted and smelled of chloroform. Then he opened the door into the corridor and called out in an irritated voice. If there were nothing very important to prevent it, would Herbrecht kindly make haste? He was suffering. And immediately the bald forehead, hooked nose, and grizzled moustaches of the dentist appeared in the door of the operating room. "If you please," he said. "If you please," shrieked Josephus. The senator followed on the invitation. He was not smiling. "A bad case," thought Herbrecht, and turned pale. They passed through the large light room to the operating chair in front of one of the two largest windows. It was an adjustable chair with an upholstered headrest and green plush arms. As he sat down, Thomas Buddenbrook briefly explained what the trouble was. Then he leaned back his head and closed his eyes. Herbrecht screwed up the chair a bit and got to work on the tooth with a tiny mirror and a pointed steel instrument. His hands smelled of almond soap, his breath of cauliflower and beefsteak. "We must proceed to extraction," he said after a while, and turned still paler. "Very well, proceed then," said the senator, and shut his eyes more tightly. There was a pause. Herbrecht prepared something at his chest of drawers and got out his instruments. Then he approached the chair again. "I'll paint it a little," he said, and began at once to apply a strong-smelling liquid in generous quantities. Then he gently implored the patient to sit very still and open his mouth very wide, and then he began. Thomas Buddenbrook clutched the plush arm-rests with both his hands. He scarcely felt the forceps close around his tooth, but from the grinding sensation in his mouth and the increasingly painful, really agonizing pressure on his whole head, he was made amply aware that the thing was under way. "Thank God," he thought, "now it can't last long." The pain grew and grew to limitless, incredible heights. It grew to an insane, shrieking, inhuman torture, tearing his entire brain. It approached the catastrophe. "Here we are," he thought. "Now I must just bear it." It lasted 3 or 4 seconds. Herbrecht's nervous exertions communicated themselves to Thomas Buddenbrook's whole body. He was even lifted up a little on his chair, and he heard a soft squeaking noise coming from the dentist's throat. Suddenly there was a fearful blow, a violent shaking, as if his neck were broken, accompanied by a quick cracking, crackling noise. The pressure was gone, but his head buzzed. The pain throbbed madly in the inflamed and ill-used jaw, and he had the clearest impression that the thing had not been successful, that the extraction of the tooth was not the solution of the difficulty, but merely a premature catastrophe which only made matters worse. Herbrecht had retreated. He was leaning against his instrument cupboard, and he looked like death. He said, "The crown, I thought so." Thomas Buddenbrook spat a little blood into the blue basin at his side, for the gum was lacerated. He asked, half dazed, "What did you think? What about the crown?"
The crown broke off, Herr Senator. I was afraid of it. The tooth was in very bad condition. But it was my duty to make the experiment." "What next?" "Leave it to me, Herr Senator." "What will you have to do now?" "Take out the roots with a lever. There are 4 of them." "4. Then you must take hold and lift 4 times." "Yes, unfortunately." "Well, this is enough for today," said the senator. He started to rise, but remained seated and put his head back instead. "My dear sir, you mustn't demand the impossible of me," he said. "I'm not very strong on my legs just now. I have had enough for today. Will you be so kind as to open the window a little?" Herr Brecht did so. "It will be perfectly agreeable to me, Herr Senator, if you come in tomorrow or next day, at whatever hour you like, and we can go on with the operation. If you will permit me, I will just do a little more rinsing and penciling to reduce the pain somewhat." He did the rinsing and penciling, and then the senator went. Herr Brecht accompanied him to the door, pale as death, expending his last remnant of strength in sympathetic shoulder-shruggings. "One moment, please," shrieked Josephus as they passed through the waiting-room. He still shrieked as Thomas Buddenbrook went down the steps. With a lever. Yes, that was tomorrow. What should he do now? Go home and rest, sleep if he could. The actual pain in the nerve seemed deadened. In his mouth was only a dull, heavy, burning sensation. Home, then. He went slowly through the streets, mechanically exchanging greetings with those whom he met. His look was absent and wandering, as though he were absorbed in thinking how he felt. He got as far as Fisher's Lane and began to descend the left-hand sidewalk. After 20 paces he felt nauseated. "I'll go over to the public-house and take a drink of brandy," he thought, and began to cross the road. But just as he reached the middle, something happened to him. It was precisely as if his brain was seized and swung around, faster and faster, in circles that grew smaller and smaller, until it crashed with enormous, brutal, pitiless force against a stony centre. He performed a half-turn, fell, and struck the wet pavement, his arms outstretched. As the street ran steeply downhill, his body lay much lower than his feet. He fell upon his face, beneath which presently a little pool of blood began to form. His hat rolled a little way off down the road. His fur coat was wet with mud and slush. His hands, in their white kid gloves, lay outstretched in a puddle. Thus he lay, and thus he remained until some people came down the street and turned him over. End of section 92. Section 93 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 10, Chapter 8. Frau Permenader mounted the main staircase, holding up her gown in front of her with one hand, and with the other pressing her muff to her cheek. She tripped and stumbled more than she walked. Her cheeks were flushed, her capote sat crooked on her head, and little beads stood on her upper lip. Though she met no one, she talked continually as she hurried up, in whispers out of which now and then a word rose clear and audible, and emphasized her fear. "It's nothing," she said. "It doesn't mean anything. God wouldn't let anything happen. He knows what he's doing. I'm very sure of that. Oh, my God, I'll pray every day." She prattled senselessly in her fear as she rushed up to the second story and down the corridor.
The door of the antechamber opened, and her sister-in-law came toward her. Gerda Buddenbrook's lovely white face was quite distorted with horror and disgust, and her close-set, blue-shadowed brown eyes opened and shut with a look of anger, distraction, and shrinking. As she recognized Frau Permaneder, she beckoned quickly with outstretched arms and embraced her, putting her head on her sister-in-law's shoulder. "Gerda, Gerda, what is it?" Frau Permaneder cried. "What has happened? What does it mean? They said he fell unconscious? How is he? God won't let the worst happen, I know. Tell me, for pity's sake." But the reply did not come at once. She only felt how Gerda's whole form was shaken. Then she heard a whisper at her shoulder. "How he looked," she heard, "when they brought him. His whole life long he never let anyone see even a speck of dust on him. Oh, it is insulting, it is vile, for the end to have come like that." Subdued voices came out to them. The dressing-room door opened, and Ida Jungmann stood in the doorway, in a white apron, a basin in her hands. Her eyes were red. She looked at Frau Permaneder and made way, her head bent. Her chin was trembling. The high-flowered curtains stirred in the draught as Tony, followed by her sister-in-law, entered the chamber. The smell of carbolic, ether, and other drugs met them. In the wide mahogany bed, under the red down coverlet, lay Thomas Buddenbrook, on his back, undressed and clad in an embroidered nightshirt. His half-open eyes were rolled up. His lips were moving under the disordered moustaches, and babbling, gurgling sounds came out. Young Dr. Langhals was bending over him, changing a bloody bandage for a fresh one, which he dipped into a basin at the bedside. Then he listened at the patient's chest and felt his pulse. On the bedclothes, at the foot of the bed, sat little Johann, clutching his sailor's knot and listening broodingly to the sounds behind him which his father was making. The senator's bemired clothing hung over a chair. Frau Permaneder cowered down at the bedside, seized one of her brother's hands, it was cold and heavy, and stared wildly into his face. She began to understand that, whether God knew what he was doing or not, he was, at all events, bent on the worst. "Tom," she clamored, "do you know me? How are you? You aren't going to leave us? You won't go away from us? Oh, it can't be." Nothing answered her that could be called an answer. She looked imploringly up at Dr. Langhals. He stood there with his beautiful eyes cast down, and his manner, not without a certain self-satisfaction, expressed the will of God. Ida Jungmann came back into the room to make herself useful if she could. Old Dr. Grabow appeared in person, looked at the patient with his long, mild face, shook his head, pressed all their hands, and then stood as Dr. Langhals stood. The news had gone like the wind through the whole town. The vestibule door rang constantly, and inquiries after the senator's condition came up into the sick chamber. It was unchanged, unchanged. Everyone received the same answer. The two physicians were in favor of sending for a sister of charity, at least for the night. They sent for Sister Leandra, and she came. There was no trace of surprise or alarm in her face as she entered. Again she laid aside her leather bag, her outer hood and cloak, and again she set to work in her gentle way. Little Johann sat hour after hour on the bedclothes, watching everything and listening to the gurgling noises. He was to have gone to an arithmetic lesson, but he understood perfectly that what was happening here was something over which the worsted coats had no jurisdiction. He thought of his lessons only for a moment, and with scorn. He wept sometimes, when Frau Permaneder came up and pressed him to her, but mostly he sat dry-eyed, with a shrinking, brooding gaze, and his breath came irregularly and cautiously, as if he expected any moment to smell that strange and yet familiar smell. Toward 4 o'clock Frau Permaneder took a sudden resolve. She asked Dr. Longhals to come with her into the next room, and there she folded her arms and laid back her head, with the chin dropped. "Herr Doctor," she said, "there is one thing you can do, and I beg you to do it. Tell me the truth. I am a woman steeled by adversity. I have learned to bear the truth. You may depend upon me. Please tell me plainly, will my brother be alive tomorrow?" Dr. Longhals turned his beautiful eyes aside, looked at his fingernails, and spoke of our human powerlessness and the impossibility of knowing whether Frau Permaneder's brother would outlive the night, or whether he would be called away the next minute. "Then I know what I have to do," said she, went out of the room, and sent for Pastor Prinksheim. Pastor Prinksheim appeared without his vestments or neck-ruff, in a long black gown. He swept Sister Leandra with an icy stare, and seated himself in the chair which they placed for him by the bedside. He asked the patient to recognize and hear him. Then, as this appeal was unsuccessful, he addressed himself at once to God, and prayed in carefully modulated tones, with his Frankish pronunciation, with emphasis now solemn and now abrupt, while waves of fanaticism and sanctimony followed each other across his face. He pronounced his R in a sleek and oily way peculiar to himself alone, and little Johann received an irresistible impression that he had just been eating rolls and coffee. He said that he and the family there present no longer importuned God for the life of this dear and beloved sufferer, for they saw plainly that it was God's will to take him to himself. They only begged him for the mercy of a gentle death. And then he recited, appropriately and with effect, 2 of the prayers customary on such occasions. Then he got up. He pressed Gerda Buddenbrooks' hand and Frau Permaneder's, and held little Johann's head for a moment between both his hands, regarding the drooping eyelashes with an expression of the most fervent pity. He saluted Ida Jungmann, stared again at Sister Leandra, and took his leave. Dr. Longhals had gone home for a little. When he came back, there had been no change. He spoke with the nurse and went again. Dr. Grabeau came once more to see that everything was being done. Thomas Buddenbrook went on babbling and gurgling, with his eyes rolled up. Twilight was falling. There was a pale winter glow at sunset, and it shone through the window upon the soiled clothing lying across the chair. At 5 o'clock, Frau Permaneder let herself be carried away by her feelings, and committed an indiscretion. She suddenly began to sing in her throaty voice, her hands folded before her. "Come, Lord," she sang quite loud, and they all listened without stirring. "Come, Lord, receive his failing breath, strengthen his hands and feet, and lead him unto death." But in the devoutness of her prayer she thought only of the words as they welled up from her heart, and forgot that she did not know the whole stanza. After the 3rd line she was left hanging in the air, and had to make up for her abrupt end by the increased dignity of her manner. Everybody shivered with embarrassment. Little Johann coughed so hard that the coughs sounded like sobs. And then, in the sudden pause, there was no sound but the agonizing gurgles of Thomas Buddenbrook. It was a relief when the servant announced that there was something to eat in the next room. But they had only begun, sitting in Gerda's bedroom, to take a little soup, when Sister Leandra appeared in the doorway and quietly beckoned. The senator was dying. He hiccuped gently 2 or 3 times, was silent, and ceased to move his lips. That was the only change. His eyes had been quite dead before. Dr. Longhals, who was on the spot a few minutes later, put the black stethoscope to the heart, listened, and after this scientific test said, "Yes, it is over." And Sister Leandra, with the forefinger of her gentle white hand, softly closed the eyes of the dead. Then Frau Permaneder flung herself down on her knees by the bed, pressed her face into the coverlet, and wept aloud, surrendering herself utterly and without restraint to one of those refreshing bursts of feeling which her happy nature had always at its command. Her face still streamed with tears, but she was soothed and comforted, and entirely herself, as she rose to her feet and began straightway to occupy her mind with the announcements of the death, an enormous number of elegant cards which must be ordered at once. Christian appeared. He had heard the news of the senator's stroke in the club, which he had left at once, but he was so afraid of seeing some awful sight that he went instead for a long walk outside the walls, and was not to be found. Now, however, he came in, and on the threshold heard of his brother's death. "It isn't possible," he said, and limped up the stairs, his eyes rolling wildly. He stood at the bedside between his sister and his sister-in-law, with his bald head, his sunken cheeks, his drooping moustaches, and his huge beaked nose. He stood there on his bent legs, looking a little like an interrogation point, and gazed with his little round deep eyes into his brother's face as it lay so silent, so cold, so detached and inaccessible. The corners of Thomas's mouth were drawn down in an expression almost scornful. There he lay, at whom once Christian had flung the reproach that he was too heartless to weep at a brother's death. He was dead now himself. He had simply withdrawn, silent, elegant, and irreproachable, into the hereafter. He had, as so often in his life, left it to others to feel put in the wrong. No matter now whether he had been right or wrong in his cold and scornful indifference toward his brother's afflictions, the misery, the nodding man, the spirit bottle, the open window. None of that mattered now, for death, with arbitrary and incomprehensible partiality, had singled him out, and taken him up, and given him an awesome dignity and importance. And yet death had rejected Christian, had held him off, and would not have him at any price, would only keep on making game of him, and mocking him with all these tricks and antics which nobody took seriously. Never in his life had Thomas Buddenbrook so impressed his brother as at this hour. Success is so definite, so conclusive. Death alone can make others respect our sufferings, and through death the most pitiable sufferings acquire dignity. "You have won. I give in," Christian thought. He knelt on one knee with a sudden awkward gesture, and kissed the cold hand on the coverlet. Then he stepped back and moved about the room, his eyes darting back and forth. Other visitors came, the old Krugers, the Mrs. Buddenbrook, old Herr Marcus. Poor Clotilde, lean and ashen, stood by the bed. Her face was apathetic, and she folded her hands in their worsted gloves. "You must not think, Tony and Gerda," said she, and her voice dragged very much, "that I've no feeling because I don't weep. The truth is, I have no more tears." And as she stood there, incredibly dry and withered, it was evident that she spoke the truth. Then they all left the room to make way for an elderly female, an unpleasant old creature with a toothless, mumbling jaw, who had come to help Sister Leandra wash and dress the corpse. Gerda Buddenbrook, Frau Permenater, Christian, and little Johann sat under the big gas lamp around the center table in the living room and worked industriously until far on into the evening. They were addressing envelopes and making a list of people who ought to receive announcements. Now and then somebody thought of another name. Hanno had to help too. His handwriting was plain, and there was need of haste. It was still in the house and in the street. The gas lamp made a soft hissing noise. Somebody murmured a name, the papers rustled. Sometimes they looked at each other and remembered what had happened. Frau Permenater scratched busily, but regularly, once every 5 minutes, she would put down her pen, lift her clasped hands up to her mouth, and break out in lamentations. "I can't realize it," she would cry, meaning that she was gradually beginning to realize. "It is the end of everything," she burst out another time, in sheer despair, and flung her arms around her sister-in-law's neck with loud weeping. After each outburst she was strengthened, and took up her work again. With Christian it was as with poor Clotilde. He had not shed a tear, which fact rather mortified him. It was true, too, that his constant preoccupation with his own condition had used him up emotionally and made him insensitive. Now and then he would start up, rub his hand over his bald brow, and murmur, "Yes, it's frightfully sad." He said it to himself, with strong self-reproach, and did his best to make his eyes water. Suddenly something happened to startle them all. Little Johann began to laugh. He was copying a list of names, and had found one with such a funny sound that he could not resist it. He said it aloud, and snorted through his nose, bent over, sobbed, and could not control himself. The grown people looked at him in bewildered incredulity, and his mother sent him up to bed. End of section 93. Section 94 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 10, Chapter 9. Senator Buddenbrook had died of a bad tooth, so it was said in the town. But goodness, people don't die of a bad tooth. He had had a toothache, Herbrecht had broken off the crown, and thereupon the senator had simply fallen in the street. Was ever the like heard? But however it had happened, that was no longer the point. What had next to be done was to send wreaths, large, expensive wreaths, which would do the givers credit and be mentioned in the paper, wreaths which showed that they came from people with sympathetic hearts and long purses. They were sent. They poured in from all sides, from organizations, from families and individuals, laurel wreaths, wreaths of heavily scented flowers, silver wreaths, wreaths with black bows or bows with the colors of the city on them, or dedications printed in heavy black type or gilt lettering, and palms, simply quantities of palms. The flower shops did an enormous business, not least among them being Everson's, opposite the Buddenbrook mansion. Frau Everson rang many times in the day at the vestibule door, and handed in arrangements in all shapes and styles, from senator this or that, or consul so and so, from office staffs and civil servants. On one of these visits she asked if she might go up and see the senator a minute. Yes, of course, she was told, and she followed Frau Perminator up the main staircase, gazing silently at its magnificence. She went up heavily, for she was, as usual, expecting. Her looks had grown a little common with the years, but the narrow black eyes and the Malay cheek-bones had not lost their charm. One could still see that she must once have been exceedingly pretty. She was admitted into the salon, where Thomas Buddenbrook lay upon his bier. He lay in the centre of the large light room, the furniture of which had been removed, amid the white silk linings of his coffin, dressed in white silk, shrouded in white silk, in a thick and stupefying mingling of odours from the tuberoses, violets, roses, and other flowers with which he was surrounded. At his head, in a half-circle of silver candelabra, stood the pedestal draped in mourning, supporting the marble copy of Thorwaldsen's Christ. The wreaths, garlands, baskets, and bunches stood or lay along the walls, on the floor, and on the coverlet. Palms stood around the bier and drooped over the feet of the dead. The skin of his face was abraded in spots, and the nose was bruised. But his hair was dressed with the tongs, as in life, and his moustache, too, had been drawn through the tongs for the last time by old Herr Wenzel, and stuck out stiff and straight beyond his white cheeks. His head was turned a little to one side, and an ivory cross was stuck between the folded hands. Frau Everson remained near the door, and looked thence, blinking, over to the bier. Only when Frau Perminator, in deep black, with a cold in her head from much weeping, came from the living-room through the portieres, and invited Frau Everson to come nearer, did she dare to venture a little farther forward on the parquetry floor. She stood with her hands folded across her prominent abdomen, and looked about her with her narrow black eyes, at the plants, the candelabra, the bows and the wreaths, the white silk, and Thomas Buddenbrook's face. It would be hard to describe the expression on the pale, blurred features of the pregnant woman. Finally she said, "Yes," sobbed just once, a brief confused sound, and turned away. Frau Perminator loved these visits. She never stirred from the house, but superintended with tireless zeal the homage that pressed about the earthly husk of her departed brother. She read the newspaper articles aloud many times in her throaty voice, those same newspapers which at the time of the Jubilee had paid tribute to her brother's merits, now mourned the irreparable loss of his personality. She stood at Gerda's side to receive the visits of condolence in the living-room, and there was no end of these. Their name was legion. She held conferences with various people about the funeral, which must of course be conducted in the most refined manner. She arranged farewells. She had the office staff come in a body to bid their chief good-bye. The workmen from the granaries came too. They shuffled their huge feet along the parquetry floor, drew down the corners of their mouths to show their respect, and emanated an odour of chewing tobacco, spirits, and physical exertion. They looked at the dead lying in his splendid state, twirled their caps, first admired, and then grew restive, until at length one of them found courage to go, and the whole troop followed, shuffling on his heels. Frau Perminator was enchanted. She asserted that some of them had tears running down into their beards. This simply was not the fact, but she saw it, and it made her happy. The day of the funeral dawned. The metal casket was hermetically sealed and covered with flowers, the candles burned in their silver holders, the house filled with people, and, surrounded by mourners from near and far, Pastor Prinksheim stood at the head of the coffin in upright majesty, his impressive head resting upon his ruff as on a dish. A high-shouldered functionary, a brisk intermediate something between a waiter and a major domo, had in charge the outward ordering of the solemnity. He ran with the softest speed down the staircase, and called in a penetrating whisper across the entry, which was filled to overflowing with tax commissioners in uniform and grain porters in blouses, knee breeches, and tall hats. "The rooms are full, but there is a little room left in the corridor." Then everything was hushed. Pastor Prinksheim began to speak. He filled the whole house with the rolling periods of his exquisitely modulated, sonorous voice. He stood there near the figure of Thorwaldsen's Christ, and wrung his hands before his face, or spread them out in blessing, while below in the street, before the house door, beneath a white wintry sky, stood the hearse drawn by 4 black horses, with the other carriages in a long row behind it. A company of soldiers with grounded arms stood in 2 rows opposite the house door, with Lieutenant von Trotha at their head. He held his drawn sword on his arm, and looked up at the bow window with his brilliant eyes. Many people were craning their necks from windows nearby, or standing on the pavements to look. At length there was a stir in the vestibule, the lieutenant's muffled word of command sounded, and the soldiers presented arms with a rattle of weapons. Herr von Trotha let his sword sink, and the coffin appeared. It swayed cautiously forth of the house door, borne by the 4 men in black cloaks and cocked hats, and a gust of perfume came with it, wafted over the heads of bystanders. The breeze ruffled the black plumes on top of the hearse, tossed the manes of the horses standing in line down to the river, and dishevelled the mourning hat-scarves of the coachmen and grooms. Enormous single flakes of snow drifted down from the sky in long slanting curves. The horses attached to the hearse, all in black trappings so that only their restless rolling eyeballs could be seen, now slowly got in motion. The hearse moved off, led by the 4 black servants. The company of soldiers fell in behind, and one after another the coaches followed on. Christian Buddenbrook and the pastor got into the first. Little Johann sat in the second with a well-fed Hamburg relative, and slowly, with mournful long-drawn pomp, Thomas Buddenbrook's funeral train wound away, while the flags at half-mast on all the houses flapped before the wind. The office staff and the grain porters followed on foot. The casket, with the mourners behind, followed the well-known cemetery paths, past crosses and statues and chapels and bare weeping willows, to the Buddenbrook family lot, where the military guard of honor already stood, and presented arms again. A funeral march sounded in subdued and solemn strains from behind the shrubbery. Once more the heavy gravestone with the family arms in relief had been moved to one side, and once more the gentlemen of the town stood there on the edge of the little grove, beside the abyss walled in with masonry, into which Thomas Buddenbrook was now lowered to join his fathers. They stood there with bent heads, these worthy and well-to-do citizens. Prominent among them were the senators in white gloves and cravats. Beyond them was the throng of officials, clerks, grain porters, and warehouse laborers. The music stopped. Pastor Prinksheim spoke. While his voice, raised in blessing, still lingered on the air, everybody pressed round to shake hands with the brother and son of the deceased. The ceremony was long and tedious. Christian Buddenbrook received all the condolences with his usual absent, embarrassed air. Little Johann stood by his side, in his heavy reefer jacket with the gilt buttons, and looked at the ground with his blue-shadowed eyes. He never looked up, but bent his head against the wind with a sensitive twist of all his features. End of section 94. Section 95 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 11, Chapter 1. It sometimes happens that we may recall this or that person whom we have not lately seen, and wonder how he is. And then, with a start, we remember that he has disappeared from the stage, that his voice no longer swells the general concert, that he is, in short, departed from among us, and lies somewhere outside the walls beneath the sod. Frau Consul Buddenbrook, she that was a Stuving, Uncle Gotthold's widow, passed away. Death set his reconciling and atoning seal upon the brow of her who in her life had been the cause of such violent discord. And her three daughters, Friederica, Henrietta, and Fifi, received the condolences of their relatives with an affronted air, which seemed to say, "You see, your persecutions have at last brought her down to her grave," as if the Frau Consul were not as old as the hills already. And Madame Kettelson had gone to her long rest. In her later years she had suffered much from gout, but she died gently and simply, resting upon a childlike faith which was much envied by her educated sister, who had always had her periodic attacks of rationalistic doubt, and who, though she grew constantly smaller and more bent, was relentlessly bound by an iron constitution to this sinful earth. Consul Peter Duhlmann was called away. He had eaten up all his money and finally fell a prey to Hunyadi Janosch, leaving his daughter an income of 200 marks a year. He depended upon the respect felt in the community for the name of Duhlmann to ensure her being admitted into the Order of St. John. Justus Kruger also departed this life, which was a loss, for now nobody was left to prevent his wife selling everything she owned to send money to the wretched Jacob, who was still leading a dissolute existence somewhere in the world. Christian Buddenbrook had likewise disappeared from the streets of his native city. He would have been sought in vain within her walls. He had moved to Hamburg less than a year after his brother's death, and there he united himself, before God and men, with Fräulein Aline Pufvogel, a lady with whom he had long stood in a close relationship. No one could now stop him. His inheritance from his mother, indeed, half the interest of which had always found its way to Hamburg, was managed by Herr Stefan Kistenmacher, insofar as it was not already spent in advance. Herr Kistenmacher, in fact, had been appointed administrator by the terms of his deceased friend's will. But in all other respects Christian was his own master. Directly the marriage became known, Frau Perminator addressed to Frau Aline Buddenbrook in Hamburg a long and extraordinarily violent letter, beginning "Madame," and declaring in carefully poisoned words that she had absolutely no intention of recognizing as a relative either the person addressed or any of her children. Herr Kistenmacher was executor and administrator of the Buddenbrook estate and guardian of little Johann. He held these offices in high regard. They were an important activity which justified him in rubbing his head on the Bourse with every indication of overwork, and telling everybody that he was simply wearing himself out. Besides, he received 2% of the revenues very punctually. But he was not too successful in the performance of his duties, and Gerda Buddenbrook soon had reason to feel dissatisfied. The business was to close, the firm to go into liquidation, and the estate to be settled within a year. This was Thomas Buddenbrook's wish, as expressed in his will. Frau Perminator felt much upset. "And Hanno? And little Johann? What about Hanno?" She was disappointed and grieved that her brother had passed over his son and heir, and had not wished to keep the firm alive for him to step into. She wept for hours to think that one should dispose thus summarily of that honourable shield, that jewel cherished by 4 generations of Buddenbrooks, that the history of the firm was now to close, while yet there existed a direct heir to carry it on. But she finally consoled herself by thinking that the end of the firm was not, after all, the end of the family, and that her nephew might as easily, in a new and different career, perform the high task allotted to him, that task being to carry on the family name and add fresh lustre to the family reputation. It could not be in vain that he possessed so much likeness to his great-grandfather. The liquidation of the business began under the auspices of Herr Kistenmacher and old Herr Marcus, and it took a most deplorable course. The time was short, and it must be punctiliously kept to. The pending business was disposed of on hurried and unfavourable terms. One precipitate and disadvantageous sale followed another. The granaries and warehouses were turned into money at a great loss, and what was not lost by Herr Kistenmacher's overzealousness was wasted by the procrastination of old Herr Marcus. In town they said that the old man, before he left his house in winter, warmed not only his coat and hat, but his walking-stick as well. If ever a favourable opportunity arose, he invariably let it slip through his fingers, and so the losses piled up. Thomas Buddenbrook had left, on paper, an estate of 650,000 marks. A year after the will was opened, it had become abundantly clear that there was no question of such a sum. Indefinite, exaggerated rumours of the unfavourable liquidation got about, and were fed by the news that Gerda Buddenbrook meant to sell the great house. Wonderful stories flew about of the reasons which obliged her to take such a step, of the collapse of the Buddenbrook fortune. Things were thought to look very badly, and a feeling began to grow up in the town, of which the widowed Frau Senator became aware, at first with surprise and astonishment, and then with growing anger. When she told her sister-in-law one day that she had been pressed in an unpleasant way for the payment of some considerable amounts, Frau Perminator had at first been speechless, and then had burst out into frightful laughter. Gerda Buddenbrook was so outraged that she expressed a half-determination to leave the city forever with little Johann, and go back to Amsterdam to play duets with her old father. But this called forth such a storm of protest from Frau Perminator that she was obliged to give up the plan for the time being. As was to be expected, Frau Perminator protested against the sale of the house which her brother had built. She bewailed the bad impression it would make, and complained of the blow it would deal the family prestige. But she had to grant that it would be folly to continue to keep up the spacious and splendid dwelling that had been Thomas Buddenbrook's costly hobby. and that Gerda's idea of a comfortable little villa outside the wall in the country had, after all, much to commend it. A great day dawned for Sigismund Gosch the broker. His old age was illumined by an event so stupendous that for many hours it held his knees from trembling. It came about that he sat in Gerda Buddenbrooks' salon, in an easy-chair opposite her, and discussed, tete-a-tete, the price of her house. His snow-white locks streamed over his face, his chin protruded grimly. He succeeded for once in looking thoroughly hump-backed. He hissed when he talked, but his manners were cold and businesslike, and nothing betrayed the emotions of his soul. He bound himself to take over the house, stretched out his hand, smiled cunningly, and bid 85,000 marks, which was a possible offer, for some loss would certainly have to be taken in this sale. But Herr Kistenmacher's opinion must be heard, and Gerda Buddenbrook had to let Herr Gosch go without making the bargain. Then it appeared that Herr Kistenmacher was not minded to allow any interference in what he considered his prerogative. He mistrusted Herr Gosch's offer, he laughed at it, and swore that he could easily get much more. He continued to swear this, until, at length, he was forced to dispose of the property for 75,000 marks, to an elderly spinster who had returned from extended travel and decided to settle in the town. Herr Kistenmacher also arranged for the purchase of the new house, a pleasant little villa for which he paid rather too high a price, but which was about what Gerda Buddenbrook wanted. It lay outside the castle gate, on a chestnut-bordered avenue, and thither, in the autumn of the year 1876, the Frau Senator moved, with her son, her servants, and a part of her household goods, the remainder, to Frau Permaneder's great distress, being left behind to pass into the possession of the elderly gentlewoman. As if these were not changes enough, Mamsell Jungmann, after 40 years in the service of the Buddenbrook family, left it to return to her native West Prussia to live out the evening of her life. To tell the truth, she was dismissed by the Frau Senator. This good soul had taken up with little Johann when the previous generation had outgrown her. She had cherished him fondly, read him fairy stories, and told him about the uncle who died of hiccups. But now little Johann was no longer small. He was a lad of 15 years, to whom, despite his lack of strength, she could no longer be of much service. And with his mother, her relations had not for a long time been on a very comfortable footing. She had never been able to think of this lady, who had entered the family so much later than herself, as a proper Buddenbrook, and of late she had begun, with the freedom of an old servant, to arrogate to herself exaggerated authority. She stirred up dissension in the household by this or that encroachment. The position became untenable. There were disagreements. And though Frau Permaneder made an impassioned plea in her behalf, as for the old house and the furniture, old Ida had to go. She wept bitterly when the hour came to bid little Johann farewell. He put his arms about her and embraced her. Then, with his hands behind his back, resting his weight on one leg, while the other poised on the tips of the toes, he watched her out of sight. His face wore the same brooding, introspective look with which he had stood at his father's deathbed and his grandmother's bier, witnessing the breaking up of the great household, and shared in so many events of the same kind, though of lesser outward significance. The departure of old Ida belonged to the same category as other events with which he was already familiar, breakings up, closings, endings, disintegrations. He had seen them all. Such events did not disturb him. They had never disturbed him. But he would lift his head, with the curling light brown hair, inflate one delicate nostril, and it was as if he cautiously sniffed the air about him, expecting to perceive that odor, that strange and yet familiar odor, which, at his grandmother's bier, not all the scent of the flowers had been able to disguise. When Frau Permaneder visited her sister-in-law, she would draw her nephew to her, and tell him of the Buddenbrook family past, and of that future for which, next to the mercy of God, they would have to thank little Johann. The more depressing the present appeared, the more she strove to depict the elegance of the life that went on in the houses of her parents and grandparents, and she would tell Hanno how his great-grandfather had driven all over the country with his carriage and 4 horses. One day she had a severe attack of cramps in the stomach because Friederike, Henrietta, and Fifi had asserted that the Hagenstroms were the crème de la crème of town society. Bad news came of Christian. His marriage seemed not to have improved his health. He had become more and more subject to uncanny delusions and morbid hallucinations, until finally his wife had acted upon the advice of a physician and had him put into an institution. He was unhappy there, and wrote pathetic letters to his relatives, expressive of a fervent desire to leave the establishment, where it seemed he was none too well treated. But they kept him shut up, and it was probably the best thing for him. It also put his wife in a position to continue her former independent existence without prejudice to her status as a married woman, or to the practical advantages accruing from her marriage. End of section 95. Section 96 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Low Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Perry. Part 11, Chapter 2A. The alarm clock went off with cruel alacrity. It was a hoarse rattling and clattering that it made, rather than a ringing, for it was old and worn out, but it kept on for a painfully long time, for it had been thoroughly wound up. Hanno Buddenbrook was startled to his inmost depths. It was like this every morning. His very entrails rebelled in rage, protest, and despair at the onslaught of this at once cruel and faithful monitor standing on the bedside table close to his ear. However, he did not get up or even change his position in the bed. He only wrenched himself away from some blurred dream of the early morning and opened his eyes. It was perfectly dark in the wintry room. He could distinguish nothing, not even the hands on the clock, but he knew it was 6 o'clock, because last night he had set his alarm for 6. Last night. And as he lay on his back, with his nerves rasped by the shock of waking, struggling for sufficient resolution to make a light and jump out of bed, everything that had filled his mind yesterday came gradually back into his consciousness. It was Sunday evening, and after having been maltreated by Herr Brecht for several days on end, he had been taken, as a reward, to a performance of Lohengrin. He had looked forward for a whole week to this evening with a joy which absorbed his entire existence. Only it was a pity that on such occasions the full pleasure of the anticipation had to be marred by disagreeable commonplaces that went on up to the very last minute. But at length Saturday came, school was over for the week, and Herr Brecht's little drill had bored and buzzed away in the mouth for the last time. Now everything was out of the way and done with, for he had obstinately put off his preparation for Monday until after the opera. What was Monday to him? Was it likely it would ever dawn? Who believes in Monday when he is to hear Lohengrin on Sunday evening? He would get up early on Monday and get the wretched stuff done, and that was all there was to it. Thus he went about free from care, fondled the coming joy in his heart, dreamed at his piano, and forgot all unpleasantness to come. And then the dream became reality. It came over him with all its enchantment and consecration, all its secret revelations and tremors, its sudden inner emotion, its extravagant, unquenchable intoxication. It was true that the music of the overture was rather too much for the cheap violins in the orchestra, and the fat, conceited-looking Lohengrin with straw-coloured hair came in rather hind-side foremost in his little boat. And his guardian, Herr Stefan Kistenmacher, had sat in the next box and grumbled about the boy's being taken away from his lessons and having his mind distracted like that. But the sweet exalted splendor of the music had borne him away upon its wings. The end had come at length. The singing, shimmering joy was quenched and silent. He had found himself back home in his room, with a burning head and the consciousness that only a few hours of sleep there in his bed separated him from dull, everyday existence. And he had been overpowered by an attack of the complete despondency which was all too familiar an experience. Again he had learned that beauty can pierce one like a pain, and that it can sink profoundly into shame and a longing despair that utterly consume the courage and energy necessary to the life of every day. His despondency weighed him down like mountains, and once more he told himself, as he had done before, that this was more than his own individual burden of weaknesses that rested upon him, that his burden was one which he had borne upon his soul from the beginning of time, and must one day sink under at last. He had wound the alarm clock and gone to sleep, and slept that dead and heavy sleep that comes when one wishes never to awake again. And now Monday was here, and he had not prepared a single lesson. He sat up and lighted the bedside candle, but his arms and shoulders felt so cold that he lay down again and pulled up the covers. The hand pointed to 10 minutes after 6. Oh, it was absurd to get up now. He should hardly have time to make a beginning, for there was preparation in nearly every lesson. And the time he had fixed was already past. Was it as certain then as it had seemed to him yesterday that he would be called up in Latin and chemistry? It was certainly to be expected. In all human probability it would happen. The names at the end of the alphabet had lately been called in the Ovid class, and presumably they would begin again at the beginning. But, after all, it wasn't so absolutely certain. Beyond a peradventure, there were exceptions to every rule. Chance sometimes worked wonders, he knew. He sank deeper and deeper into these false and plausible speculations. His thoughts began to run in together. He was asleep. The little schoolboy bedchamber, cold and bare, with the copper plate of the Sistine Madonna over the bed, the extension table in the middle, the untidy bookshelf, a stiff-legged mahogany desk, the harmonium, and the small wash-hand stand, lay silent in the flickering light of the candle. The window was covered with ice crystals, and the blind was up in order that the light might come earlier. And Hanno slept, his cheek pressed into the pillow, his lips closed, the eyelashes lying close upon his cheek. He slept with an expression of the most utter abandonment to slumber, the soft light brown hair clustering about his temples. And slowly the candle flame lost its reddish-yellow glow as the pale, dun-colored dawn stole into the room through the icy coating on the window-pane. At 7 he woke once more, with a start of fear. He must get up and take upon himself the burden of the day. There was no way out of it. Only a short hour now remained before school would begin. Time pressed. There was no thought of preparation now. And yet he continued to lie, full of exasperation and rebellion against this brutal compulsion that was upon him to forsake his warm bed in the frosty dawning and go out into the world, into contact with harsh and unfriendly people. Oh, only 2 little tiny minutes more, he begged of his pillow in overwhelming tenderness. And then he gave himself a full 5 minutes more, out of sheer bravado, and closed his eyes, opening one from time to time to stare despairingly at the clock, which went stupidly on in its insensate, accurate way. 10 minutes after 7 o'clock, he tore himself out of bed and began to move about the room with frantic haste. He let the candle burn, for the daylight was not enough by itself. He breathed upon a crystal, and, looking out, saw a thick mist abroad. He was unutterably cold, and a shiver sometimes shook his entire body. The ends of his fingers burned. They were so swollen that he could do nothing with the nail-brush. As he washed the upper parts of his body, his almost lifeless hand let fall the sponge, and he stood a moment stiff and helpless, steaming like a sweating horse. At last he was dressed. Dull-eyed and breathless, he stood at the table, collected his despairing senses with a jerk, and began to put together the books he was likely to need today, murmuring in an anguished voice, "Religion, Latin, chemistry," and shuffling together the wretched ink-spotted paper volumes. Yes, he was already quite tall, was little Johann. He was more than 15 years old, and no longer wore a sailor costume, but a light brown jacket suit with a blue and white spotted cravat. Over his waistcoat he wore a long, thin gold chain that had belonged to his grandfather, and on the 4th finger of his broad but delicately articulated right hand was the old seal ring with the green stone. It was his now. He pulled on his heavy winter jacket, put on his hat, snatched his school-bag, extinguished the candle, and dashed down the stair to the ground floor, past the stuffed bear, and into the dining-room on the right. Fräulein Clementina, his mother's new factotum, a thin girl with curls on her forehead, a pointed nose, and short-sighted eyes, already sat at the breakfast-table. "How late is it, really?" he asked between his teeth, though he already knew with great precision. "A quarter before 8, she answered, pointing with a thin, red, rheumatic-looking hand at the clock on the wall. "You must get along, Hanno." She set a steaming cup of cocoa before him, and pushed the bread and butter, salt, and an egg-cup toward his place. He said no more, clutched a roll, and began, standing, with his hat on and his bag under his arm, to swallow his cocoa. The hot drink hurt the back tooth which Herr Brecht had just been working at. He let half of it stand, pushed away the egg, and with a sound intended for an adieu, ran out of the house. It was 10 minutes to 8 when he left the garden and the little brick villa behind him and dashed along the wintry avenue. 10, 9, 8 minutes more. And it was a long way. He could scarcely see for the fog. He drew it in with his breath and breathed it out again, this thick, icy, cold fog, with all the power of his narrow chest. He stopped his still throbbing tooth with his tongue, and did fearful violence to his leg muscles. He was bathed in perspiration, yet he felt frozen in every limb. He began to have a stitch in his side. The morsel of breakfast revolted in his stomach against this morning jaunt which it was taking. He felt nauseated, and his heart fluttered and trembled so that it took away his breath. The castle gate, only the castle gate, and it was 4 minutes to 8. As he panted on through the streets in an extremity of mingled pain, perspiration, and nausea, he looked on all sides for his fellow pupils. No, there was no one else. They were all on the spot. And now it was beginning to strike 8. Bells were ringing all over the town, and the chimes of St. Mary's were playing, in celebration of this moment, "Now let us all thank God." They played half the notes falsely, they had no idea of rhythm, and they were badly in want of tuning. Thus Hanno, in the madness of despair. But what was that to him? He was late. There was no longer any room for doubt. The school clock was usually a little behind, but not enough to help him this time. He stared hopelessly into people's faces as they passed him. They were going to their offices or about their business. They were in no particular hurry. Nothing was threatening them. Some of them looked at him and smiled at his distracted appearance and sulky looks. He was beside himself at these smiles. What were they smiling at, these comfortable, unhurried people? He wanted to shout after them and tell them their smiling was very uncivil. Perhaps they would just enjoy falling down dead in front of the closed entrance gate of the school. The prolonged shrill ringing, which was the signal for morning prayers, struck on his ear while he was still 20 paces from the long red wall with the 2 cast-iron gates which separated the court of the school building from the street. He felt that his legs had no more power to advance. He simply let his body fall forward. The legs moved willy-nilly to prevent his stumbling, and thus he staggered on and arrived at the gate just as the bell had ceased ringing. Herr Schlemihl, the porter, a heavy man with the face and rough beard of a laborer, was just about to close the gate. "Well," he said, and let Buddenbrook slip through. Perhaps he might still be saved. What he had to do now was to slip, unobserved, into his classroom and wait there until the end of prayers, which were held in the drill hall, and to act as if everything were in order. Panting, exhausted, in a cold perspiration, he slunk across the courtyard and through the folding doors with glass panes that divided it from the interior. Everything in the establishment was now new, clean, and adequate. The time had been ripe, and the grey, crumbling walls of the ancient monastic school had been levelled to the ground to make room for the spacious, airy, and imposing new building. The style of the whole had been preserved, and corridors and cloisters were still spanned by the fine old Gothic vaulting. But the lighting and heating arrangements, the ventilation of the classrooms, the comfort of the masters' rooms, the equipment of the halls for the teaching of chemistry, physics, and design, all this had been carried out on the most modern lines with respect to comfort and sanitation. The exhausted Hanno stuck close to the wall and kept his eyes open as he stole along. Heaven be praised, the corridors were empty. He heard distantly the hubbub made by the hosts of masters and pupils going into the drill hall to receive there a little spiritual strengthening for the labors of the week. But here everything was empty and still, and his road up the broad linoleum-covered stairs lay free. He stole up cautiously on his tiptoes, holding his breath, straining his ears for sounds from above. His classroom, the lower second of the Realschule, was in the first story, opposite the stairs, and the door was open. Crouched on the top step, he peered down the long corridor, on both sides of which were the entrances to the various classrooms, with porcelain signs above them. 3 rapid, noiseless steps forward, and he was in his own room. It was empty. The curtains of the 3 large windows were still drawn, and the gas was burning in the chandelier with a soft hissing noise. Green shades diffused the light over the 3 rows of desks. These desks each had room for 2 pupils. They were made of light-colored wood, and opposite them, in remote and edifying austerity, stood the master's platform with a blackboard behind it. A yellow wainscoting ran around the lower part of the wall, and above it the bare whitewashed surface was decorated with a few maps. A second blackboard stood on an easel by the master's chair. Hanno went to his place, which was nearly in the centre of the room. He stuffed his bag into the desk, sank upon the hard seat, laid his arms on the sloping lid, and rested his head upon them. He had a sensation of unspeakable relief. The room was bare, hard, hateful, and ugly, and the burden of the whole threatening forenoon with its numerous perils lay before him, but for the moment he was safe. He had saved his skin, and could take things as they came. The first lesson, Herr Ballerstedt's class in religious instruction, was comparatively harmless. He could see, by the vibration of the little strips of paper over the ventilator next the ceiling, that warm air was streaming in, and the gas too did its share to heat the room. He could actually stretch out here and feel his stiffened limbs slowly thawing. The heat mounted to his head. It was very pleasant, but not quite healthful. It made his ears buzz and his eyes heavy. A sudden noise behind him made him start and turn around. And behold, from behind the last bench rose the head and shoulders of Kai, Count Muln. He crawled out, did this young man, got up, shook himself, slapped his hands together to get the dust off, and came up to Hanno with a beaming face. "Oh, it's you, Hanno," he said, "and I crawled back there because I took you for a piece of the faculty when you came in." His voice cracked as he spoke because it was changing, which Hanno's had not yet begun to do. He had kept pace with Hanno in his growth, but his looks had not altered, and he still wore a dingy suit of no particular color, with a button or so missing and a big patch on the seat. His hands, too, were not quite clean, narrow and aristocratic though they were, with long slender fingers and tapering nails. But his brow was still pure as alabaster beneath the carelessly parted reddish-yellow hair that fell over it, and the glance of the sparkling blue eyes was as keen and as profound as ever. In fact, the contrast was even more striking between his neglected toilette and the racial purity of his face, with its delicate bony structure, slightly aquiline nose, and short upper lip, upon which the down was beginning to show. "Oh, Kai," said Hanno, with a wry face, putting his hand to his heart, "how can you frighten me like that? What are you doing up here? Why are you hiding? Did you come late, too?" "Dear me, no," Kai said. "I've been here a long time, though one doesn't much look forward to getting back to the old place when Monday morning comes round. You must know that yourself, old fellow. No, I only stopped up here to have a little game. The deep one seems to be able to reconcile it with his religion, to hunt people down to prayers. Well, I get behind him, and I manage to keep close behind his back, whichever way he turns, the old mystic.
So in the end, he goes off and I can stop up here. But what about you? He said sympathetically, sitting down beside Hanno on the bench. You had to run, didn't you? Poor old chap. You look perfectly worn out. Your hair is sticking to your forehead. He took a ruler from the table and carefully combed little Johann's hair with it. You overslept, didn't you? Look, he interrupted himself, here I am sitting in the sacred seat of number 1, Adolf Totenhaupt's place. Well, it won't hurt me for once, I suppose. You overslept, didn't you? Hanno had put his head down on his arms again. I was at the opera last night, he said, heaving a long sigh. Right, I'd forgot that. Well, was it beautiful? He got no answer. You are a lucky fellow, after all, went on Kai perseveringly. I've never been in the theatre, not a single time in my whole life, and there isn't the smallest prospect of my going, at least not for years. If only one did not have to pay for it afterwards, said Hanno gloomily. The headache next morning, well, I know how that feels anyhow. Kai stooped and picked up his friend's coat and hat, which lay on the floor beside the bench, and carried them quietly out into the corridor. Then I take it for granted you haven't done the verses from the Metamorphoses, he asked as he came back. No, said Hanno. Have you prepared for the geography test? I haven't done anything, and I don't know anything, said Hanno. Not the chemistry, nor the English either? Benissimo. Then there's a pair of us, brothers in arms, said Kai with obvious gratification. I'm in exactly the same boat, he announced jauntily. I did no work Saturday because the next day was Sunday, and I did no work on Sunday because it was Sunday. No, nonsense. It was mostly because I'd something better to do. He spoke with sudden earnestness, and a slight flush spread over his face. Yes, perhaps it may be rather lively today, Hanno. If I get only one more bad mark, I shan't go up, said Johann, and I'm sure to get it when I'm called up for Latin. The letter B comes next, Kai, so there's not much help for it. We shall see. What does Caesar say? Dangers may threaten me in the rear, but when they see the front of Caesar. But Kai did not finish. He was feeling rather out of sorts himself. He went to the platform and sat down in the master's chair, where he began to rock back and forth, scowling. Hanno still sat with his forehead resting on his arms. So they remained for a while in silence. Then, somewhere in the distance, a dull humming was heard, which quickly swelled to a tumult of voices, approaching, imminent. The mob, said Kai, in an exasperated tone. Goodness, how fast they got through. They haven't taken up 10 minutes of the period. He got down from the platform and went to the door to mingle with the incoming stream. Hanno, for his part, lifted up his head for a minute, screwed up his mouth, and remained seated. Stamping, shuffling, with a confusion of masculine voices, treble and falsetto, they flooded up the stairs and over the corridor. The classroom suddenly became full of noise and movement. This was the lower second form of the Realschule, some 25 strong, comrades of Hanno and Kai. They loitered to their places with their hands in their pockets or dangling their arms, sat down and opened their Bibles. Some of the faces were pleasant, strong, and healthy. Others were doubtful or suspicious-looking. Here were tall, stout, lusty rascals who would soon go to sea or else begin a mercantile career, and who had no further interest in their school life. And small, ambitious lads, far ahead of their age, who were brilliant in subjects that could be got by heart. Adolf Totenhaupt was the head boy. He knew everything. In all his school career he had never failed to answer a question.
Part of his reputation was due to his silent, impassioned industry, but part was also due to the fact that the masters were careful not to ask him anything he might not know. It would have pained and mortified them, and shaken their faith in human perfectibility, to have Adolf Totenhaupt fail to answer. He had a head full of remarkable bumps, to which his blond hair clung as smooth as glass, grey eyes with black rings beneath them, and long brown hands that stuck out beneath the too short sleeves of his neatly brushed jacket. He sat down next Hanno Buddenbrook with a mild, rather sly smile, and bade his neighbour good morning in the customary jargon, which reduced the greeting to a single careless monosyllable. Then he began to employ himself silently with the class register, holding his pen in a way that was incomparably correct, with the slender fingers outstretched, while about him people yawned, laughed, conned their lessons, and chattered half aloud. After 2 minutes there were steps outside. The front rows of pupils rose, and some of those seated farther back followed their example. The rest scarcely interrupted what they were doing as Herr Ballerstedt came into the room, hung his hat on the door, and betook himself to the platform. He was a man in the 40s, with a pleasant embonpoint, a large bald spot, a short beard, a rosy complexion, and a mingled expression of unctuousness and sensuality on his humid lips. He took out his notebook and turned over the leaves in silence, but as the order in the classroom left much to be desired, he lifted his head, stretched out his arm over the desk, and waved his flabby white fist a few times powerlessly in the air. His face grew slowly red, such a dark red that his beard looked pale yellow by contrast. He moved his lips and struggled spasmodically and fruitlessly for half a minute to speak, and finally brought out a single syllable, a short, suppressed grunt that sounded like "Well." He still struggled after further expression, but in the end gave it up, returned to his notebook, calmed down, and became quite composed once more. This was Herr Ballerstedt's way. He had intended to be a priest, but on account of his tendency to stutter and his leaning toward the good things of life, he had become a pedagogue instead. He was a bachelor of some means, wore a small diamond on his finger, and was much given to eating and drinking. He was the headmaster who associated with his fellow masters only in working hours, and outside them he spent his time chiefly with the bachelor society of the town, yes, even with the officers of the garrison. He ate twice a day in the best hotel, and was a member of the club. If he met any of his elder pupils in the streets late at night or at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, he would puff up the way he did in the classroom, fetch out a "good morning," and let the matter rest there, on both sides. From this master, Hanno Buddenbrook had nothing to fear, and was almost never called up by him. Herr Ballerstedt had been too often associated with Hanno's uncle Christian in all too purely human affairs to make him inclined to conflict with Johann in an official capacity. "Well," he said, looked about him once more, waved his flabby fist with the diamond upon it, and glanced into his notebook. "Perlemann, the synopsis." Somewhere in the class up rose Perlemann. One could hardly see that he had risen. He was one of the small and forward ones. "The synopsis," he said, softly and politely, craning his neck forward with a nervous smile. "The book of Job falls into 3 sections. First, the condition of Job before he fell under the chastening of the Lord, chapter 1, verses 1 to 6. Second, the chastening itself and its consequences, chapter—" "Right, Perlemann," interrupted Herr Ballerstedt, touched by so much modesty and obligingness. He put down a good mark in his book. Continue. Heinrici. Heinrici was one of the tall rascals who gave themselves no trouble over anything. He shoved the knife he had been playing with into his pocket, and got up noisily, with his lower lip hanging, and coughing in a gruff voice. Nobody was pleased to have him called up after the gentle Perleman. The pupils sat drowsing in the warm room, some of them half asleep, soothed by the purring sound of the gas. They were all tired after the holiday. They had all crawled out of warm beds that morning, with their teeth chattering, groaning in spirit, and they would have preferred to have the gentle Perleman drone on for the remainder of the period. Heinrici was almost sure to make trouble. "I wasn't here when we had this," he said, none too respectfully. Herr Ballerstedt puffed himself up, waved his fist, struggled to speak, and stared young Heinrici in the face with his eyebrows raised. His head shook with the effort he made, but he finally managed to bring out a "well," and the spell was broken. He went on with perfect fluency. "There is never any work to be got out of you, and you always have an excuse ready, Heinrici. If you were ill the last time, you could have had help in that part. Besides, if the first part dealt with the conditions before the tribulation, and the second part with the tribulation itself, you could have told by counting on your fingers that the third part must deal with the condition after the tribulation. But you have no application or interest whatever. You are not only a poor creature, but you are always ready to excuse and defend your mistakes. But so long as this is the case, Heinrici, you cannot expect to make any improvement, and so I warn you. Sit down, Heinrici. Go on, Wasservogel." Heinrici, thick-skinned and defiant, sat down with much shuffling and scraping, whispered some sort of saucy comment in his neighbor's ear, and took out the jackknife again. Wasservogel stood up, a boy with inflamed eyes, a snub nose, prominent ears, and bitten fingernails. He finished the summary in a rather whining voice, and began to relate the story of Job, the man from the land of Uz, and what happened to him. He had simply opened his Bible behind the back of the pupil ahead of him, and he read from it with an air of utter innocence and concentration, staring then at a point on the wall, and translated what he read, coughing the while, into awkward and hesitating modern German. There was something positively repulsive about Wasservogel, but Herr Ballerstedt gave him a large meed of praise. Wasservogel had the knack of making the masters like him, and they praised him in order to show that they were incapable of being led away by his ugliness to blame him unjustly. The lesson continued. Various pupils were called up to display their knowledge touching Job, the man from the land of Uz. Gottlob Kasbaum, son of the unfortunate merchant P. Philip Kasbaum, got an excellent mark, despite the late distressing circumstances of his family, because he knew that Job had 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, 500 asses, and a large number of servants. Then the Bibles, which were already open, were permitted to be opened, and they went on reading. Wherever Herr Ballerstedt thought explanation necessary, he puffed himself up, said "well," and after these customary preliminaries made a little speech upon the point in question, interspersed with abstract moral observations. Not a soul listened. A slumberous peace reigned in the room. The heat, with the continuous influx of warm air and the still lighted gas burners, had become oppressive, and the air was well nigh exhausted by these 25 breathing and steaming organisms. The warmth, the purring of the gas, and the drone of the reader's voice lulled them all to a point where they were more asleep than awake. Count Muln, however, had a volume of Edgar Allan Poe's Tales inside his Bible, and read in it, supporting his head on his hand. Hanno Buddenbrook leaned back, sank down in his seat, and looked with relaxed mouth and hot swimming eyes at the book of Job, in which all the lines ran together into a black haze. Now and then, as the Grail motif or the Wedding March came into his mind, his lips drooped and he felt an inward soothing, and then he would wish that this safe and peaceful morning hour might go on forever. Yet it ended, as all things must end. The shrill sound of the bell, clanging and echoing through the corridor, shook the 25 brains out of their slumberous calm. "That is all," said Herr Ballerstedt. The register was handed up to him, and he signed his name in it, as evidence that he had performed his office. Hanno Buddenbrook closed his Bible and stretched himself, yawning. It was a nervous yawn, and as he dropped his arms and relaxed his limbs, he had to take a long, deep breath to bring his heart back to a steady pulsation, for it weakly refused its office for a second. Latin came next. He cast a beseeching glance at Kai, who still sat there reading, and seemed not to have remarked the end of the lesson. Then he drew out his Ovid in stitched covers of marbled paper, and opened it at the lines that were to have been learned by heart for today. No, it was no use now trying to memorize any of it. The regular lines, full of pencil marks, numbered by fives all the way down the page, looked hopelessly unfamiliar. He barely understood the sense of them, let alone trying to say a single one of them by heart. And of those in today's preparation, he had not puzzled out even the first sentence. "What does that mean? Deciderant patula Jovis arbore glandes?" he asked in a despairing voice, turning to Adolf Totenhaupt, who sat beside him working on the register. "What?" asked Totenhaupt, continuing to write. "The acorns from the tree of Jupiter. That is the oak. No, I don't quite know myself." "Tell me a bit, Totenhaupt, when it comes my turn, will you?" begged Hanno, and pushed the book away. He scowled at the cool and careless nod Totenhaupt gave by way of reply. Then he slid sideways off the bench and stood up. The scene had changed. Herr Ballerstedt had left the room, and his place was taken by a small, weak, enervated little man, who stood straight and severe on the platform. He had a sparse white beard and a thin red neck that rose out of a narrow, turned-down collar. He held his top hat upside down in front of him, clasped in two small hands covered with white hair. His real name was Professor Hookup, but he was called Spider by the pupils. He was in charge of classrooms and corridors during the recess. "Out with the gas, up with the blinds, up with the windows," he said, and giving his voice as commanding a tone as possible, moving his little arm in the air with an awkward, energetic gesture, as if he were turning a crank. "Everybody downstairs, into the fresh air, as quick as possible." The gas went out, the blinds flew up, the sallow daylight filled the room. The cold mist rushed in through the wide-open windows, and the lower second crowded past Professor Hookup to the exit. Only the head boy might remain upstairs. End of section 96. Section 97 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Perry. Part 11, Chapter 2b. Hanno and Kai met at the door and went down the stairs together, and across the architecturally correct vestibule. They were silent. Hanno looked pathetically unwell, and Kai was deep in thought. They reached the courtyard and began to stroll up and down across the wet red tiles, among school companions of all ages and sizes. A youthful-looking man with a blond pointed beard kept order down here, Dr. Goldener, the dressy one. He kept a pensionnat for the sons of the rich landowners from Mecklenburg and Holstein, and dressed, on account of these aristocratic youths, with an elegance not apparent in the other masters. He wore silk cravats, a dandified coat, and pale-coloured trousers fastened down with straps under the soles of his boots, and used perfumed handkerchiefs with coloured borders. He came of rather simple people, and all this elegance was not very becoming. His large feet, for example, looked absurd in the pointed, buttoned boots he wore. He was vain of his plump red hands, too, and kept rubbing them together, clasping them before him, and regarding them with every mark of admiration. He carried his head laid far back on one side, and constantly made faces by blinking, screwing up his nose, and half opening his mouth, as though he were about to say, "What's the matter now?" But his refinement led him to overlook all sorts of small infractions of the rules. He overlooked this or that pupil who had brought a book with him into the courtyard to prepare a little at the 11th hour. He overlooked the fact that one of his boarding pupils handed money to the porter, Herr Schlemihl, and asked him to get some pastry. He overlooked a small trial of strength between two third-form pupils, which resulted in a beating of one by the other, and around which a ring of connoisseurs was quickly formed. And he overlooked certain sounds behind him which indicated that a pupil who had made himself unpopular by cheating, cowardice, or other weakness was being forcibly escorted to the pump. It was a lusty, not too gentle race, that of these comrades of Hanno and Kai among whom they walked up and down. The ideals of the victorious united fatherland were those of a somewhat rude masculinity. Its youth talked in a jargon at once brisk and slovenly. The most despised vices were softness and dandyism. The most admired virtues, those displayed by prowess in drinking and smoking, bodily strength and skill in athletics. Whoever went out with his coat collar turned up incurred a visit to the pump, while he who let himself be seen in the streets with a walking stick must expect a public and ignominious correction administered in the drill hall. Hanno's and Kai's conversation was in striking contrast to that which went on around them among their fellows. This friendship had been recognized in the school for a long time. The masters suffered it grudgingly, suspecting that it meant disaffection and future trouble. The pupils could not understand it, but had settled down to regarding it with a sort of embarrassed dislike, and to thinking of the two friends as outlaws and eccentrics who must be left to their own devices. They recognized, it is true, the wildness and insubordination of Kai, Count Muln, and respected him accordingly. As for Hanno Buddenbrook, big Heinrici, who thrashed everybody, could not make up his mind to lay a finger on him by way of chastisement for dandyism or cowardice. He refrained out of an indefinite respect and awe for the softness of Hanno's hair, the delicacy of his limbs, and his sad, shy, cold glance. "I'm scared," Hanno said to Kai. He leaned against the wall of the school, drawing his jacket closer about him, yawning and shivering. "I'm so scared, Kai, that it hurts me all over my body. Now, just tell me this. Is Herr Montelsack the sort of person one ought to be afraid of? Tell me yourself. If this beastly Ovid lesson were only over.
If I just had my bad mark in peace and stopped where I am, and everything was in order, I'm not afraid of that. It is the row that goes beforehand that I hate." Kai was still deep in thought. "This Roderick Usher is the most remarkable character ever conceived," he said suddenly and abruptly. "I have read the whole lesson hour. If ever I could write a tale like that!" Kai was absorbed in his writing. It was to this he had referred when he said that he had something better to do than his preparation, and Hanno had understood him. Attempts at composition had developed out of his old propensity for inventing tales, and he had lately completed a composition in the form of a fantastic fairy tale, a narrative of symbolic adventure, which went forward in the depths of the earth, among glowing metals and mysterious fires, and at the same time in the souls of men. A tale in which the primeval forces of nature and of the soul were interchanged and mingled, transformed and refined, the whole conceived and written in a vein of extravagant and even sentimental symbolism, fervid with passion and longing. Hanno knew the tale well, and loved it, but he was not now in a frame of mind to think of Kai's work or of Edgar Allan Poe. He yawned again, and then sighed, humming to himself a motif he had lately composed on the piano. This was a habit with him. He would often give a long sigh, a deep indrawn breath, from the instinct to calm the fluctuating and irregular action of his heart, and he had accustomed himself to set the deep breathing to a musical theme of his own or someone else's invention. "Look, there comes the Lord God," said Kai. "He is walking in his garden." "Fine garden," said Hanno. He began to laugh nervously, and could not stop, putting his handkerchief to his mouth the while, and looking across the courtyard at him whom Kai called the Lord God. This was Director Vuleca, the head of the school, who had appeared in the courtyard. An extremely tall man with a slouch hat, a short heavy beard, a prominent abdomen, trousers that were far too short, and very dirty funnel-shaped cuffs. He strode across the flagstones with a face so angry in its expression that he seemed to be actually suffering, and pointed at the pump with outstretched arm. The water was running. A train of pupils ran before him and stumbled in their zeal to repair the damage. Then they stood about, looking first at the pump and then at the director, their faces pictures of distress, and the director, meanwhile, had turned to Dr. Goldener, who hurried up with a very red face and spoke to him in a deep, hollow voice, fairly babbling with excitement between the words. This Director Vuleca was a most formidable man. He had succeeded to the headship of the school after the death, soon after 1871, of the genial and benevolent old gentleman under whose guidance Hanno's father and uncle had pursued their studies. Dr. Vuleca was summoned from a professorship in a Prussian high school, and with his advent an entirely new spirit entered the school. In the old days, the classical course had been thought of as an end in itself, to be pursued at one's ease with a sense of joyous idealism. But now the leading conceptions were authority, duty, power, service, the career. The categorical imperative of our philosopher Kant was inscribed upon the banner which Dr. Vuleca in every official speech unfurled to the breeze. The school became a state within a state, in which not only the masters but the pupils regarded themselves as officials whose main concern was the advancement they could make, and who must therefore take care to stand well with the authorities.
Soon after the new director was installed in his office, the tearing down of the old school began, and the new one was built up on the most approved hygienic and aesthetic principles, and everything went swimmingly. But it remained an open question whether the old school, as an institution, with its smaller endowment of modern comfort, and its larger share of gay good nature, courage, charm, and good feeling, had not been more blessed and blessing than the new. As for Dr. Wulika himself, personally, he had all the awful mystery, duplicity, obstinacy, and jealousy of the Old Testament God. He was as frightful in his smiles as in his anger. The result of the enormous authority that lay in his hands was that he grew more and more arbitrary and moody. He was even capable of making a joke, and then visiting with his wrath anybody who dared to laugh. Not one of his trembling creatures knew how to act before him. They found it safest to honor him in the dust, and to protect themselves by a frantic abasement from the fate of being whirled up in the cloud of his wrath and crushed forever under the weight of his righteous displeasure. The name Kai had given Dr. Wulika was known only to himself and Hanno, and they took the greatest pains not to let any of the others overhear it, for they could not possibly understand. No, there was not one single point on which those two stood on common ground with their schoolfellows. Even the methods of revenge, of getting even, which obtained in the school, were foreign to Hanno and Kai. And they utterly disdained the current nicknames, which did not in the least appeal to their more subtle sense of humor. It was so poor, it showed such a paucity of invention, to call thin Professor Hookup Spider, and Herr Ballerstedt Cocky. It was such scant compensation for their compulsory service to the state. No, Kai, Count Muln, flattered himself that he was not so feeble as that. He invented, for his own and Hanno's use, a method of alluding to all their masters by their actual names, with the simple prefix thus: Herr Ballerstedt, Herr Hookup. The irony of this, its chilly remoteness and mockery, pleased him very much. He liked to speak of the teaching body, and would amuse himself for whole recesses with imagining it as an actual creature, a sort of monster with a repulsively fantastic form. And they spoke in general of the institution as if it were similar to that which harbored Hanno's uncle Christian. Kai's mood improved at the sight of the Lord God, who still pervaded the playground and put everybody in a pallid fright by pointing, with fearful rumblings, to the wrapping papers from the luncheons which strewed the courtyard. The two lads went off to one of the gates, through which the masters in charge of the second period were now entering. Kai began to make bows of exaggerated respect before the red-eyed, pale, shabby-looking seminarists who crossed over to go to their 6th and 7th form pupils in the back court. And when the grey-haired mathematics master, Herr Titka, appeared, holding a bundle of books on his back with a shaking hand, bent, yellow, cross-eyed, spitting as he walked along, Kai said, "Good morning, old dead man." He said this in a loud voice and gazed straight up into the air with his bright, sharp gaze. Then the bell clanged loudly, and the pupils began to stream through the entrances into the building. Hanno could not stop laughing. He was still laughing so hard on the stairs that his classmates looked at him and Kai with wonder and cold hostility, and even with a slight disgust at such frivolity. There was a sudden hush in the classroom, and everybody stood up as Herr Professor Montelzack entered. He was the Professor Ordinarius, for whom it was usual to show respect. He pulled the door to after him, bowed, craned his neck to see if all the class were standing up, hung his hat on its nail, and went quickly to the platform, moving his head rapidly up and down as he went. He took his place and stood for a while looking out the window and running his forefinger, with a large seal ring on it, around inside his collar. He was a man of medium size, with thin grey hair, a curled Olympian beard, and short-sighted, prominent sapphire blue eyes gleaming behind his spectacles. He was dressed in an open frock coat of soft grey material, which he habitually settled at the waist with his short-fingered, wrinkled hand. His trousers were, like all the other masters, even the elegant Dr. Goldener's, far too short, and showed the legs of a pair of very broad and shiny boots. He turned sharply away from the window and gave vent to a little good-natured sigh, smiling familiarly at several pupils. His mood was obviously good, and a wave of relief ran through the classroom. So much, everything, in fact, depended on whether Dr. Montalzac was in a good mood. For the whole form was aware that he gave way to the feeling of the moment, whatever that might happen to be, without the slightest restraint. He was most extraordinarily, boundlessly, naively unjust, and his favour was as inconstant as that of Fortune herself. He had always a few favourites, 2 or 3, whom he called by their given names, and these lived in paradise. They might say almost anything they liked, and after the lesson Dr. Montalzac would talk with them just like a human being. But a day would come, perhaps after the holidays, when for no apparent reason they were dethroned, cast out, rejected, and others elevated to their place. The mistakes of these favourites would be passed over with neat, careful corrections, so that their work retained a respectable appearance, no matter how bad it was, whereas he would attack the other copybooks with heavy, ruthless pen, and fairly flood them with red ink, so that their appearance was shocking indeed. And as he never troubled to count the mistakes, but distributed bad marks in proportion to the red ink he had expended, his favourites always emerged with great credit from these exercises. He was not even aware of the rank injustice of this conduct, and if anybody had ever had the temerity to call his attention to it, that person would have been for ever deprived of even the chance of becoming a favourite and being called by his first name. There was nobody who was willing to let slip the chance. Now Dr. Montalzac crossed his legs, still standing, and began to turn over the leaves of his notebook. Hanno Buddenbrook wrung his hands under the desk. B, the letter B, came next. Now he would hear his name, he would get up, he would not know a line, and there would be a row, a loud, frightful catastrophe, no matter how good a mood Dr. Montalzac might be in. The seconds dragged out, each a martyrdom. Buddenbrook. Now he would say Buddenbrook. "Edgar," said Dr. Montalzac, closing his notebook with his finger in it. He sat down, as if all were in the best of order. "What? Who? Edgar? That was Luders, the fat Luders boy over there by the window. Letter L, which was not next at all. No. Was it possible? Dr. Montalzac's mood was so good that he simply selected one of his favourites, without troubling in the least about whose turn it was?" Luders stood up. He had a face like a pug dog, and dull brown eyes. He had an advantageous seat, and could easily have read it off, but he was too lazy. He felt too secure in his paradise, and answered simply, "I had a headache yesterday, and couldn't study." "Oh, so you are leaving me in the lurch, Edgar," said Dr. Montalzac, with tender reproach. You cannot say the lines on the Golden Age? What a shocking pity, my friend. You had a headache. It seems to me you should have told me before the lesson began, instead of waiting till I called you up. Didn't you have a headache just lately, Edgar? You should do something for them, for otherwise there is danger of your not passing. Tim, will you take his place?" Luders sat down. At this moment he was the object of universal hatred. It was plain that the master's mood had altered for the worse, and that Luders, perhaps in the very next lesson, would be called by his last name. Tim stood up in one of the back seats. He was a blond, country-looking lad with a light brown jacket and short, broad fingers. He held his mouth open in a funnel shape, and hastily found the place, looking straight ahead the while with the most idiotic expression. Then he put down his head and began to read, in long drawn-out, monotonous, hesitating accents, like a child with a first lesson book. Aurea prima sata est oites. It was plain that Dr. Mantelsack was calling up quite at random, without reference to the alphabet, and thus it was no longer so imminently likely that Hanno would be called on, though this might happen through unlucky chance. He exchanged a joyful glance with Kai, and began to relax somewhat. But now Tim's reading was interrupted. Whether Dr. Mantelsack could not hear him, or whether he stood in need of exercise, is not to be known. But he left his platform and walked slowly down through the room. He paused near Tim with his book in his hand. Tim, meanwhile, had succeeded in getting his own book out of sight, but was now entirely helpless. His funnel-shaped mouth emitted a gasp, and he looked at the ordinarius with honest, troubled blue eyes, and could not fetch out another syllable. "Well, Tim," said Dr. Mantelsack, "can't you get on?" Tim clutched his brow, rolled up his eyes, sighed windily, and said with a dazed smile, "I get all mixed up, Herr Doctor, when you stand so close to me." Dr. Mantelsack smiled too. He smiled in a very flattered way, and said, "Well, pull yourself together and get on," and he strolled back to his place. And Tim pulled himself together. He drew out and opened his book again, all the while apparently wrestling to recover his self-control and staring about the room. Then he dropped his head and was himself again. "Very good," said the master, when he had finished. "It is clear that you have studied to some purpose. But you sacrifice the rhythm too much, Tim. You seem to understand the elisions, yet you have not been really reading hexameters at all. I have an impression as if you had learned the whole thing by heart, like prose. But, as I say, you have been diligent, you have done your best, and whoever does his best. You may sit down." Tim sat down, proud and beaming, and Dr. Mantelsack gave him a good mark in his book. And the extraordinary thing was that at this moment, not only the master, but also Tim himself and all his classmates sincerely felt that Tim was a good, industrious pupil who had fully deserved the mark he got. Hanno Buddenbrook even thought the same, though something within him revolted against the thought. He listened with strained attention to the next name. "Mamma," said Dr. Mantelsack. Again, aurea prima. Mamma! Well, thank heaven! Hanno was now in probable safety. The lines would hardly be asked for a third time, and in the sight reading the letter B had just been called up. Mamma got up. He was tall and pale, with trembling hands and extraordinarily large round glasses. He had trouble with his eyes, and was so short-sighted that he could not possibly read standing up from a book on the desk before him. He had to learn, and he had learned. But today he had not expected to be called up. He was, besides, painfully ungifted, and he stuck after the first few words. Dr. Montalzac helped him. He helped him again in a sharper tone, and for the third time with intense irritation. But when Mumma came to a final stop, the ordinarius was mastered by indignation. "This is entirely insufficient, Mumma. Sit down. You cut a disgraceful figure, let me tell you, sir. A cretin. Stupid and lazy both. It is really too much." Mumma was overwhelmed. He looked the child of calamity, and at this moment everybody in the room despised him. A sort of disgust, almost like nausea, mounted again in Hanno Buddenbrook's throat. But at the same time he observed, with horrible clarity, all that was going forward. Dr. Montalzac made a mark of sinister meaning after Mumma's name, and then looked through his notebook with frowning brows. He went over, in his disgust, to the order of the day, and looked to see whose turn it really was. There was no doubt that this was the case, and just as Hanno was overpowered by this knowledge, he heard his name, as if in a bad dream. Buddenbrook. Dr. Montalzac had said Buddenbrook. The scale was in the air again. Hanno could not believe his senses. There was a buzzing in his ears. He sat still. "Herr Buddenbrook?" said Dr. Montalzac, and stared at him sharply through his glasses with his prominent sapphire blue eyes. "Will you have the goodness?" Very well, then, it was to be. It had to come. It had come differently from his expectations, but still here it was, and he was none the less lost. But he was calm. Would it be a very big row? He rose in his place, and was about to utter some forlorn and absurd excuse to the effect that he had forgotten to study the lines, when he became aware that the boy ahead of him was offering him his open book. This boy, Hans Hermann Kilian, was a small brown lad with oily hair and broad shoulders. He had set his heart on becoming an officer, and was so possessed by an ideal of comradeship that he would not leave in the lurch even little Buddenbrook, whom he did not like. He pointed with his finger to the place. Hanno gazed down upon it, and began to read. With trembling voice, his face working, he read of the golden age, when truth and justice flourished of their own free will, without laws or compulsions. Punishment and fear did not exist, he said in Latin. No threats were graven upon the bronze tablets, nor did those who came to petition fear the countenance of the judges. He read in fear and trembling, read with design, badly and disjointedly, purposely omitted some of the elisions that were marked with pencil in Kilian's book, made mistakes in the lines, progressed with apparent difficulty, and constantly expected the master to discover the fraud and pounce upon him. The guilty satisfaction of seeing the open book in front of him gave him a pricking sensation in his skin, but at the same time he had such a feeling of disgust that he intentionally deceived as badly as possible, simply to make the deceit seem less vulgar to himself. He came to the end, and a pause ensued, during which he did not dare look up. He felt convinced that Dr. Montalzac had seen all, and his lips were perfectly white. But at length the master sighed and said, "Oh, Buddenbrook, si tacoises, you will permit me the classical thou for this once. Do you know what you have done? You have conducted yourself like a vandal, a barbarian. You are a humorist, Buddenbrook, I can see that by your face. If I ask myself whether you have been coughing, or whether you have been reciting this noble verse, I should incline to the former. Tim showed small feeling for rhythm, but compared to you he is a genius, a rhapsodist. Sit down, unhappy wretch. You have studied the lines, I cannot deny it, and I am constrained to give you a good mark. You have probably done your best. But tell me, have I not been told that you are musical, that you play the piano? How is it possible? Well, very well, sit down. You have worked hard, that must suffice." He put a good mark down in his book, and Hanno Buddenbrook took his seat. He felt, as Tim the rhapsodist had felt before him, that he really deserved the praise which Dr. Mantelzach gave him. Yes, at that moment he was of the opinion that he was, if rather a dull, yet an industrious pupil, who had come off with honour, comparatively speaking. He was conscious that all his schoolmates, not excepting Hans Hermann Kilian, had the same view. Yet he felt at the same time somewhat nauseated. Pale, trembling, too exhausted to think about what had happened, he closed his eyes and sank back in lethargy. Dr. Mantelzach, however, went on with the lesson. He came to the verses that were to have been prepared for to-day, and called up Petersen. Petersen rose, fresh, lively, sanguine, in a stout attitude, ready for the fray. Yet to-day, even to-day, was destined to see his fall. Yes, the lesson hour was not to pass without a catastrophe far worse than that which had befallen the hapless, short-sighted Mumma. Petersen translated, glancing now and then at the other page of his book, which should have had nothing on it. He did it quite cleverly. He acted as though something there distracted him, a speck of dust, perhaps, which he brushed with his hand, or tried to blow away. And yet there followed the catastrophe. Dr. Mantelzach made a sudden violent movement, which was responded to on Petersen's part by a similar movement. And in the same moment the master left his seat, dashed headlong down from his platform, and approached Petersen with long, impetuous strides. "You have a crib in your book," he said as he came up. "A crib? No," stammered Petersen. He was a charming lad, with a great wave of blonde hair on his forehead, and lovely blue eyes, which now flickered in a frightened way. "You have no crib in your book?" "A crib, Herr Doctor? No, really, I haven't. You are mistaken. You are accusing me falsely." Petersen betrayed himself by the unnatural correctness of his language, which he used in order to intimidate the master. "I am not deceiving you," he repeated in the greatness of his need. "I have always been honorable, my whole life long." But Dr. Mantelzach was all too certain of the painful fact. "Give me your book," he said coldly. Petersen clung to his book. He raised it up in both hands and went on protesting. He stammered, his tongue grew thick. "Believe me, Herr Doctor, there is nothing in the book. I have no crib. I have not deceived you. I have always been honorable." "Give me your book," repeated the master, stamping his foot. Then Petersen collapsed, and his face grew gray. "Very well," said he, and delivered up his book. "Here it is. Yes, there is a crib in it. You can see for yourself, there it is. But I haven't used it," he suddenly shrieked, quite at random. Dr. Mantelzach ignored this idiotic lie, which was rooted in despair. He drew out the crib, looked at it with an expression of extreme disgust, as if it were a piece of decaying offal, thrust it into his pocket, and threw the volume of Ovid contemptuously back on Petersen's desk. "Give me the class register," he said in a hollow voice. Adolf Totenhaupt dutifully fetched it, and Petersen received a mark for dishonesty, which effectually demolished his chances of being sent up at Easter. "You are the shame of the class," said Dr. Mantelzach. Petersen sat down. He was condemned. His neighbor avoided contact with him. Everyone looked at him with a mixture of pity, aversion, and disgust. He had fallen, utterly and completely, because he had been found out. There was but one opinion as to Petersen, and that was that he was, in very truth, the shame of the class. They recognized and accepted his fall, as they had the rise of Tim and Buddenbrook, and the unhappy Mumme's mischance. And Petersen did too. Thus, most of this class of 25 young folk, being of sound and strong constitution, armed and prepared to wage the battle of life as it is, took things just as they found them, and did not at this moment feel any offense or uneasiness. Everything seemed to them to be quite in order. But one pair of eyes, little Johann's, which stared gloomily at a point on Hans Hermann Kilion's broad back, were filled in their blue-shadowed depths with abhorrence, fear, and revulsion. The lesson went on. Dr. Mantelzach called on somebody, anybody. He had lost all desire to test anyone. And after Adolf Totenhaupt, another pupil, who was but moderately prepared, and did not even know what patula Jovis arbore meant, had been called on, Buddenbrook had to say it. He said it in a low voice, without looking up, because Dr. Mantelzach asked him, and he received a nod of the head for the answer. And now that the performance of the pupils was over, the lesson had lost all interest. Dr. Mantelzach had one of the best scholars read at his own sweet will, and listened just as little as the 24 others, who began to get ready for the next class. This one was finished, in effect. No one could be marked on it, nor his interest or industry judged, and the bell would soon ring. It did ring. It rang for Hanno, and he had received a nod of approbation. Thus it was. "Well," said Kai to Hanno, as they walked down the Gothic corridor with their classmates to go to the chemistry class, "what do you say now about the brow of Caesar? You had wonderful luck." "I feel sick, Kai," said little Johann. "I don't like that kind of luck. It makes me sick." Kai knew he would have felt the same in Hanno's place. End of section 97. Section 98 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Low Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 11, Chapter 2C. The chemistry hall was a vaulted chamber, like an amphitheatre, with benches rising in tiers, a long table for the experiments, and 2 glass cases of phials. The air in the classroom had grown very hot and heavy again, but here it was saturated with an odor of sulphuretted hydrogen from a just completed experiment, and smelled abominable. Kai flung up the window, and then stole Adolf Totenhaupt's copybook, and began in great haste to copy down the lesson for the day. Hanno and several others did the same. This occupied the entire pause till the bell rang, and Dr. Marotzka came in. This was the deep one, as Kai and Hanno called him. He was a medium-sized, dark man with a very yellow skin, 2 large lumps on his brow, a stiff, smeary beard, and hair of the same kind. He always looked unwashed and unkempt, but his appearance probably belied him. He taught the natural sciences, but his own field was mathematics, in which subject he had the reputation of being an original thinker. He liked to hold forth on the subject of metaphysical passages from the Bible, and when in a good-natured or discursive mood, he would entertain the boys of the first and second forms with marvelous interpretations of mysterious passages. He was, besides all this, a reserve officer, and very enthusiastic over the service. As an official who was also in the army, he stood very well with Director Wuleke. He set more store by discipline than any of the other masters. He would review the ranks of sturdy youngsters with a professional eye, and he insisted on short, brisk answers to questions. This mixture of mysticism and severity was not, on the whole, attractive. The copybooks were shown, and Dr. Maratska went around and touched each one with his finger. Some of the pupils who had not done theirs at all put down other books or turned this one back to an old lesson, but he never noticed. Then the lesson began, and the 25 boys had to display their industry and interest with respect to boric acid and chlorine and strontium, as in the previous period they had displayed it with respect to Ovid. Hans Hermann Kilian was commended because he knew that BoSO4, or barytes, was the metal most commonly used in counterfeiting. He was the best in the class anyhow because of his desire to be an officer. Kai and Hanno knew nothing at all, and fared very badly in Dr. Maratska's notebook. And when the tests, recitation, and marking were over, the interest in chemistry was about exhausted too. Dr. Maratska began to make a few experiments. There were a few pops, a few colored gases, but that was only to fill out the hour. He dictated the next lesson, and then the third period, too, was a thing of the past. Everybody was in good spirits now, even Petersen, despite the blow he had received, for the next hour was likely to be a jolly one. Not a soul felt any qualms before it, and it even promised occasion for entertainment and mischief. This was English, with candidate Modersohn, a young philologian who had been for a few weeks on trial in the faculty, or, as Kai Count Muln put it, he was filling a limited engagement with the company. There was little prospect, however, of his being re-engaged. His classes were much too entertaining. Some of the form remained in the chemistry hall, others went up to the classroom. Nobody needed to go down and freeze in the courtyard, because Herr Modersohn was in charge up in the corridors, and he never dared send anyone down. Moreover, there were preparations to be made for his reception. The room did not become in the least quieter when it rang for the 4th hour. Everybody chattered and laughed and prepared to see some fun. Count Muln, his head in his hands, went on reading Roderick Usher. Hanno was audience. Some of the boys imitated the voices of animals. There was the shrill crowing of a cock, and Wasservogel in the back row grunted like a pig without anybody's being able to see that the noise came from his inside. On the blackboard was a huge chalk drawing, a caricature, with squinting eyes, drawn by Tim the rhapsodist. And when Herr Modersohn entered, he could not shut the door, even with the most violent efforts, because there was a thick fir cone in the crack. Adolf Totenhaupt had to take it away. Candidate Modersohn was an undersized, insignificant-looking man. His face was always contorted with a sour, peevish expression, and he walked with one shoulder thrust forward. He was frightfully self-conscious, blinked, drew in his breath, and kept opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something if he could only think of it. 3 steps from the door he trod on a cracker of such exceptional quality that it made a noise like dynamite. He jumped violently. Then, in these straits, he smiled exactly as though nothing had happened, and took his place before the middle row of benches, stooping sideways in his customary attitude, and resting one palm on the desk in front of him. But this posture of his was familiar to everybody. Somebody had put some ink on the right spot, and Herr Modersohn's small, clumsy hand got all inky. He acted as though he had not noticed, laid his wet black hand on his back, blinked, and said in a soft, weak voice, "The order in the classroom leaves something to be desired." Hanno Buddenbrook loved him in that moment, sat quite still, and looked up into his worried, helpless face. But Wasservogel grunted louder than ever, and a handful of peas went rattling against the window and bounced back into the room. "It's hailing," somebody said quite loudly. Herr Modersohn appeared to believe this, for he went without more ado to the platform and asked for the register. He needed it to call the names from, for though he had been teaching the class for 5 or 6 weeks, he hardly knew any of them by name. "Federmann," he said, "will you please recite the poem?" "Absent," shouted a chorus of voices. And there sat Federmann, large as life, in his place, shooting peas with great skill and accuracy. Herr Modersohn blinked again and selected a new name. "Wasservogel," he said. "Dead," shouted Petersen, attacked by a grim humor, and the chorus, grunting, crowing, and with shouts of derision, asseverated that Wasservogel was dead. Herr Modersohn blinked afresh. He looked about him, drew down his mouth, and put his finger on another name in the register. "Perlemann?" he said, without much confidence. "Unfortunately, gone mad," uttered Kai, Count Muln, with great clarity and precision. And this also was confirmed by the chorus, amid an ever-increasing tumult. Then Herr Modersohn stood up and shouted into the hubbub, "Buddenbrook, you will do me 100 lines imposition. If you laugh again, I shall be obliged to mark you." Then he sat down again. It was true that Hanno had laughed. He had been seized by a quiet but violent spasm of laughter, and went on because he could not stop. He had found Kai's joke so good. The "unfortunately" had especially appealed to him. But he became quiet when Herr Modersohn attacked him, and sat looking solemnly into the candidate's face. He observed at that moment every detail of the man's appearance, saw every pathetic little hair in his scanty beard, which showed the skin through it, saw his brown, empty, disconsolate eyes, saw that he had on what appeared to be 2 pairs of cuffs, because the sleeves of his shirt came down so long, saw the whole pathetic, inadequate figure he made. He saw more. He saw into the man's inner self. Hanno Buddenbrook was almost the only pupil whom Herr Modersohn knew by name, and he availed himself of the knowledge to call him constantly to order, give him impositions, and tyrannize over him. He had distinguished Buddenbrook from the others simply because of his quieter behavior, and of this he took advantage to make him feel his authority, an authority he did not dare exert upon the real offenders. Hanno looked at him, and reflected that Herr Modersohn's lack of fine feeling made it almost impossible even to pity him. "I don't bully you," he addressed the candidate in his thoughts. "I don't share in the general tormenting like the others, and how do you repay me? But so it is, and so will it be, always and everywhere," he thought, and fear, and that sensation almost amounting to physical nausea,
rose again in him. And the most dreadful thing is that I can't help seeing through you with such disgusting clearness." At last Herr Modersohn found someone who was neither dead nor crazy, and who would take it upon himself to repeat the English verse. This was a poem called "The Monkey," a poor childish composition, required to be committed to memory by these growing lads, whose thoughts were already mostly bent on business, on the sea, on the coming conflicts of actual life. "Monkey, little merry fellow, thou art nature's Punchinello." There were endless verses. Casaubon read them, quite simply, out of his book. Nobody needed to trouble himself about what Herr Modersohn thought. The noise grew worse and worse, the feet shuffled and scraped on the dusty floor, the cock crowed, the pig grunted, peas filled the air. The 25 were drunk with disorder, and the unregulated instincts of their years awoke. They drew obscene pictures on pieces of paper, passed them about, and laughed at them greedily. All at once everything was still. The pupil who was then reciting interrupted himself. Even Herr Modersohn got up and listened. They heard something charming, a pure bell-like sound, coming from the bottom of the room and flowing sweetly, sensuously, with indescribably tender effect on the sudden silence. It was a music-box which somebody had brought, playing "Du liegst mir am Herzen" in the middle of the English lesson. But precisely at that moment, when the little melody died away, something frightful ensued. It broke like a sudden storm over the heads of the class, unexpected, cruel, overwhelming, paralyzing. Without anybody's having knocked, the door opened wide with a great shove, and a presence came in, high and huge, growled, and stood with a single stride in front of the benches. It was the Lord God. Herr Modersohn grew ashy pale, and dragged down the chair from the platform, dusting it with his handkerchief. The pupils had sprung up like one man. They pressed their arms to their sides, stood on their tiptoes, bent their heads, and bit their tongues in the fervor of their devotion. The deepest silence reigned. Somebody gasped with the effort he made. Then all was still again. Director Wulicke measured the saluting columns for a while with his eye. He lifted his arm with its dirty funnel-shaped cuff, and let it fall with the fingers spread out as if he were attacking a keyboard. "Sit down," he said in his double bass voice. The pupils sank back into their seats. Herr Modersohn pulled up the chair with trembling hands, and the director sat down beside the dais. "Please proceed," he said. That was all, but it sounded as frightful as if the words he uttered had been, "Now we shall see, and woe to him who—" The reason for his coming was clear. Herr Modersohn was to give evidence of his ability to teach, to show what the lower second had learned in the 6 or 7 hours he had been with them. It was a question of Herr Modersohn's existence and future. The candidate was a sorry figure as he stood on the platform and called again on somebody to recite "The Monkey." Up to now it had been only the pupils who were examined, but now it was the master as well. Alas, it went badly on both sides. Herr Director Wulicke's appearance was entirely unexpected, and only 2 or 3 of the pupils were prepared. It was impossible for Herr Modersohn to call up Adolf Totenhaupt for the whole hour on end. After "The Monkey" had been recited once, it could not be asked for again, and so things were in a bad way. When the reading from "Ivanhoe" began, young Count Muln was the only person who could translate it at all, he having a personal interest in the novel. The others hemmed and hawed, stuttered, and got hopelessly stuck.
Hanno Buddenbrook was called up and could not do a line. Director Wulicke gave utterance to a sound that was as though the lowest string of his double bass had been violently plucked, and Herr Modersohn wrung his small, clumsy, inky hands, repeating plaintively over and over, "And it went so well, it always went so well." He was still saying it, half to the pupils and half to the director, when the bell rang. But the Lord God stood erect with folded arms before his chair and stared in front of him over the heads of the class. Then he commanded that the register be brought, and slowly marked down for laziness all those pupils whose performances of the morning had been deficient or entirely lacking, 6 or 7 marks at one fell swoop. He could not put down a mark for Herr Modersohn, but he was much worse than the others. He stood there with a face like chalk, broken, done for. Hanno Buddenbrook was among those marked down, and Director Wulicke said besides, "I will spoil all your careers for you." Then he went. The bell rang, class was over. It was always like that. When you expected trouble, it did not come. When you thought all was well, then the catastrophe. It was now impossible for Hanno to go up at Easter. He rose from his seat and went drearily out of the room, seeking the aching back tooth with his tongue. Kai came up to him and put his arm across his shoulders. Together they walked down to the courtyard, among the crowd of excited comrades, all of whom were discussing the extraordinary event. He looked with loving anxiety into Hanno's face, and said, "Please forgive, Hanno, for translating. It would have been better to keep still and get a mark. It's so cheap." "Didn't I say what patula Jovis arbore meant?" answered Hanno. "Don't mind, Kai. That doesn't matter. One just mustn't mind." "I suppose that's true. Well, the Lord God is going to ruin your career. You may as well resign yourself, Hanno, because if it is his inscrutable will. Career. What a lovely word career is. Herr Modersohn's career is spoilt too. He will never get to be a master, poor chap. There are assistant masters, you may know, and there are headmasters, but never by any chance a plain master. This is a mystery not to be revealed to youthful minds. It is only intended for grown-ups and persons of mature experience. An ordinary intelligence might say that either one is a master or one is not. I might go up to the Lord God or Herr Marotzka and explain this to him, but what would be the result? They would consider it an insult, and I should be punished for insubordination, all for having discovered for them a much higher significance in their calling than they themselves were aware of. No, let's not talk about them. They're all thick-skinned brutes. They walked about the court. Kai made jokes to help Hanno forget his bad mark, and Hanno listened and enjoyed. "Look, here is a door, an outer door. It is open, and outside there is the street. How would it be if we were to go out and take a little walk? It is recess, and we have still 6 minutes. We could easily be back in time. But it is perfectly impossible. You see what I mean? Here is the door. It is open. There is no grating. There is nothing whatever to prevent us. And yet it is impossible for us to step outside for even a second. It is even impossible for us to think of doing so. Well, let's not think of it then. Let's take another example. We don't say, for instance, that it is nearly 12:30. No, we say it's nearly time for the geography period. You see? Now I ask, is this any sort of a life to lead? Everything is wrong. Oh, Lord, if the institution would just once let us out of her loving embrace." "Well, and what then?"
No, Kai, we should just have to do something then. Here, at least, we are taken care of. Since my father died, Herr Stefan Kistenmacher and Pastor Pringsheim have taken over the business of asking me every day what I want to be. I don't know. I can't answer. I can't be anything. I'm afraid of everything. How can anybody talk so dismally? What about your music? What about my music, Kai? There is nothing to it. Shall I travel round and give concerts? In the first place, they wouldn't let me, and in the second place, I should never really know enough. I can play very little. I can only improvise a little when I am alone. And then the travelling about must be dreadful, I imagine. It is different with you. You have more courage. You go about laughing at it all. You have something to set against it. You want to write, to tell wonderful stories. Well, that is something. You will surely become famous. You are so clever. The thing is, you are so much livelier. Sometimes in class we look at each other, the way we did when Petersen got marked because he read out of a crib, when all the rest of us did the same. The same thought is in both our minds, but you know how to make a face and let it pass. I can't. I get so tired of things. I'd like to sleep and never wake up. I'd like to die, Kai. No, I am no good. I can't want anything. I don't even want to be famous. I'm afraid of it, just as much as if it were a wrong thing to do. Nothing can come of me. That is perfectly sure. One day after confirmation class, I heard Pastor Pringsheim tell somebody that one must just give me up, because I come of a decayed family. Did he say that? Kai asked with deep interest. Yes, he meant my Uncle Christian in the institution in Hamburg. One must just give me up. Oh, I'd be so happy if they would. I have so many worries. Everything is so hard for me. If I give myself a little cut or bruise anywhere, and make a wound that would heal in a week with anybody else, it takes a month with me. It gets inflamed and infected and makes me all sorts of trouble. Herr Brecht told me lately that all my teeth are in a dreadful condition, not to mention the ones that have been pulled already. If they are like that now, what will they be when I am 30 or 40 years old? I am completely discouraged. Oh, come, Kai said, and struck into a livelier gait. Now you must tell me something about your playing. I want to write something marvelous. Perhaps I'll begin it today in drawing period. Will you play this afternoon? Hanno was silent a moment. A flush came upon his face, and a painful, confused look. Yes, I'll play, I suppose, though I ought not. I ought to practice my sonatas and etudes and then stop. But I suppose I'll play. I can't help it, though it only makes everything worse. Worse? Hanno was silent. I know what you mean, said Kai after a bit, and then neither of the lads spoke again. They were both at the same difficult age. Kai's face burned, and he cast down his eyes. Hanno looked pale and serious. His eyes had clouded over, and he kept giving sideways glances. Then the bell rang, and they went up. The geography period came next, and an important test on the kingdom of Hesse-Nassau. A man with a red beard and brown tailcoat came in. His face was pale, and his hands were very full of pores, but without a single hair. This was the clever one, Dr. Musam. He suffered from occasional hemorrhages, and always spoke in an ironic tone, because it was his pose to be considered as witty as he was ailing.
He possessed a Heine collection, a quantity of papers and objects connected with that cynical and sickly poet. He proceeded to mark the boundaries of Hesse-Nassau on the map that hung on the wall, and then asked, with a melancholy, mocking smile, if the gentlemen would indicate in their books the important features of the country. It was as though he meant to make game of the class and of Hesse-Nassau as well, yet this was an important test, and much dreaded by the entire form. Hanno Buddenbrook knew next to nothing about Hesse-Nassau. He tried to look on Adolf Tottenhaupt's book, but Heinrich Heine, who had a penetrating observation, despite his suffering melancholy air, pounced on him at once, and said, "Herr Buddenbrook, I am tempted to ask you to close your book, but that I suspect you would be glad to have me do so. Go on with your work." This remark contained two witticisms. First, that Dr. Musam addressed Hanno as Herr Buddenbrook, and second, that about the copybook. Hanno continued to brood over his book, and handed it in almost empty when he went out with Kai. The difficulties were now over with for the day. The fortunate ones who had come through without marks had light and easy consciences, and life seemed like play to them as they betook themselves to the large, well-lighted room where they might sit and draw under the supervision of Herr Dregelmüller. Plaster casts from the antique stood about the room, and there was a great cupboard containing divers pieces of wood and doll furniture, which served as models. Herr Dregelmüller was a thick-set man with a full round beard and a smooth, cheap brown wig, which stood out in the back of the neck and betrayed itself. He possessed two wigs, one with longer hair, the other with shorter. If he had had his beard cut, he would don the shorter wig as well. He was a man with some droll peculiarities of speech. For instance, he called a lead pencil a lead. He gave out an oily alcoholic odor, and it was said of him that he drank petroleum. It always delighted him to have an opportunity to take a class in something besides drawing. On such occasions he would lecture on the policy of Bismarck, accompanying himself with impressive spiral gestures from his nose to his shoulder. Social democracy was his bugbear. He spoke of it with fear and loathing. "We must keep together," he used to say to refractory pupils, pinching them on the arm. "Social democracy is at the door." He was possessed by a sort of spasmodic activity, would sit down next a pupil, exhaling a strong spirituous odor, tap him on the forehead with his seal ring, shoot out certain isolated words and phrases like perspective, light and shade, the lead, social democracy, stick together, and then dash off again. Kai worked at his new literary project during this period, and Hanno occupied himself with conducting, in fancy, an overture with full orchestra. Then school was over. They fetched down their things, the gate was opened, they were free to pass, and they went home. Hanno and Kai went the same road together as far as the little red villa, their books under their arms. Young Count Muln had a good distance farther to go alone before he reached the paternal dwelling. He never wore an overcoat. The morning's fog had turned to snow, which came down in great white flocks and rapidly became slush. They parted at the Buddenbrook gate, but when Hanno was halfway up the garden, Kai came back to put his arm about his neck. "Don't give up. Better not play," he said gently. Then his slender, careless figure disappeared in the whirling snow. Hanno put down his books on the bear's tray in the corridor, and went into the living room to see his mother. She sat on the sofa reading a book with a yellow paper cover, and looked up as he crossed the room. She gazed at him with her brown, close-set, blue-shadowed eyes. As he stood before her, she took his head in both her hands and kissed him on the brow. He went upstairs, where Fräulein Clementina had some luncheon ready for him, washed, and ate. When he was done, he took out of his desk a packet of little biting Russian cigarettes and began to smoke. He was no stranger to their use by now. Then he sat down at the harmonium and played something from Bach, something very severe and difficult in fugue form. At length he clasped his hands behind his head and looked out the window at the snow noiselessly tumbling down. Nothing else was to be seen, for there was no longer a charming little garden with a plashing fountain beneath his window. The view was cut off by the grey side wall of the neighbouring villa. Dinner was at 4:00, and Hanno, his mother, and Fräulein Clementina sat down to it. Afterward Hanno saw that there were preparations for music in the salon, and awaited his mother at the piano. They played the Sonata Opus 24 of Beethoven. In the Adagio the violin sang like an angel, but Gerda took the instrument from her chin with a dissatisfied air, looked at it in irritation, and said it was not in tune. She played no more, but went up to rest. Hanno remained in the salon. He went to the glass door that led out onto the small veranda and looked into the drenched garden. But suddenly he took a step back and jerked the cream-coloured curtains across the door so that the room lay in a soft yellow twilight. Then he went to the piano. He stood for a while, and his gaze, directed, fixed, and unseeing upon a distant point, altered slowly, grew blurred and vague and shadowy. He sat down at the instrument and began to improvise. It was a simple motif which he employed, a mere trifle, an unfinished fragment of melody in 1 bar and a half. He brought it out first with unsuspected power in the bass, as a single voice, indicating it as the source and fount of all that was to come, and announcing it with a commanding entry by a burst of trumpets. It was not quite easy to grasp his intention, but then he repeated and harmonized it in the treble. With a timbre like dull silver, it proved to consist essentially of a single resolution, a yearning and painful melting of one tone into another, a short-winded, pitiful invention, which nevertheless gained a strange, mysterious, and significant value precisely by means of the meticulous and solemn precision with which it was defined and produced. And now there began more lively passages, a restless coming and going, a syncopated sound, seeking, wandering, torn by shrieks, like a soul in unrest, and tormented by some knowledge it possesses and cannot conceal, but must repeat in ever different harmonies, questioning, complaining, protesting, demanding, dying away. The syncopation increased, grew more pronounced, driven hither and thither by scampering triplets. The shrieks of fear recurred. They took form and became melody. There was a moment when they dominated in a mounting, imploring chorus of wind instruments that conquered the endlessly thronging, welling, wandering, vanishing harmonies, and swelled out in unmistakable, simple rhythms, a crushed, childlike, imposing, imploring chorale. This concluded with a sort of ecclesiastical cadence. A fermata followed, a silence, and then, quite softly, in a timbre of dull silver, there came the first motif again, the paltry invention, a figure either tiresome or obscure, a sweet sentimental dying away of one tone into another, This was followed by a tremendous uproar, a wild activity, punctuated by notes like fanfares expressive of violent resolve. What was coming? Then came horns again, sounding the march. There was an assembling, a concentrating, firm, consolidated rhythms, and a new figure began, a bold improvisation, a sort of lively, stormy hunting song. There was no joy in this hunting song. Its note was one of defiant despair. Signals sounded through it, yet they were not only signals, but cries of fear. While throughout, winding through it all, through all the writhen, bizarre harmonies, came again that mysterious first motif, wandering in despair, torturingly sweet. And now began a ceaseless hurry of events whose sense and meaning could not be guessed, a restless flood of sound adventures, rhythms, harmonies, welling up uncontrolled from the keyboard as they shaped themselves under Hanno's laboring fingers. He experienced them, as it were. He did not know them beforehand. He sat a little bent over the keys, with parted lips and deep far gaze, his brown hair covering his forehead with its soft curls. What was the meaning of what he played? Were these images of fearful difficulties surmounted, flames passed through, and torrents swum, castles stormed, and dragons slain? But always, now like a yelling laugh, now like an ineffably sweet promise, the original motif wound through it all, the pitiful phrase with its notes melting into one another. Now the music seemed to rouse itself to new and gigantic efforts. Wild runs in octaves followed, sounding like shrieks. An irresistible mounting, a chromatic upward struggle, a wild, relentless longing, abruptly broken by startling, arresting pianissimi, which gave a sensation as if the ground were disappearing from beneath one's feet, or like a sudden abandonment and sinking into a gulf of desire. Once, far off and softly warning, sounded the first chords of the imploring prayer, but the flood of rising cacophonies overwhelmed them with their rolling, streaming, clinging, sinking, and struggling up again, as they fought on toward the end that must come this very moment, at the height of this fearful climax, for the pressure of longing had become intolerable. And it came. It could no longer be kept back. Those spasms of yearning could not be prolonged. And it came as though curtains were rent apart, doors sprang open, thorn hedges parted of themselves, walls of flame sank down. The resolution, the redemption, the complete fulfillment, a chorus of jubilation burst forth, and everything resolved itself in a harmony, and the harmony, in sweet ritardando, at once sank into another. It was the motif, the first motif. And now began a festival, a triumph, an unbounded orgy of this very figure, which now displayed a wealth of dynamic color which passed through every octave, wept and shivered in tremolo, sang, rejoiced, and sobbed in exultation, triumphantly adorned with all the bursting, tinkling, foaming, purling resources of orchestral pomp. The fanatical worship of this worthless trifle, this scrap of melody, this brief, childish, harmonic invention, only a bar and a half in length, had about it something stupid and gross, and at the same time something ascetic and religious, something that contained the essence of faith and renunciation. There was a quality of the perverse in the insatiability with which it was produced and revelled in. There was a sort of cynical despair,
There was a longing for joy, a yielding to desire, in the way the last drop of sweetness was, as it were, extracted from the melody, till exhaustion, disgust, and satiety supervened. Then, at last, in the weariness after excess, a long, soft arpeggio in the minor trickled through, mounted a tone, resolved itself in the major, and died in mournful lingering away. Hanno sat still a moment, his chin on his breast, his hands in his lap. Then he got up and closed the instrument. He was very pale, there was no strength in his knees, and his eyes were burning. He went into the next room, stretched himself on the chaise lounge, and remained for a long time motionless. Later there was supper, and he played a game of chess with his mother, at which neither side won. But until after midnight he still sat in his room, before his harmonium, and played in thought only, for he must make no noise. He did this despite his firm intention to get up the next morning at 5:30, to do some most necessary preparation. This was one day in the life of little Johann. End of section 98. Section 99 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Perry. Part 11, Chapter 3. Cases of typhoid fever take the following course. The patient feels depressed and moody, a condition which grows rapidly worse until it amounts to acute despondency. At the same time he is overpowered by physical weariness, not only of the muscles and sinews, but also of the organic functions, in particular of the digestion, so that the stomach refuses food. There is a great desire for sleep, but even in conditions of extreme fatigue the sleep is restless and superficial, and not refreshing. There is pain in the head, the brain feels dull and confused, and there are spells of giddiness. An indefinite ache is felt in all the bones. There is blood from the nose now and then, without apparent cause. This is the onset. Then comes a violent chill, which seizes the whole body and makes the teeth chatter. The fever sets in, and is immediately at its height. Little red spots appear on the breast and abdomen, about the size of a lentil. They go away when pressed by the finger, but return at once. The pulse is unsteady. There are about 100 pulsations to the minute. The temperature goes up to 104 degrees. Thus passes the first week. In the second week the patient is free from pain in the head and limbs, but the giddiness is distinctly worse, and there is so much humming in the ears that he is practically deaf. The facial expression becomes dull, the mouth stands open, the eyes are without life. The consciousness is blurred. Desire for sleep takes entire possession of the patient, and he often sinks, not into actual sleep, but into a leaden lethargy. At other intervals there are the loud and excited ravings of delirium. The patient's helplessness is complete, and his uncleanliness becomes repulsive. His gums, teeth, and tongue are covered with a blackish deposit which makes his breath foul. He lies motionless on his back, with distended abdomen. He has sunk down in the bed with his knees wide apart. Pulse and breathing are rapid, jerky, superficial, and labored. The pulse is fluttering, and gallops 120 to the minute. The eyelids are half closed, the cheeks are no longer glowing, but have assumed a bluish color.
The red spots on breast and abdomen are more numerous. The temperature reaches 105.8 degrees. In the third week, the weakness is at its height. The patient raves no longer. Who can say whether his spirit is sunk in empty night, or whether it lingers remote from the flesh in far deep quiet dreams, of which he gives no sound and no sign? He lies in total insensibility. This is the crisis of the disease. In individual cases, the diagnosis is sometimes rendered more difficult, as, for example, when the early symptoms, depression, weariness, lack of appetite, headache, and unquiet sleep, are nearly all present while the patient is still going about in his usual health, when they are scarcely noticeable as anything out of the common, even if they are suddenly and definitely increased. But a clever doctor of real scientific acumen, like, for example, Dr. Longhals, the good-looking Dr. Longhals with the small hairy hands, will still be in a position to call the case by its right name, and the appearance of the red spots on the chest and abdomen will be conclusive evidence that his diagnosis was correct. He will know what measures to take and what remedies to apply. He will arrange for a large, well-aired room, the temperature of which must not be higher than 70 degrees. He will insist on absolute cleanliness, and by means of frequent shifting and changes of linen will keep the patient free from bed sores, if possible. In some cases it is not possible. He will have the mouth frequently cleansed with moist linen rags. As for treatment, preparations of iodine, potash, quinine, and antipyrin are indicated, with a diet as light and nourishing as possible, for the patient's stomach and bowels are profoundly attacked by the disease. He will treat the consuming fever by means of frequent baths, into which the patient will often be put every 3 hours, day and night, cooling them gradually from the foot end of the tub, and always, after each bath, administering something stimulating, like brandy or champagne. But all these remedies he uses entirely at random, in the hope that they may be of some use in the case, ignorant whether any one of them will have the slightest effect. For there is one thing which he does not know at all. With respect to one fact, he labors in complete darkness. Up to the third week, up to the very crisis of the disease, he cannot possibly tell whether this illness, which he calls typhoid, is an unfortunate accident, the disagreeable consequence of an infection which might perhaps have been avoided, and which can be combated with the resources of medical science, or whether it is, quite simply, a form of dissolution, the garment, as it were, of death. And then, whether death choose to assume this form or another, is all the same. Against him there is no remedy. Cases of typhoid take the following course. When the fever is at its height, life calls to the patient, calls out to him as he wanders in his distant dream, and summons him in no uncertain voice. The harsh, imperious call reaches the spirit on that remote path that leads into the shadows, the coolness and peace. He hears the call of life, the clear, fresh, mocking summons to return to that distant scene which he has already left so far behind him and already forgotten. And there may well up in him something like a feeling of shame for a neglected duty, a sense of renewed energy, courage, and hope. He may recognize a bond existing still between him and that stirring, colorful, callous existence which he thought he had left so far behind him. Then, however far he may have wandered on his distant path, he will turn back and live. But if he shudders when he hears life's voice, If the memory of that vanished scene and the sound of that lusty summons make him shake his head, make him put out his hand to ward it off, as he flies forward in the way of escape that has opened to him, then it is clear that the patient will die. End of section 99. Section 100 of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Peary. Part 11, Chapter 4. "It is not right, Gerda," said old Fräulein Weichbrot, perhaps for the 100th time. Her voice was full of reproach and distress. She had a sofa placed to-day in the circle that sat round the centre table in the drawing-room of her former pupil. Gerda Buddenbrook, Frau Permenader, her daughter Erika, poor Clotilde, and the 3 Misses Buddenbrook made up the group. The green cap-strings still fell down upon the old lady's childish shoulders, but she had grown so tiny, with her 75 years of life, that she could scarcely raise her elbow high enough to gesticulate above the surface of the table. "No, it is not right, and so I tell you, Gerda," she repeated. She spoke with such warmth that her voice trembled. "I have one foot in the grave. My time is short, and you can think of leaving me, of leaving us all forever? If it were just a visit to Amsterdam that you were thinking of, but to leave us forever!" She shook her bird-like old head vigorously, and her brown eyes were clouded with her distress. "It is true, you have lost a great deal." "No, she has not lost a great deal. She has lost everything," said Frau Permenader. "We must not be selfish, Teresa. Gerda wishes to go, and she is going, that is all. She came with Thomas 21 years ago, and we all loved her, though she very likely didn't like any of us. No, you didn't, Gerda, don't deny it. But Thomas is no more, and nothing is any more. What are we to her? Nothing. We feel it very much. We cannot help feeling it. But yet, I say, go, with God's blessing, Gerda, and thanks for not going before when Thomas died." It was an autumn evening, after supper. Little Johann, Justus Johann Caspar, had been lying for nearly 6 months, equipped with the blessing of Pastor Pringsheim, out there at the edge of the little grove, beneath the sandstone cross, beneath the family arms. The rain rustled the half-leafless trees in the avenue, and sometimes gusts of wind drove it against the window-panes. All 8 ladies were dressed in black. The little family had gathered to take leave of Gerda Buddenbrook, who was about to leave the town and return to Amsterdam, to play duets once more with her old father. No duties now restrained her. Frau Permenader could no longer oppose her decision. She said it was right, she knew it must be so, but in her heart she mourned over her sister-in-law's departure. If the senator's widow had remained in town, and kept her station and her place in society, and left her property where it was, there would still have remained a little prestige to the family name. But let that be as it must. Frau Antonia was determined to hold her head high while she lived and there were people to look at her. Had not her grandfather driven with 4 horses all over the country? Despite the stormy life that lay behind her, and despite her weak digestion, she did not look her 50 years. Her skin was a little faded and downy, and a few hairs grew on her upper lip, the pretty upper lip of Tony Buddenbrook. but there was not a white hair in the smooth coiffure beneath the mourning cap. Poor Clotilde bore up under the departure of her relative, as one must bear up under the afflictions of this life. She took it with patience and tranquillity. She had done wonders at the supper table, and now she sat among the others, lean and grey as of yore, and her words were drawling and friendly. Erika Weinschenk, now 31 years old, was likewise not one to excite herself unduly over her aunt's departure. She had lived through worse things, and had early learned resignation. Submission was her strongest characteristic. One read it in her weary light blue eyes, the eyes of Bendix Grünlich, and heard it in the tones of her patient, sometimes plaintive voice. The three Mrs. Buddenbrook, Uncle Gotthold's daughters, wore their old affronted and critical air. Friederike and Henrietta, the eldest, had grown leaner and more angular with the years, while Fifi, the youngest, now 53 years old, was much too little and fat. Old Frau Consul Kruger, Uncle Eustace's widow, had been asked too, but she was rather ailing, or perhaps she had no suitable gown to put on, one couldn't tell which. They talked about Gerda's journey and the train she was to take, about the sale of the villa and its furnishings which Herr Gosch had undertaken, for Gerda was taking nothing with her. She was going away as she had come. Then Frau Permenader began to talk about life. She was very serious, and made observations upon the past and the future, though of the future there was in truth almost nothing to be said. "When I am dead," she declared, "Erika may move away if she likes. But as for me, I cannot live anywhere else, and so long as I am on earth, we will come together here, we who are left. Once a week you will come to dinner with me, and we will read the family papers." She put her hand on the portfolio that lay before her on the table. "Yes, Gerda, I will take them over, and be glad to have them. Well, that is settled. Do you hear, Tilda? Though it might exactly as well be you who should invite us, for you are just as well off as we are now. Yes, so it goes. I've struggled against fate, and done my best, and you have just sat there and waited for everything to come round. But you are a goose, you know, all the same. Please don't mind if I say so." "Oh, Tony," Clotilde said, smiling. "I am sorry I cannot say good-bye to Christian," said Gerda, and the talk turned aside to that subject. There was small prospect of his ever coming out of the institution in which he was confined, although he was probably not too bad to go about in freedom. But the present state of things was very agreeable for his wife. She was, Frau Permenader asserted, in league with the doctor, and Christian would, in all probability, end his days where he was. There was a pause. They touched delicately and with hesitation upon recent events, and when one of them let fall little Johann's name, it was still in the room, except for the sound of the rain, which fell faster than before. This silence lay like a heavy secret over the events of Hanno's last illness. It must have been a frightful onslaught. They did not look in each other's eyes as they talked. Their voices were hushed, and their words were broken. But they spoke of one last episode, the visit of the little ragged Count, who had almost forced his way to Hanno's bedside. Hanno had smiled when he heard his voice, though he hardly knew anyone, and Kai had kissed his hands again and again. "He kissed his hands?" asked the Buddenbrook ladies. "Yes, over and over." They all thought for a while of this strange thing, and then suddenly Frau Permaneder burst into tears. "I loved him so much," she sobbed. "You don't any of you know how much. More than any of you. Yes, forgive me, Gerda, you are his mother. Oh, he was an angel." "He is an angel now," corrected Sesame. "Hanno, little Hanno," went on Frau Permaneder, the tears flowing down over her soft, faded cheeks. "Tom, father, grandfather, and all the rest, where are they? We shall see them no more. Oh, it is so sad, so hard." "There will be a reunion," said Friederike Buddenbrook. She folded her hands in her lap, cast down her eyes, and put her nose in the air. "Yes, they say so. Oh, there are times, Friederike, when that is no consolation. God forgive me. When one begins to doubt justice and goodness and everything. Life crushes so much in us, it destroys so many of our beliefs. A reunion, if that were so." But now Sesame Weikbrot stood up, as tall as ever she could. She stood on tiptoe, rapped on the table. The cap shook on her old head. "It is so," she said with her whole strength, and looked at them all with a challenge in her eyes. She stood there, a victor in the good fight which all her life she had waged against the assaults of reason. Hump-backed, tiny, quivering with the strength of her convictions, a little prophetess, admonishing and inspired. End of section 100. End of Buddenbrooks by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Tracy Low Porter.